Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron, that's Johnny. What's with your face?
What do you mean, what's with my face?
What happened? Why'd you make a face? Is there something that makes me feel like there's something wrong video-wise?
No, I had my audio down for a second. I put it down after, because I said something, and I was like, uh-oh, why is that? And then I had to fix it.
Good. I don't have to start off today nervous. Welcome to the show. It's going to be a very, very good one. Lots of things to take a look at. Lots of things to speak on, talk about, get to. I may sound worse. I don't know if I do or I don't. I may sound worse than I did the last time you heard me. I feel better. I'm not going to say I feel great yet. This son of a bitchin' thing really hangs in there. Like it really hangs on for the ride. It doesn't just like come in, knock you on your ass, and then go away. It comes in, it knocks you on your ass, it makes you feel good for half a day, then it knocks you on your ass again for the first half of the next day. And it's like 3 nights in a row now I've gone to bed going, you know what? I think tomorrow morning is the morning I wake up and we're good.
It's all over.
And it just won't. It's all in this little region right here, just in this little 3-inch space. In the nose and in the sinuses. That's where it all...
I definitely didn't get COVID then.
No, you didn't. No. This is the Idris Elba strain, they're calling it.
Yeah, because I went in and out of this whole thing in pretty much 24 hours. And I took a day off because I'm like, oh, everyone's saying that they're getting hit and it's laying them out a little bit. So I'll take a preemptive day to kind of get in front of it instead of burn myself out working through it. And then the whole time, everybody around me and myself was like, I probably could have just done a show. And then, but I needed the mental day was good for me.
Well, right.
But then at any rate, so I get done with all of that shit. And then the next day, I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm totally fine. Everyone's like, oh, it's laying me out for a week or it's coming 5 days and you're out of like 5 days. I could barely walk and I made it through here. What's taking you so long?
It turns out you had like bad allergies. The rest of us are just sitting here like, I got fucking
stomach bug or something. No, I think it was a stomach bug because there was a
you made some poops
almost quasi on stream. There was a backdoor event where I'm like, ooh, I gotta go for a second, and I'm like, here guys, enjoy this AI Biden and Trump debate, and I stepped away for a second.
That's a slick move right there. No, but back feeling good, just sounding like shit. And the weirdest thing when you do anything involving headphones and you have head congestion, you don't realize how congested you are until you put the headphones on.
Oh, you squeeze your head a little.
Right, and you realize how fucked your ears still are. Like my ears are still goofy. Like I don't sound right. It doesn't, the way the sound's going into my head isn't right. It feels like it's going through a screen or a wall of some sort. But you know what? I've been saying this for 3 days now. Tomorrow should be all cleared up. I mean, we went golfing on Saturday, and because we thought, you know what, we're good now. We're feeling better. Saturday was like 95 degrees or something like that. We made it through the front nine. I swung my first club on the back nine, and everything just felt heavy and tired. And I went, yeah, we're going to go get a rain check for the back nine. And we did. We couldn't make it all the way through. And then yesterday, I felt congested still. And I'm like, I bet you anything. And that's the way it is when you're sick. I bet you anything. I got that feeling of I'm starting to feel good. Let's go test it. And then I pushed it. Yeah, and then I set myself back a little bit. But don't worry, we're going to figure out how to get to your optimum health today when we watch the Liver King eat balls with milk. Did you see that over the weekend?
No.
The Liver King.
I had one horror show that I showed you over the weekend.
Yeah, the Liver King posted a video over the weekend where he says, I guess you got to eat balls raw in a bowl of milk. And then he put like the flakes, like the protein flakes in there with the guys.
This was to do what now?
Well, in my opinion, I think he was trying to show people how to be a warrior or something. But in my opinion, it was to expose and express his latent homosexuality.
That would be pretty effective if that's your goal. Because otherwise, I'm going to say if it's the health thing, I'm like, dude, you realize we all still remember some of us learned of you through the scandal in which it was revealed that, in fact, you are not the Liver King. You're the steroid king.
Right. You're the steroid king.
This is how you get alpha male ripped. I'm like, no. There should be an IV in your arm, according to information you've released.
Right. Yeah. There should be a needle in your ass, and then you can eat the balls. Apparently, allegedly.
That's how we should start each one. Just put a little drip into an arm. Just, oh yeah, this is how you live an alpha life, and then just start eating. And yep, injection. We're
gonna show you in this video. I mean, if you're big on like, you don't even have to be big on cleanliness in food and things like that.
Hygiene.
Yeah, you don't have to be big on hygiene for this to disgust you. It will disgust you regardless. We've got a lot of stuff coming up today. I promise you're going to love it. I think the best thing about this morning's show, just 160 away. They were very generous on Friday. We had a new VIP. Things got a little out of hand. And yesterday on the members only show, they were generous as well. So
thank you.
Hit thumbs up, hit subscribe to this channel. We do appreciate that, whether you're on Rumble or you're on YouTube. Also pushing 600 members. Well, we're over 600 members on the two platforms combined, but on YouTube alone, I believe we're at 598. So if you want to become a member, please do. Rumble dropped.
What?
Somebody said Rumble's not working. Oh no, Rumble's there.
Watching it right now.
Rumble
it's
dropped
live on mine.
No,
what?
Somebody said Rumble's not working. Quit doing that. Stop telling me shit isn't working in the chat, and that now everybody's going to say that something's not working now in the chat. Stop doing that. Don't. Magic 8 Ball and everybody else, do me a favor. Because, again, it's stuff like this that makes me just go into stories and go, all right, my show's sucking now because I've got my eyeballs in the chat and I'm reading people's shit, and now I gotta move on. So figure out if it's a you problem first. Then go ahead and, you know what? Actually, I'm going to make this rule. Just don't even tell me. I'll figure it out. How's that? We'll do it that way.
I'll let you know. There's how you can do it, because I'm a reliable source. I wouldn't lie to you.
Yeah, just, you know what? Johnny will tell me. It'll be fine. Everyone else, just, take her easy. Rumble saying, Ron Forrest says, I'm not working over on Rumble. All the people in the Rumble chat, it's working fine here. It's all good. Sean Raz says YouTube isn't working. The guy says YouTube dropped. Dead Jester says, Ayo, my PayPal stopped working. Your glasses aren't working. Look at all the things that isn't working now. SC Motorsports says, my prostate isn't working. Oh, boy. Everything's not working. Trovo isn't working, says Scarface. Oh, no, not Trovo. Hobo Chili, you're muted. Your Twitch is down, says Rusty Grammar. Oh, no, not Twitch.
How are we going to do all the emotes?
Yeah, how are the emotes going to work without Twitch? How are we going to gift, what is it? Is it memberships or subs?
Subs.
You gift how are we going to gift subs on Twitch? Kotod says your stream on Stormfront still works. Oh, well, good. That's fantastic. Ghazi Boy says my crack pipe isn't working. They're saying MySpace is down. They're saying Johnny's legs are glitching.
That's been a thing for a while.
Oh boy, I see. If I'm starting to regret telling people not to tell me things aren't going right, because now look at all the information I'm getting that I didn't have before.
There's some good ones too.
Fuck you, dude, over on Rumble says D-Live went down. Trucker 18 Wheeler says this show isn't working. Oh shit. AOL chat room is going strong, says Nick. Hobo Chili says your e-begging still working. Let's find out. Let's see, Hobo. 160 away from today's goal. It's a very small one today. We'll knock it out. I say as long as we're under 100 by 9 o'clock in the next 3 hours, I think we'll be A-okay. Friendster is still up, says Michael B. Mr. Nagel says your balls dropped. Yay! I told my dad he was a lying queer. Coltrane says Microsoft MSN Instant Messenger is down, and I was 97% in downloading your mom's nudes. Now, Magic 8 Ball, do you see what you started? Do you see what you started? Your show on 104.7 is doing great. Stop it. The Steel Toe BBS isn't loading any middies. Oh, no. Oh, we can't load any middies. Then what's the point of the internet? Oh, Matt Field says, I'm watching via ham radio, and everything is coming in strong. Perfect.
Didn't know they had a visual one on those.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is 60% of the Steel Toe Morning Show's content, us telling the audience don't do something, and them taking it to the 11th degree and beating it to death. Congratulations.
Oh, look, the dead horse.
Oh, and by the way, I don't know what's up with my computer over here, Johnny, but I'm gonna call it the whirring wheel. You know that one, the spinny wheel inside the computer. Yeah, thank you. That's the fan. That's a good way to put it. Is that a technical term?
Yeah, actually, it's a cooling fan.
It's making a very loud whirring noise.
It means one of your bearings is probably burning out or thrown.
Oh.
You probably just need to replace the fan. They're pretty cheap, and it's pretty much a plug and play thing. You just power down the computer, open the case.
Before you before you be all laissez-faire about this, are we talking easy to the point where I could do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Could, at the very least, I could talk you through it. If you're really worried about it, I could come over and change your fan for you.
That would be worth it just to watch you struggle up the driveway and
I'm walking relatively well. I mean, there will still be a struggle, but not as much of it.
All right. Well, you're doing better then. Is it all steroids or did they do some new stuff?
Mostly steroids, and now because of the steroids, I'm able to do a lot more exercises. So I'm stretching and exercising and calling people like a crazy person to see what happens next. We're either doing stem cell treatment or I get tubes in my chest again, which means I have to do in studio visits because you love it when I have the tubes in my chest. So
what is it? I forgot from the last time you had the tubes in your chest. What do you do with the tubes in your chest?
They pull all my blood out and they strain it and they put it back in.
Oh, fuck. That is gross. I mean, I guess, anything to get better.
Yeah, dude. But, and I'm going to lose a bunch of weight. Is it shitty? Yes. But am I going to look amazing? Absolutely.
Hey, you know what I was thinking about this morning while I was washing my balls was I bet you St. Cloud ratings have come out. It is August after all. They come out in August and they come out in January, I believe.
It's a 6-month rotation.
Yeah, a nice 6-month rotation. So I just went to All Access now and I looked, and sure enough, back on August 9th, our former Radio Markets ratings came out. By the way, St. Cloud moving up in the market rank game. They were 212 or 205 or something. 185 St. Cloud.
Nice.
Moving up in the market world. Look out, top 100. Here they come. But they came out on August 9th. Should we take a look? Now,
yes, I'm curious.
WHMH used to be the man in Morning Drive, and that made the station itself like number 4 or number 5 overall. It's been in the outside the top 10 since we left. Let's see how everything's going in St. Cloud, Minnesota. First place. Oh, this is, by the way, this is 12 plus Monday through Sunday, 6 a.m. to midnight. So this is not indicative of
Any
all day.
particular group.
Yeah. Well, first, let's see if our station got into the top 10, our old station. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, Johnny, they just made it into the top 10 at number 10.
Nice.
They just made it. Now, I don't need to tell you, there are not 10 good stations in St. Cloud, Minnesota. So I've always said, if you're not in the top 5 in St. Cloud, you're not really that much of a radio station.
Well, my follow-up question was going to be, who's number 11? Because, like, is there one, or is it just they made 10 by default?
KDDG FM Classic Country Starcom. That is a small country station out of Princeton, Minnesota.
So somebody's got a hobby station, and that's the only reason.
Yeah, there's an FM country station out of Princeton, Minnesota, and it's nipping at the heels. 101 with a 3.3, KDDG with a 2.9. So 101's ratings, their peak with John Lastman was the fall book of 2021, which technically still held the book still held 6 months of our ratings, and they were
right,
and 6 months of their new show's ratings, and they went to a 3.8. It looks like they've settled in, though. They went from a 3.8 to a 2.4 to a 3.2 to a 3.3. So they've kind of settled in that low 3. The kind of the shit has gone back to shoe level. They've settled in. Their numbers are our last book that we were there. 6.2.
Okay.
So from a 6.2 to a 3.3. They are, and the station at number 9, by the way, a sports talk station out of Minneapolis. So the station ahead
They're
of
doing a bang-up job.
The station ahead of 101 in St. Cloud is a sports talk station in Minneapolis. And you know what the shittiest part about that is?
What?
They're losing to a sports station in Minneapolis in the book that doesn't include Minnesota Vikings football. Don't worry. I'm sure you'll be able to beat the Minneapolis sports station any second now. They're also losing to KASM, which is and I'm quoting this now, a farm talk station in Albany, Minnesota.
These are just, oh man.
Just look, you know, John Lastman's getting the job done.
If it wasn't for personal gripes I have, I wouldn't enjoy this as much as I am.
Right, you would feel bad a little bit.
Yeah, I'd feel bad. I'd be like, well, that sucks. You know, I don't actively root for anyone's destruction or demise or downfall. And I'm not even doing that in this case.
No.
But enjoying it is a different thing altogether. And that's just, again, because there's crap I've gone through, like with the COVID stuff, when Gary made me literally climb through a field to get my paycheck out of a tractor. It was like,
please, wait.
Picking up my paycheck.
For people who have never heard this story before because they weren't here for the Twitch days, I don't think we talked about a lot of the radio stuff. Tell people about the COVID tractor paychecks.
Okay, so during the initial outbreak of COVID, when it was so dangerous and people were dying left, right, and sideways, just to be safe and protect all of the old people, which I think consisted of Randy and Gary. Yeah. Wait, no, the bottom staff too for the AM show. Anyway, so excuse me, I have to cough.
Yeah, get it, son.
No, that's just, it's working its way out thanks to this. I don't even have phlegm or congestion. I just fucking gross stuff in the lungs. Anyways, I was doing the extra shows because we didn't have other people coming in for something. I forget what. So I got a bigger paycheck than normal. I was super excited for it. And Gary's like, yeah, we don't want you coming in, you know, with the risk of the COVID and everything. So I'm like, oh, so I have to have someone come get the paycheck. Who do? No. We're gonna put it out at the off site or what? I forget the fuck he called it. And
Tower
so then
site.
I ask where it is.
The tower site.
The tower site. And so I go out there. It's in a tractor. So I get to a fucking shack on the edge of a field, and I look, and there's a tractor sitting off to the side of the field. I have to, because it's long grass and everything, I couldn't get through with a walker or a cane. I ended up having to crawl on my hands and knees to get to the tractor and climb up to the tractor, which the door just opens on, by the way. There was no lock or anything like that. And then sitting on the seat of the tractor, just an inconspicuous Rubbermaid tub of envelopes. And you just open that and take the one with your name on it. And again, this is to protect everyone from COVID and to make sure we maintain the integrity of the payroll checks, because by no means should be. Now, it's not like it was a lot of money, but for me, it was, especially back then. And it was just kind of humiliating. Like, I'm finally driving, I'm finally working, and I'm crawling on my hands and knees to get a paycheck because someone's worried about COVID.
Yeah. Gary told you, he goes, you know about that old hayfield up in Buxton? Johnny was like, yeah. And he goes, there's a big oak tree there. And if you look, you'll see a black rock, obsidian. Like, it looks like it has no earthly business in a St. Cloud hayfield. There's something under that rock. You're going to have to dig it up. And then he dug it up and he goes, if you're willing to come this far, perhaps you'll come a little further. Do you remember the town where I said your paycheck would be in? And Johnny went, say Wataneo.
Fucking A.
Johnny went to go pick up his paycheck. Gary's scrubbing an old boat. Fucking hell. But you got your check.
Yeah, I got my check. I got my check, and as I got back in my car, I was like, it's just, I was like, someone could have gotten it. There were so many other ways we could have handled this. And then I was kind of pissed because I'm like, if someone had taken the check or whatever, it's not like I'd lose the money. It'd just be a bigger hassle. There's no need for this.
Oh, Gary, I couldn't find the I couldn't find the tractor check. Somebody must have taken it. Okay, well, I put a new one in an active volcano, and I think you'll be able to find it just fine. God damn. That company really did suck, didn't they? I mean, now that we don't work for it, was that even a real radio company?
Well, let's see. Since I love the idea of working there for a bunch of really stupid imaginary reasons, apparently, I'd say that yeah, it sucked as a radio company.
But was it like? Sometimes I even wonder. I'm like, compared to real radio company, was it a real radio company?
No, because when I would do like even for the short time that we had me doing live events, like the 1 or 2 times I got to go out there with your tablet before I was told that I wasn't trusted with such authority. And I was sitting out there with one of the ladies from the station that Matt works at.
Oh, yeah. Wild Country.
Wild Country. Sorry, not. And it's the numbers on your shirt. But
Clam Radio?
Clam Radio. But yeah, so I was sitting there and I always felt like such a
Clam Radio.
That too. And just a low talent schlub, because like I grew up as the poor, impoverished, outcast kid. And I'm like, this just feels like high school all over again, where it's like everyone has new shit. And I've got like the hand-me-down Trapper Keeper, you know?
Yeah, they've got like radio equipment and they're broadcasting from it. We have a tablet. And if we were lucky, Gary's little converter box for the microphone would work into the tablet. But sometimes that converter box was just being finicky and it didn't want to work. So we would just have to hold the tablet out like this and talk into the tablet to record our remote segments. Meanwhile, everyone else has T-shirts and they have signs out there and all this other stuff. We had like a cardboard sign that if we didn't zip strip it to the table, it would blow all over the place. So we abandoned the table at one point, I remember, and we just walked around the store doing remotes and holding a tablet out like this and just recording as many as you could in a row so you could just shop the 2 hours you were there. And then the other stations would show up and they've got their tables with their free merch and all their other shit. And they've got, a nice box that goes back to the station, and they've got headphones and microphones and all. They got a person setting up for them and everything. Meanwhile, we just show up with our tablet going, yeah, I forgot to plug it in. Do you guys have a charger?
Oh, actually, I was always really good about that, making sure I had plenty of battery power. I was really excited when I first started working. They're like, oh, remote stuff. I'm like, oh, do I get to drive the Hummer? Because I've always remember seeing the Hummer. And then I found out, oh, no, the Hummer is a complete piece of shit. It looks really nice, but it's a complete piece.
That Hummer never ran. It was a custom-wrapped Hummer with the station's logo. I'll give them this, it looked really cool.
It looked amazing. If they would have just had speakers and things in it and had that go to live events, that would have been a great thing.
Yeah.
But
it never ran. It just always didn't work. That was just the best way I can describe it. It just never worked.
Because I forget, it was you or someone else. I'm like, oh, do I get to drive the Hummer? Like, yeah, if you can start it.
That's exactly what it is. Pip wants the coffee link. Of course, that's how you start your morning. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. There you go, Pip. There's the link. Make sure
I get some of that anniversary brew before it's gone.
Yeah, that's going to be gone in, goddamn, 10 days. Holy shit. Borders Outdoor Podcast says, gee, if only there was a way to pay a service to transfer the paychecks from a little box outside the studio to a little box outside everyone's homes. Yeah, I don't think they had the money for the stamps.
Or the ability to figure out a fucking address. I don't know what the hell it was.
Or to do direct deposit. Our company didn't do direct deposit.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Fucking this company can do direct deposit. It's really easy.
I do direct deposit.
It's so simple. But when it comes to that station in general, I mean, that was just a fly-by-night shithouse, awful kind of place. I remember, I did all the live read sales for the show. I sold all my live reads because I didn't want any salespeople making me do reads for people I didn't like. I went and picked my own advertisers, and it was a great way to make a shitload of money and have control over your show. But I remember when Gary would tell us with a straight face, he's like, oh yeah, the morning show doesn't make money. And I would go, okay, I know how much they're making. I know how much I'm making. And most of what I'm making comes as a commission of the sales. So that doesn't even cost you any money. And I know how much per month just the live reads are generating in revenue. So I'm sorry, suck my dick. You're making money hand over fist. It's always so insulting when you're the person who possesses the numbers and the data, and then someone tries to tell you, like, oh, yeah, no, absolutely not. And you're like, look, fuckface, do you really want to do this dance? I have all the numbers. Like, you're making tens of thousands of dollars a month on this little outfit. I guarantee, I'll tell you exactly what his math was. He was using that morning show to pay for the entire radio station.
Yeah.
That whole morning show was funding the whole deal. And when it was done funding all of his little pet HD projects and done funding his whole rock station, he would come back to us and go, oh, yeah, we're not making any money off that morning show. I'm like, wait, what? Are you doing a shitload of cocaine that we don't know about?
Yeah, dude, fucking share, man.
Yeah, what's with the greed?
I'll let you hang on to my dad's hockey mask while we work there, you fucking dicklet.
I remember I took the Twitch revenue we made and I split it up amongst the second mics so they could make more money.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here giving away the Twitch money, not letting Gary touch it because he'll just fucking rat hole it and keep it. And so I'm giving the Twitch money to these second mics so they can make a livable wage, if you will, for the amount of time they put in.
Especially for Corey, because he has to fucking haul in from the cities.
Right. And then Gary's going, oh, yeah, the tens of thousands of dollars I take from you guys every month. Yeah, totally doesn't. Yeah, I don't make anything on it. Like, suck my dick. Are you kidding me? Hung Solo says, just spit out my coffee. Didn't have the money for stamps. That's not a spit out your coffee funny thing. That's not far from
just a true fact.
Yeah.
That's.
Do you know what operating system the computer that ran the music and the commercials was on?
Win 98.
Well, not far away. XP.
Holy shit, I
Yeah.
wasn't far off.
No, you weren't far off. It was a Windows XP. I remember because Gary had to tell me, the old boss at the old station, Gary had to tell me that, hey, man, take care of that computer because they've ended service on the operating system we're using. When XP stopped service, when Microsoft stopped servicing XP, he had to tell us about it and let us know to take care of the computer that ran all the station's music, all the station's commercials, all the broadcasting scheduling and all that. He had to tell us to be careful with the computer because there was nobody who could service it.
Updating an OS is, it's not cheap, but for one computer from XP to, I think, what was after XP? XP went to either 2000.
We had 10 and 11. I think 10 and 11 on all the other computers.
Yeah, why can't you update the one?
What are they on now? Are they on 11 now?
I think they're on 10 or 11. I'm on 10, I think.
Okay, what is
I just updated my laptop, so I don't know.
Current Microsoft operating system? Because I think this one's 11. Yeah, okay, they're on 11. It was released October 5th, 2021. That's still pretty new.
Yeah.
God, do you remember back in like the 90s when you would get a computer and like all of that type of shit would be like new in 3 months? Like you'd get a computer like, hey, here's the new fastest one. I'm like, I paid a shitload of money for the fastest one. Like your parents would buy a computer. You were so happy because you weren't the poor kid in the neighborhood anymore. I remember my parents bought a used IBM 486 computer. And it was a piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. But like right after they bought that, there's like, what were the speeds? Like there was Pentium 2, this and that. Like all of it came out. And your
dual core, quad core, yep.
Yeah. Your computer might as well have been one of those old Macintoshes 3 weeks after you bought it.
I did like computer gaming, like pretty intense computer gaming. So for that, it was a constant kick in the dick. So you were always literally like, I didn't buy computers, who was building them. So you just had to like, I just put in a new motherboard, or I built my motherboard and everything. It's all great. It's all amazing. Then 3 weeks later, I got to find a way to save up money for a new video card.
Yeah.
I got to expand my RAM up. I got to pull it apart and put something else in there.
The 486 could play Conquest of the New World on DOS, but once I had to play Command and Conquer Red Alert, we had to up that thing up. we had to move it up a little bit. All right, boys and girls, about 600 of you in here in the first half hour of the show. Thank you very much. Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody hit subscribe. And again, goal-wise today, 160. I'm pretty sure we'll knock that out. If you feel like doing it now, there's all the links in the chat, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, so on and so forth. Let's go into the first item I have today is very exciting. Steel Toe got a nice little shout out on Sirius XM.
Ooh.
Yes, it's very lovely. And a show that I've actually been a fan of for a long time.
We got mentioned on Stern?
Robin, there's this show I was listening to. This guy's great. He has an offering plate. But no, Big J Oakerson and Dan Soder used to host a show called The Bonfire. And I was a big fan of The Bonfire on Sirius XM. And I think they're still on. Now, this says SXM podcast. But I'm sure they still air on the Comedy Channel on Sirius XM. But Big J Oakerson had a co-host, Dan Soder. Dan Soder left the show. And now Bobby Kelly, an O&A alumni, is co-hosting the show with Big J Oakerson. And they were talking about the Mike Calta situation with the girl and the phone and the shove. And, I defended Mike Calta on that because I don't think you should be able to play victim if you did something and then got the result you were trying to get.
Yeah, you antagonized the situation. You're not a victim.
Right. You tried to get the guy to act out so you could hang him on something. He acted out and you're trying to hang him on it. You don't then also get to be the victim. If I go in and I rob a bank and they give me the money and that's what I wanted, and then the cops arrest me, I can't go, why are the cops picking on me? Well, you did everything in your power to make sure the cops come and get you. This woman, who they say is Bubba's girlfriend, this woman clearly was trying to instigate Kelta, and you can see it because Bubba the Love Sponge is doing the hackiest, most depressing pro wrestling radio shit shtick I've ever seen in my life. He's still trying to like tag Cox Media and shit. And, oh, why are you still employing this guy? Like, he clearly had a plan from the outset when he sent his bitch to go do his dirty work over a guy he's jealous of, Mike Calta, who kicked his ass out of Tampa. Kicked his ass so bad, Bubba had to try and cheat the ratings. Johnny, do you know about Bubba's ratings scandal?
Yes, I do, actually.
Okay.
We were, I think we talked about that a long time ago. But yeah, I'm up on it.
The one where he had the woman with the, if you guys don't know, Nielsen will give you these people meters. They're like little pagers. And it measures what you listen to and for how long. They got those because it used to just be, and St. Cloud still does it this way, the diary format, where you write down, oh, what have you been listening to the last 6 months? And people would go, oh, I listened to Steel Toe for 4 hours every day. And we would just rack up the time spent listening. I mean, we would just fucking kill in that. But then they'd put on these people meters and they'd realize, well, actually you listen for about an hour and a half a day, not
Right.
4 hours. So Bubba had this woman, because Mike Calta was starting to kick his ass in the ratings. And so Bubba had this woman take her people meter and set it next to the radio with his station on all day. And now if you're a radio person, the way it goes is I can't know you have one of these. I know one time,
That's illegal.
one time one person told me that they had a diary. I told them, I'm sorry, I can't have this information. I can't tell you what to write down, so on and so forth. I copied it, pasted it, sent it to my boss, and sent it to Nielsen to let them know, like, look, this came to me unsolicited. This is how I handled it. And, you know, after that, Nielsen goes, oh, thank you very much. We appreciate that, and thank you for being honest, blah, 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 blah. Bubba said, oh, no, here's how we're going to game the system. Here's how we're going to rig it. You take your meter and you put it right next to. They found out, and he still might not be able to be rated by a Nielsen market. It just kind of killed his radio career. Well, I guess he's still trying to get back at Calta because he tried to get, he had this woman who I guess he's fucking, go to one of Calta's.
That's the one plus I will give him. He's definitely batting outside his league to hit that.
Yeah, who would have
Like,
thought?
I'm not saying she's a good get. I'm saying if you grade on a curve, that is his gut. If you grade on a curve, it's pretty good for him.
Yeah, if you grade on the Bubba 2023 curve, he's doing all right.
Yeah.
So she goes to a live event that Calta was doing and sticks a phone in his face and goes, you know, it just starts a mile a minute, just very obnoxious. So Calta goes, no, we're not doing this. Takes the phone, says, hey, you can get it back. He stops her live stream and goes, you can get it back when, security meets you outside. She goes clawing over him, trying to grab the phone, touching him all over, and he shoves her out of the way. I'm totally fine with everything he did because that woman was trying to get a reaction. She got what she wanted. He got to get her out of his face. Everybody wins.
Yeah. And now knowing that she's Bubba's girlfriend and stuff, I'm even less surprised that she jumped out and went after the phone. And also, I think even more justified in his case to push her back because she's going to just go ham on him until he does something. So
Right.
You have to respond or who knows, you might get your eye poked or something.
Sure. So then we talk about it. And again, I think you could say that I was pretty vehement in my defense of Mike Calta. Apparently on the bonfire, Big J Oakerson and Robert and Bobby Kelly were making jokes about it as a show like ours is supposed to do. But I was letting my misogyny go for a walk. So as I let my misogyny go for a walk, which feels so good. I mean, every time I'm doing it, I know I sound angry. If you ever hear me and I'm going off on some rant about some chick who tried to play victim after she instigated something, and you ever worry about me and you go, oh my God, Aaron's, upset. Trust me, I'm having a great time. It's like you watch a dog tearing at something and he's growling. They're like, oh no, he's angry. Like, no, he's just playing. That's how you need to treat me when I'm when I'm letting my misogyny go for a walk. Aaron's just playing.
It's a stress release thing. He's venting. It looks angry, but trust me, what happens after is a calm washes over. And it's gone now.
Right. It's a calm settles over me. Well, Big J apparently, Johnny, listened to our coverage of the Mike Calta situation.
Right. Fuck these women.
Big J Oakerson, who I've been a fan of for a long time, and The Bonfire, which I was a big fan of when it was him and Dan Soder. I haven't listened a lot lately. That's not anything intentional. It's just sometimes you start listening to stuff for a long time and you stop and then you pick it up again. Well, he gave us a quick mention on Bonfire, and I wanted to play it to show you, like, Bonfire, I guess, handled it where they just made a shitload of jokes about the Celta thing. And that's definitely how I intended to cover it. But then I just started hating the woman so much, as I want to do, that it turned it. I just love watching the perception of this show from a stranger's eyes who's never seen it before. I think in this little 5 to 7 second mention that Big J gives us, there's a tone in his voice that insinuates that as he was listening, he was going, Jesus Christ, this guy's out of his fucking mind. And I want to give it a listen. It's at about 9:45. On the is where it starts. I gotta make sure I get. I'm sorry. It's
your ass kicked.
We'll jump around a bit. Here we go. Almost there.
And then
Here we
go. Said it hit me in the heart. You pointed to your heart.
Because she said we were all being misogynistic, taking his side. And first of all,
okay. So they're talking. Oh shit! I tried to hit pause. They're talking about their coverage and how people were shitting on them for their coverage of the Celta thing, saying they were being mean, they were being misogynist, this and that. So,
and they used you as a defense.
Jay Oakerson used our show as a defense as to, no, we're not sexist. This other guy, this other guy I was listening to, giant woman-hating piece of shit. So I'll back up a little more so you guys can hear the setup of this one.
These insecurities, emotional buttons to get them to do something, and then became a victim. And that's fucking outrageous.
I'm not disagreeing with she's awful, but he shouldn't have done that.
What did the email say?
I can read it. It wasn't really like, honestly, I thought
did this girl send you pussy pictures or something?
No.
Yeah.
One, I can read the email.
Why did it make you turn around so much? You're like, it hit me. You said it hit me in the heart. You pointed to your heart.
Because she said we were all being misogynistic, taking his side. And first of all, I wasn't.
Really?
I don't
we
think
made 7,000 jokes about him being a woman beater.
We made fun of him the whole time.
We actually went at him so much that Bobby, I think, was genuinely nervous. Like, Bobby has to answer to him at some point, and he said, luckily, that Mike thought it was funny and laughed. But I was like, because when I listened to another podcast, I told you that Steel Toe Morning Show, I think it was.
Yeah.
Like, they just had his back, like, earnestly. I didn't make a lot of jokes.
Well,
that made me laugh so hard when I heard it because, again, I don't know if you picked it up in his tone, but he's like, they were defending him earnestly.
Like, earnestly? Like, they were going really hard?
They weren't even making jokes. They were just like, yeah, fuck this bitch. Mike Calta's fine. He's okay. And it made me kind of think back on the 2 rants I had on the Celta thing. And I went, I can't argue with the guy. He's right. I dug the fuck in on the Mike Celta situation. But I just love that a guy that, because I like his Gas Digital podcast. I like The Bonfire. I think a lot of him as a comic. So for him to sit and listen to a clip we did shows me 2 things. 1, I need to do clips. 2, it's just funny to have a guy listen to you for a few minutes and just totally get it, like totally understand what he's like. Yeah, because they were getting email complaints about the jokes they did about the Mike Celta thing, and Bobby Kelly agreed with me. He said, well, I don't like that this chick is playing victim after she went in there and started shit. And I was like, yeah, exactly. That's my point. I just screamed it for 15 minutes rather than making a few woman beater jokes. Probably because secretly that's the ending I was hoping for. But they're getting emails from people going, how dare you make light of this situation? Here's a tip for Big J and Bobby Kelly. If you don't want to get those emails, which maybe you do because they're fun to read on the air and to make fun of those people. We've done that in the past. But if you don't want to get those emails, just go so far overboard with your misogyny and hatred and anger and toxicity, they won't even write you. This has happened a lot of times. I haven't been written to because I'm just seen as such a lost cause demon child. They go, I'm not even going to complain about this piece of shit. He's such an awful, evil hunk of shit that I'm not even going to bother complaining. Meanwhile,
Just
you
lean
get
into the point where they like say something along the lines of like, "Oh, they were defending him earnestly."
Yeah, like you get a guy going, a comic, by the way, who is not a safe comic. I don't know who knows who Big J Oakerson is, but he's a good, edgy comic. I hate that word, but there's no other way to explain it. He's not certainly a guy he's not a guy who holds back. So for a guy like that to go, yeah, I was listening to the Steel Toe Morning Show, and that guy was defending him earnestly, to make him do not an uncomfortable laughter, but a laughter
We
of
made him blush.
Yeah, for me to make a guy like Jay go, holy shit, this fucking guy, that makes me feel good. I also want to thank Citizen M for sending that to me. Citizen M sent me that and goes, he tweeted it and like, oh, Big J Oakerson has good taste. Attaboy,
That was
Citizen
awesome
M.
of him.
You want to hear it one more time?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Let's go back.
To him at some point, and he said, luckily that Mike thought it was funny and
Listen,
laughed. But I was like, because when I listened to another podcast, I told you that Steel Toe Morning Show, I think it was.
Yeah.
Like they just had his back like earnestly. They didn't make a lot of jokes.
Well,
I'm like, we just made jokes about it the whole time.
Can I just say something?
That'd be funny. Jay gets that letter from a fan and then sends him a link of ours and goes, no, this guy's a giant piece of shit. You should be writing him a letter. He's the misogynist here. We're just making some jokes. He's the one holding a fucking rally over the thing. But I shows like that, you got to love it when people write you. As if it's going to change the way you perform. That you're going to get that letter from an angry fan and you're going to go, shit.
Well, now that I pissed somebody off.
Now, I didn't know you were upset. Now I feel bad.
Well, and plus people's behavior would give you a clue to that. Like, I think especially like with regards to the show, it's just anytime someone would be like, oh, well, we thought we could make you feel shame. Like, look at the trail of bodies of people who tried that tactic before. You thought that was going to work. I mean,
right. I'm gonna write a letter, and you know what Big J Oakerson's going to do? He's gonna change the way he does his program because I wasn't happy with him. Because you're his target audience. So yes, thank you to Jay Oakerson and thank you to the Bonfire for listening to that clip. And unfortunately, kind of getting the vibe of this show from time to time. The vibe of this show being, hey, I went into it meaning to be funny, but I just kind of got mad.
I went into it meaning to be funny, but then misogyny reared its ugly head, and I just went, nah, go with it.
I got about 17 Mike Kelta beating the shit out of women jokes in my head, and then I just saw a woman with phone, and I went, fucking get her! And, I like
watch
to think...
it.
I like to
watch it.
Fucking watch it. They need to put, like, Crowder drops in every man-woman interaction now.
Yeah.
Where it's just she takes out the phone in front of Kelta and you just have, watch it. Fucking watch it. But look, there's a plan A for humor on this show. There's plan B. Plan A is let's do some jokes. Let's have some fun. Plan B is let's see how many shades of red Aaron's face can turn. And both of them work. Matt Melt with $4.99 starting us off today says you got to get on Steam and pick up Command & Conquer Remastered. Brings back memories. Maybe I will.
Remastered ones are awesome.
Hobo Chili Recipe with $4.99 says, good morning, gentlemen. Aaron, how far along are you in the pregnancy? Your little baby pouch is adorable. I've been out of the gym for a while. And, I'm probably I've been sick. We'll get back at it. I promise you. Hobo Chili says, I will give you credit, Aaron. You do a better Macho Man than Dan Soder does. I've said this on the show before. You cannot say my Macho Man is better than Dan Soder's. My Macho Man is crafted after the template that Dan Soder left. So I don't think I can be better than his because a lot of people who do impressions, they do impressions of an impression. Like a lot of
my Macho Man is an impression of yours.
And mine's an impression of Dan Soder's, and I'm sure his is an amalgamation.
Which is why mine sucks. It's like diffusion or telephone. As you go further down the chain and further away from the source, it just gets worse.
Well, then, like people who do a Christopher Walken impression, they're doing Jay Moore's Christopher Walken.
Oh, I just do Christopher Walken, but yeah.
Do you?
Yeah. I watch a shitload of Christopher Walken.
And then I'm trying to think of who else has a very famous impression. Johnny Carson. Everybody who does Johnny Carson is probably doing Rich Little. It's just there's certain. George H.W. Bush, Dana Carvey.
Yeah, that's definitely.
Everybody just goes, not gonna do it. Like that. He doesn't say that. Dana Carvey says that. You're doing an impression of an impression, which is fine. Citizen M says Mike Calta was the only one who committed a crime. He's the bank robber. I know, but I'm okay with it. There, that's my defense. Aaron, Mike Calta did an assault. Yeah, but it was an assault I'm fine with, so we're good. Yeah, don't wait.
My bank account.
Yeah, don't try to waste your time convincing me on the what do you call it? The merits and demerits of Mike Calta's behavior, because I fully support his slight assault on that woman. Citizen M says, oh, excuse me, sorry. Still a little sick here. Mrs. Love Sponge did nothing wrong. Yeah, but she did nothing right. She did everything she wanted to do, and she got the reaction she wanted to. That's why I don't think she gets to cry victim. That's all.
She was honoring the husband.
Yeah. How do you honor the husband? You go pick on a radio guy at a live event he's doing?
Yep.
Bingo. Perfect. So, yeah, again, thank you, Big J. Thank you to Bobby Kelly and the Bonfire people. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, good morning, guys. Would you take a Sirius XM contract if they offered? I would take an anybody contract if they offered. I do this to raise my money now. I do this. See that? I do that. Yes, I would entertain.
You just lost some money.
I had to put that
Our
dime
goal
back
just
in
went
there.
backwards, everyone.
Back by 10 cents. This is bottom of the barrel. I mean, this is we've called it radio jail.
This is surviving.
Right. This is surviving and probation until we can, grow and work something else out. You got to remember, I mean, some of you listen to podcasts where the hosts are well into their 60s. This is it for them. This is all. I'm still very young. I've got, this can't be the end. This can't be it. This is a means to an end, as it were. Cockdiff says, when is the watch Aaron play poker steel toe party? Sounds fun. Oh, would 6 of you show up for it? That would be great. That would be great.
Well, I must be deranged, but I believe I'll have to call.
Annoyed Wawa supervisor says, Aaron, it's funny you mention it. We are currently hiring hosts for the content you see while pumping gas. I'll have corporate reach out. Wait, isn't that Cheddar News?
Yeah, I thought that was Cheddar News. We're going to take out Cheddar News. I'm fine with it. I hate Cheddar News.
Oh my God. I might get that. All of us who do a podcast, all of us secretly get together and we talk and we go, can't wait to get that Cheddar News offer. It's working for what's her name, Maria Menounos.
Hey, yeah, but I just need the money, so I don't want to take the bitch's gig, but I'll take the bitch's gig.
I don't want to call him Luke because Luck just sounds so much better. So Luck of the Bind says Aaron is definitely the bitch in this jail scenario. Good morning. I don't want to get fucked in the butt. I disagree with your assertion, sir. But here's my problem. I can't defend myself on this because I don't want to fuck anybody in the butt. And I feel like in everybody's jail scenario, you're either fucking butts or getting fucked in the butt. I would rather be the guy, can I learn chess like over in the corner somewhere?
I don't think that'll work. But it's easy to say, like, I don't want to be the one given at all because you're in what many would call a high pussy acquisition environment where you're throwing shots and you almost never miss, like a fucking eagle eye in the dart game. If you're in jail and you've been, I don't know, abstaining for a while, you might find that dude's ass just a little appealing.
I can't.
Especially you.
I can't consider the option. You know what I try to do is not do anything that might land me in a situation where I have to judge how my cock might feel in another man's asshole.
Thought exercise.
Yeah. Danny Rebel says start YouTube boxing. Some of those guys are not very good. Not many of them are. That's
a convincing argument, not a dissuading one. Some of those guys are not very good. Then what are we waiting for?
Hokamasha Baby said, we could use some help at work. Could you pass the message to April? She seems like a better worker. I mean, I'm not going to lie.
Well, if you're doing landscaping, definitely.
Mr. Q says, that's actually a good idea. Have a steel toe poker tournament. It would be fun. Mr. Q, they were making fun of Kevin Brennan, which, look, I know a lot of people are making fun of Kevin Brennan today because he did an Atlantic City thing that like 6 people showed up to, and the rest were all like cast members from his show. But the guy had a fucking thing, and a few people came. I'm sure everybody who was there had a good time. We all got to see that fat titty onion boy weighs like fucking 500 pounds and has little cancer arms and should never talk about anyone's appearance ever. I've got a picture of that, by the way. We can look at that later. But yeah, I thought about Kevin's poker thing, and like, yeah, we sold 200 tickets to a thing, and then the very next weekend, he's just asking people to come hang out with him, and a handful of people show up. I mean, I could sit here and go, oh, win. Oh, but it's not really. I mean, it's golf. We're playing against ourselves. We're not playing against. That's such a random thing to pair us up with Kevin Brennan. We don't cross over in any actual real way.
Right. And our success doesn't help or hinder him. Same for his. So
right.
Like, I hope they all had fun. Like, I'm not gonna root for people to have a bad time, because then, karmatically speaking, there's gonna be a point where I have a bad time, and a lot of people, yeah, it sucks to be him. I'm glad he's eating shit, and it's just like, how about we just don't?
Well, and not only that, but then you end up like the people, like you watch how many L's the people who like come after us take when we have these big events and we do well and we're on the air every day, and they have to sit there and stew and be hostile and angry, like, it's gonna die any day now, and then you die a little inside when it doesn't. I don't want to be that guy. So I've always, you've always heard me say, I hope everybody makes a lot of money. I hope everybody does well. But if you're gonna talk a bunch of shit, I am gonna point out when you look retarded. But as far as the Kevin thing goes, look, he's got a band of misfits that like him. A handful of those misfits came out to watch them play poker. I mean, that's kind of cool. And I'm sure everybody had a good time and they had fun, and it was, whatever the hell it was.
So if Kevin lost to them playing poker, was he just giving them the money he owed them for the podcast? Or
he was just giving back the super chats. It was like a rebate program.
Yeah.
Kind of nice. Nobody likes onions.
I pay you with your money from the first time I stick it in you.
Nobody likes onions writes, there were 6 people there. I was 3 of them. Dude, that is a guy. I hate when I see one picture that confirms everything I've ever said. And just, I have to do the Gino thing where I'm like, God, I was right. I hate when I pick someone apart psychologically and then I get confirmation that I fucking nailed it, because I start to think that psychologists and psychiatrists don't have that tough of a job. Because I'm like, they say don't judge a book by looking at the cover, but like usually when you judge the book by the cover, you nail it. And when you nail it by looking at the cover, you feel a lot more skilled in your own brain than if you get to know the person and actually see it.
I would say probably 7 to 8 times out of 10, cover will give you pretty much everything you need.
Right. I'd be comfortable with 8. Yeah, 8's a good number. 8 times out of 10. I saw this picture of, you know what? Let's just watch it now since people brought up that poker thing. Again, as far as the Kevin Brennan poker thing goes, I hope everybody had a great time. I hope it was awesome. I think, and Johnny kind of nailed it. When you get into that habit of like, I hope it fucking bombs. I hope it's terrible. Blah, 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 blah. You do 2 things. One, if it doesn't bomb, you look like a dick, like everybody did on our anniversary show. They all had to go back, and like the fat titty onion boy had to like pretend he never said, full expose on what a failure it was coming Monday. Gino called him out on it, and he's like, I never said that. He always does that. He always just lies his fucking balls off. And when he looks like an absolute dick, he just leans in and goes, no, and just lies his balls off. And now this time around, I don't want to be that guy. I don't want to be the guy, because then you're just making yourself miserable over, like Johnny said, something that doesn't impact my business at all.
It's something you have no effect on.
Right.
Who cares?
I was not the reason anyone went to Atlantic City. I was not the reason anyone didn't go to Atlantic City. So I have no vested interest in this event. I hope everybody that went had a great time. And I don't win, quote unquote, if 6 people show up to Kevin Brennan's event. I don't lose if 900 people show up to the event. Only Kevin can win or lose. And the win or lose for him, I don't want him to think. I saw somebody sent me a clip yesterday. He's like, oh, I have egg on my face from this event. Buck up, you fucking sad sack. No, you don't. You don't have egg on your face. Did some people who are fans of yours show up for a poker thing? Yeah. Did you have a good time? Yeah. Then you won. You had a good time.
Well, no, he split.
I don't know.
If you watch how he played, I mean, one.
Do you want to see the guy? I mean, that fat-titted, I've called him depressed. I've said he's a bullied fat kid. I said he's harboring serious psychological issues, and it gets projected outward towards everyone else. And it all comes from the shame of never leaving his house, being severely overweight, and trying to project what he always wanted to be but never could be in the real world out onto the internet.
Yeah, that's like 90% of the internet.
Okay, but I saw one picture and went, holy shit, I gotta stop doing that because I'm gonna convince myself I'm clairvoyant. Look at this fucking guy. Look, how dare this guy zoom in on anyone? Look at that giant tub of goo. Oh, hey, by the way, they're not covered in chocolate, you fat fuck. Quit smiling so big. Oh, gee, look at the size. Look at the sheer girth. I mean, if you don't think all the mockery and all the, or however he talks, that awful pukey voice, if you don't think that is rooted in a deep-seated hatred of never being able to fix this, you're wrong. And look at those tiny little toothpick arms with the giant fat body. He looks like, remember when you stopped drawing stick figures in school and you started trying to draw bodies, but the arms and legs
were just one giant. You were making potato people.
Right. He's a potato guy. Like he's if you gave Cardiff arms and made him maybe one of the lumpier prize-winning potatoes, this kind you bring to the county fair. He's the pumpkin that you bring to the fair on the truck.
This is an Idaho gold spud we got here.
Nobody likes diet soda. Nobody likes salads. You could go endless amount of jokes with this one. But you want to, all the zooming in on people's different parts of their body, you don't now see that that is a projection of being, that, by the way, Johnny, that's 400 pounds, right?
Easily. That's the kind of weight you have where I'm like, dude, just walking here, you had to have lost 10 pounds just because you're carrying all that shit around, man. You can't feel like no offense, not ripping on this guy or anything. I'm not trying to be a dick here, man. You can't feel good in your daily life if you just have that much weighing on you. You're just going to feel physically depressed because you're being pushed on.
And then not only that, but then someone else pays all your bills. You don't even support yourself. And then you look like this. Your whole world is just this internet MLC verse. And this is sadder than like any troll fan. This is just a guy who you watch him act out and then you look at him and you go, hey, brother, we all know why you're doing this. Like, none of us think that you're this truth-telling crazy guy who, don't fuck with the fat titty onion guy. Everyone sees this picture and goes, oh, I see where this is coming from. Like, I don't even know if I feel comfortable. Like, you and I are both kind of holding back a little bit.
Yeah.
Because you see what this is, and you just go, oh, this is a hurt guy. This is just a guy who it didn't go the way he wanted it to. And when it doesn't go the way you want it to, you have two choices. You can grind away until it gets there, or you can just settle into a certain scenario and give up. And that's what he's done. You don't get that fat without hiding pain. You don't get that fat without covering trauma. You don't get that fat without covering some sort of mental defect. I mean, you're looking at a very harmed individual here, and it explains this one picture to me. The light went on, and it explained everything.
The fridge light.
It never goes out at the Fat Titty Onion household.
I think I'm going to have to get on my exercise bike and do leg day because of this photo.
Oof. And he's looking at it like it's a pack of Hershey's Kisses. Jesus Christ. That is...
when you have arms that freaking stickly and your body's that big, that's clearly someone who doesn't do anything at all and just sits there because your arms don't need to even help you ambulate around a room.
Right.
I mean, I'm not skinny. I'm not. But like the one thing a lot of people would say at the anniversary show, they'd be like, holy crap, your arms look really, really good. I'm like, yeah, my arms are fucking tree trunks because they do all the carrying. Like my arms and my pecs are really great, but I have a fucking gut because everything below my waist is like, I gave up.
But I was going to say, like, he's an able-bodied person. He could get out and do shit if he wants. Like, that's a body that doesn't leave the house. It doesn't leave the basement. It's toothpick arms. It's tiny little boy legs. And it's just 400 pounds of fat fucking concentrated in this. In a part of your body that when you're that big, you are miserable. You never feel good. Like you said, you never feel comfortable.
You never feel comfortable. You never feel good. You probably have difficulty reaching your dick. I hate to imagine how you wipe. There's a whole lot of life that I'm like, why? Yeah. What about that is beneficial? The world ends and you've got personal food stores for what? A month?
Yeah.
Like, come on, man.
You can't watch anything a guy like that does and now not see it and not see what it is. And not go, oh, you know what? This is him getting back at the bullies in high school. This is him trying to forget that he's we can use the term, that's morbidly obese. Like, that's an obesity that kills. Like, that will kill him. He's in his 40s. He's not going to live a full... Yeah, he's not going to live a full life with that body.
And the older you get, it's the harder it is to lose the weight, man. Every year older you get is just going to be that...
He gave up on that a long time ago. I mean, there was never...
that's part of your problem, man. One thing the doctors are always stop trying to walk, stop trying to do so much shit. You know why I'm not a fat sack of crap in a wheelchair? Because I don't stop trying.
Yeah, like you have MS.
Do I fail? Oh, fuck yeah.
You could have an excuse to look like that if you want to, and you don't.
Oh, dude. Everybody could. If you want an excuse, you can always find one. Like I said, you got to put in some level of effort. Otherwise, that's just
but like to do the kind of show that you do and to look like that, it's just a dead giveaway into your mindset. It's a dead giveaway. It's a dead giveaway. I mean, that chair was screaming for mercy. It's just a giveaway on who you are as a person, what you're trying to project versus what we see that you are, and the pain and the suffering and the angst that you're carrying over looking that way. I mean, it's a total lack of respect for yourself and dignity. I mean, there's so much of an abandonment of dignity and self-respect and everything else. It also keeps me, I mean, that's going to keep me from ever seeing 230 pounds again. Forget 240. I'll never see 230 again because I'll look at that and I'll go, I never want to be whatever that is. It's awful.
See, I got up to 3 bills once. Actually, there's a video of that. That's fucking. And I got up to like 3 bills and then I got down from it there. I will never go back to that just because I remember how I used to feel on a regular basis. But to see that, photo, I just. Yeah. That's one where, and when you think about the way he's like, because he's never done anything, like, as far as I know, I don't really actually pay attention to Milton or Onions or any of them. But I don't think he's ever done anything specifically or said anything against me. But he's gone after friends of mine and stuff. So I'm just like, dude, you've done and said horrible shit about people I care about. So then when I see you like that, I'm just like, could you maybe work on you a little bit before you work on criticizing other people?
Because I'll say this to him. It doesn't make any of us you insult feel like you're doing anything to us. We just kind of look at you and we get confused. We go, brother, you got a lot of work to do before you point that stick at anyone else. First of all, don't chew on it, chubby. But second of all, you got a lot of work to do. Like, nobody's going to hear an insult from you and go, oh, that one hit home. Because you look at this and you go, that has a criticism, that has a thought. No, thank you. This is a guy who in high school, they would throw stuff and they would hit him and he would make this motion a lot. Let me see if I can. He'd put the leg up and he'd put his hand. He would dodge punches and slaps and things being thrown at him like that. It's just always in a defense pose, never on the aggression, never defending himself, never working on himself. To get that big, you have to eat a lot of pain. And that's exactly what that is. And then someone said, oh, Aaron, I didn't even notice the cancer arms. And the tiny little arms And the tiny little legs.
That's again because all your arms are doing are typing and lifting the pizza to your mouth. They're not getting any exercise.
I mean, that's just a mentally ill guy. And I said that from the beginning. People are like, oh, why wouldn't you lean in on a guy like that? Because that's a broken man already. You can't break that. You know, like we broke Chad Zumach, but like that wasn't my goal. I just shit on the stuff he did and said he's bad at podcasting, and he just broke. That guy is already, I mean, you can't point anything out about that guy that isn't already self-evident. And that's...
Why wouldn't you lean in on a guy like that? He's a giant beanbag chair. I'll get swallowed whole.
I can sit on him while I play video games. That
he'll be like, hey, can you hand me the controller? I can beat this level.
Oh, man, that is not a good look. That is bad news. Whew. Yeah, I saw that, and it all kind of came together. It all made sense after that. The only time he sweats is when he shits, says Steven. Oh, my God. I got so many comments here. I'll never get to all of these comments. Holy shit. Wiping has to be... A lot of these are based on how hard it must be to wipe. Every fat person listening in their rascal with a gun in their mouth saying goodbye to their support dog, says Philip Sears. Lemmy says, didn't he eat like 7 McMuffins in true Nikocado avocado fashion? Yeah, that's another thing. Like the oh, look how fat I am. It's a gimmick how fat I am. That's another trying to, wrap your head around what a mess you've made of yourself. And try to
lean in, dude, and do like food reviews and shit on your show. Don't be like, I'm going to shit on people and criticize people and talk about this, that, or the other and hate spew to get a quick buck. Yeah. And then just be like, oh, I'm also going to just, like, hey, I'm fat, I'm eating food.
Yeah, it's it all kind of comes together in that one photo. And again, I hate being right about people, but sometimes you can just look at people and you can go, oh, this is exactly what it is. And then I saw that picture and I went, well, fucking Aaron nailed it again. Shit. Sorry to be so humble. Stevie Lou. Hey, fucking Stevie Lou says, nobody likes portions. Oh, see, now everybody's got the nobody jokes. Nobody like Magic 8 Ball. Nobody likes salad. Nobody likes onions. Nobody likes any vegetables, apparently. Let's not
Nobody likes
one out.
exercise.
Yeah. FTW Nil says his childhood hero was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. You could probably lock his front door from the outside and he'd never notice. That's all. That's all. Mayor Larry Vaughn with 199 says 25-footer and 3 tons of them. Lip Ripper becoming a member for his 15th month says ham on. Thank you, buddy. Nobody likes earthquakes and hurricanes at the same time. Little Lemmy, nobody likes maybe not eating 8 McMuffins, eh? Yeah, like there's Johnny and I are both like kind of on the fence here because we're like, do you really dig in on this? Or
he did. He went for seconds and thirds.
Or do you just go, look, we all know what this guy is. We all know where the psychopathy of this
Every
comes from.
Every buffet's worst nightmare.
When I go out to the movies, I take up 7 rows because I'm Pat. I'm Pat. You know it.
Come on.
And my shadow weighs 42 pounds. Let me tell you once again, who's Pat?
Who's fat? Oh God! I just literally.
Johnny, Scarface. Nobody likes cardio. Papa Dan. Nobody likes living beyond 50. Nobody eats small portions.
I see his picture and I just hear Matthew Broderick from the remake of The Producer just go, fat, fatty, fat.
Nobody likes having to step away from the buffet. See, it's too easy. Like, he's 400 fucking pounds, and it's obviously where all the attitude comes from. He couldn't do it. Whatever the self-control was, he couldn't exercise it or exercise at all. And it's everyone else has to pay for it. We got it, baby boy. We got it.
No joke. The surgery procedure, whatever you want to call it, that I might end up going through again. The thought. They use it on people like him to help them start losing weight.
Oh, they use an MS surgery?
It's not even MS. It's an extreme. They use it for a bunch of stuff.
For people who can't use their legs and shit.
Yeah, they use it for people with cancer, all sorts of stuff. Anything where they're trying to isolate a problem that somehow is moving through the blood. they use it for. I don't know why they use it for MS, or at least why my doctor did. It just worked well.
Yeah.
So at any rate, they pull your plasma out, and when they do, they get a whole bunch of fat and cholesterol. It looks like clarified butter. But the nurse was telling me if you're a fatter person, it becomes more solidified to the point where really, really obese people, it almost just looks like butter.
Ooh.
Like they pull butter out of people.
Lemmy says nobody likes sleeping with a CPAP machine. Nobody likes sitting next to him on a plane. Oh,
well, that's everybody in the 5 rows.
Just fucking ruthless. All right, guys. Yeah, see, that's enough. So, like the Kevin Brennan thing, so this started because somebody asked about the Brennan thing. I hope everybody had a good time. It doesn't make me any money to sit here and point out what might have gone wrong or how embarrassing it might have been or how good it might have been. Doesn't make me money, doesn't lose me money.
I'll say this about the photo. Regardless of how much of it he takes up from sheer volume alone, he looked like he was having a good time. I'm sure he went home and reality set in and things changed. But for that one brief moment, he was happy.
Maybe if you go outside more.
Yeah. This is proof, dude. There's a world out there. Experience it.
But the thing that makes you happy is being a laughing stock and a LOLCOW for, an aging comedian. I mean, that's kind of
dude. I wouldn't call you an aging comedian. I mean, I'm not a LOLCOW. Oh wait, you're not talking about me. Never mind.
I meant Kevy Brenny. Oh boy.
Oh.
Buzzy says I'm fat, Aaron, and so is your mother. Not nice. Why would? That's not a very nice. They're certainly not that large. Buzzy's not that big. Nobody in my family's that fucking big. That is gigantic. Woof. So anyway, yes, thank you for asking that question. We got to burn off a few things, unlike calories over there. Maybe say no.
That's someone who could use a tanning light as a weight loss
technique. I thought we said we weren't going to be mean.
I'm not being mean. I'm giving him health advice.
Oh, man.
I'm saying, seriously, dude, you're fat. Anything would work.
Oh,
breathe heavy.
Boy. Oh, poor fella. It all comes together in one photo, and it all makes sense. I'm sorry I didn't become 400 pounds. I apologize. You don't have to lash out. Jesus. I'm sorry nobody's as fat as you are. I didn't do that to you. You don't need to lash out. We all know where the anger's coming from, fatty bullied kid. Speaking of bullied kids, Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes, the America First.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what his actual thoughts on the Holocaust are because Nick Fuentes does troll a lot. So I don't know what his actual thoughts on the matter are, but I know that no love lost for Jewish people with Nick Fuentes. Well, I guess one of his followers was, this is so internet, but one of Nick Fuentes' followers was shitting on some Jewish MMA fighter who runs, what is it called? Jiu-Jitsu is the name of his company. Get it? Jiu-Jitsu. Well, this guy was talking shit, and he told the fighter, he told the mixed martial artist, hey, I'll be in your neck of the woods pretty soon. Let's get together and spar. This Nick Fuentes fan. Now, this is why people who are, find themselves clever and shitty and whatever on the internet should not go in real life and challenge real life people, because real life people hit you with real life fists and feet. This guy said, okay, cool. You like this guy who denies the Holocaust. I guess the guy that challenged him has also written some things about the Holocaust that are, a Jewish person may find a bit untoward. And so he said, all right, let's spar. We'll get together. Now, I watched this yesterday, and I need everyone else's thoughts on it, Johnny, including yours, especially yours. Is this good comeuppance for a guy talking shit on the internet? Or is this just bullying a dude and using the I'm Jewish, I'm a victim thing as the excuse to just bully a guy? Because I got to at the beginning of it, I was like, aha, you fucking loser. But then by the end, I was just like, all right, guys, we're okay. At what point is this? It's not sparring anymore. It's, oh, look, I'm bullying this kid, basically. Let's take a look. We'll jump around the beginning, and then we'll watch the all the sparring. It's about 9 minutes long, so we'll jump around. But, again, this guy apparently big Nick Fuentes fan. this Jewish mixed martial artist, not a big Nick Fuentes guy, as you can imagine.
Can't imagine one.
Yeah, and they were going to get together and spar. So let me just kind of let me skip
Is
ahead.
that the Nick Fuentes guy?
That's the Nick Fuentes guy, and that's the jiu-jitsu guy. Let's just play a little bit of this. We'll jump back and forth here.
A picture of his slim triceps. Said this is what every white nationalist should look like. This is what everybody who follows Nick Fuentes should look like.
He is also a Holocaust denier who advocate race war and, I kid you not, burning women alive in America.
Well, look, everyone has their bad points and their good points. I understand.
Few good ideas is what we're saying.
Yeah, right. Yeah, broken clock twice a day and all that, you know?
He tagged me and I commented, he built like a chopstick, definitely not a threat. Some guy jumped in
so he saw the NLO photo too, just without the torso.
Thread named Ben. And he said he's willing to come meet me to defend Nick Fuentes' honor and come spar with me. Yeah, I'm like, yeah, whatever, come. No problem, bring the women from the picture too and Nicholas Fuentes. We can all meet, I'll Venmo you some cash for the gas. For me, that's another troll talking shit online. To my surprise, he DM'd me. Told me he's coming to town and he would love to take me up on the offer. All of a sudden, it wasn't as mean.
So like you gotta give the guy that credit at least.
Yeah, and he's even, I think, saying here, because I haven't seen this, so I just catching on. He said all of a sudden it wasn't mean-spirited. And you might be able to speak to this. All of a sudden it's like, hey, it's two dudes who are going to spar. The politics take a little bit of a backseat, and it's a little bit less like angry, more like, all right, we're gonna have this out.
Yeah, but it gets... I don't know. As I watched it, I thought, oh, okay, so as long as the guy said some shitty things about Jewish people, you can do whatever you want.
Spirited as it was prior, it's all about respect. Respect, bro. What's up? You Ben?
So there he is.
Hi. He's my sparring partner for today.
He's on a waiver.
Waiver is good. His sign, everything's good.
Ready to go.
Yeah, I saw one of his posts come across Twitter. It was like critical.
This is a delusional bastard.
Why do we call him Twitter troll?
Because I guess he writes a lot of stuff for Nick Fuentes, and he trolls people online, and he writes stuff about Jews and things like that. Thinks it's funny, and this UFC fighter didn't think it was funny. But again, I think this Ben guy deserves some credit for coming in and actually lacing up. I mean, this guy's
so he's not. Is Ben not a mixed martial artist?
No, I mean, I guess he dabbles. But this Nathan Levy guy is like
I watched The Ultimate Fighter.
Right. This Levy is like a 7-1 mixed martial artist. Like, he's a pro.
At the very least, he looks legit.
Right.
Somebody who associates himself with America first and the political values that I value.
We all know that Israel controls the right wing. We all know that Jews run the world. We all know that they are not Christian. We all know they hate God.
As a defender of that, and
I mean, again, I just, look, I ain't trying to get into an octagon or anything.
As a former, martial arts experience trained person myself, I just thought it'd be fun to come spar.
Who's Nick?
Okay, look, I'm a trained a boxer who's had competitive fights and everything. I certainly wouldn't go around talking shit to Tyson Fury and then going, hey, man, let's spar, because I'd die.
Why is the red water bottle even there?
That is a goofy-ass water bottle he's got.
I thought it was a fire extinguisher for a minute. I was like, what the fuck does he have a fire extinguisher for?
Use it on your head. Oh, my God, your head is on fire. Oh, sorry.
No, I thought he was just going to start hitting with, oh, he is ripped in half. That man had a family, a Jewish one, but a family.
So Nick Fuentes is the leader of America First.
I fucking hate women, like I just do. It's not a joke.
Did I say I wasn't a fan of Nick Fuentes? Now, Nick Fuentes is not a fan of women, but I think he went sexually. So there's a little bit of a difference. Yeah.
This movement based on furthering Christian values in the United States.
We started talking on Twitter, right?
Yeah, no, I was just messing around. Yeah.
You were messing around?
Oh, he's already, the back down is already beginning.
Yeah, because he saw the shoulders, the traps, and the pecs in front of him and went, oh, I'm going to lose this hard.
He saw the traps and the haircut on this guy, and he went, yeah, like I was just fucking around. Like, I don't really care about Jews or this or that. Not that I don't care about Jews. I mean, I sit Shiva when a relative passes away. I mean,
we could talk about wooden doors all day, but I mean, that's just because I'm a construction worker and
Yeah, I mean, nothing serious, bro. Oh, and I'm also glad he was a Wisconsin Badgers fan. Beat the living fuck out of him.
And I'm not a hateful person. I love everybody, you know.
First impression of seeing Ben in the gym. We got white pussy. Why were you talking shit about Jews? Why were you defending Nicholas Fuentes?
Well, I think because of what he says is right. I mean, you can layer that behind a mask.
He denies the Holocaust.
I think it's more revisionist. So
okay, anytime someone goes, so-and-so denies the Holocaust, you either have to go, no, he doesn't, or you have to be like, yeah, I guess you're right. Because if someone says so-and-so denies the Holocaust, your response is, well, I think there's a revisionist of a thing. It's like, no, then, okay, this probably denies the Holocaust then.
You know, not all aspects of it.
Like what?
Whether it be like numbers that might, you know, have been different over the years. You know, just things like that.
How much do you think people killed?
I wouldn't know off the top of my head.
You are going to tap so fast.
You think so?
I'm hearing him explain this, and this guy's like trying to make, well, I really believe in everything he stands for. Well, this is what he stands for is hateful. Well, is that what he stands for, or is it kind of like a gray area? And no. Someone, he doesn't even, that guy's a striker, and he's going to give you his best ground game because he wants to pretzel your ass.
Well, and not only that, but like the way this guy's already trying to almost escape an ass whooping, and then every time he tries to escape it, he realizes it's not coming. Now, Johnny, you said he's going to tap right away. That's interesting. As we continue to watch this, do you think that Nathan Levy will stop when the guy taps out?
Eventually.
It's very interesting.
Hitler.
You don't know?
I honestly don't know.
Can I give you a clue?
I mean, they say 6 million.
He says Jewish people.
I mean, they say 6 million.
That's not a good defense
To
a Jewish guy that you're going to spar in a couple of minutes.
Right, like if you're going to spar this Jewish guy, even if you don't believe 6 million people died in the Holocaust, which, let me be very clear, I have no evidence that they didn't. Like, that's
I have no evidence that they did either.
That's a weird number to just pull out of your asshole. 6 million. All right, fine. It's 6 million. I don't think
6,666,000.
Well, if it's 3 million, that's the thing I don't get about Holocaust deniers. Like, oh, they're lying about the 6 million. To what end? Would 3 million? Would we have been like, oh, it's not bad. Walk it off. Like, I mean, it's very strange. So anyway, if you're in front of a Jewish guy who's about to spar with you, and he goes, how many people died in the Holocaust? You say 6 million to make the ass whooping not as bad. All of the Jews.
People should not be allowed to participate in the U.S. government.
The 6 million number, it puts more faces to the names. Because a lot of people know people who are Jewish.
There are faces to the names.
That is true, yes.
Basically,
Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? Like,
This dude is not.
No.
He is not a thespian, and I don't think he's going to be much of a fighter. Why did he pick any sort of a mental or physical confrontation with this man?
Right. Well, and he's not the guy to carry the message for Nick Fuentes either. Like, he's just so not the guy to go there and like talk for you. It's just because he's trying to hold his ground, but he's trying to back down all at the same time.
we're having something like Taliban rule in America in a good way.
Nick Fuentes' honor is on the line. We talked enough. I think let's start sparring. That's what he came for. He drove all the way. Let's go to the cage.
He's smiling so hard.
Yeah, he's so excited. You know, it is one of those things where, you know, because I work with beginners at the gym. I'll train them and we'll spar. And it's one of those things where you want them to have confidence, so you barely even throw jabs at them when they first start. You just kind of go like this so they move their head a little bit. And then they get to
provoke them to move.
Right, and you provoke them to throw punches and really give her so they get confident, their shoulders loosen up. It's like this guy, when you're in that position, you also go, all right, if things get out of hand, I can take back control of this literally any second I want to. That's the smile on that guy's face. It's like, if this guy wants to try and take some liberties, I can take control of this thing any second I want to.
Well, they're saying he wasn't meant to be heard or be seen, but he is my friend, the Jewish fighter from the UFC.
But apparently my little brother here is gonna troll. I hate trolls. Just make sure after this you post the DM. I want to see how honest we're being.
Well, it's all respect. It's all respect. Well, I'm taking as many rounds as we feel like. I am primarily a striker. I said I did karate, taekwondo, mixed with it for 8 years. I got my black belt. I've never done a 5-minute round.
You're gonna find out
black belt.
Yeah, you're gonna find out how valuable a black belt in karate is in this video, by the way. And now, listen, you might think that this guy's trying to back out of the ass whooping and that he's trying to, mitigate the damage. Listen to the fucking balls this guy still has after standing face to face with this dude.
But play UFC 4 a lot.
Play UFC 4 a lot.
That's awesome.
What's up, bud? Hey, how you doing? Are you spawning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, did you sign a waiver?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you did? Okay, perfect.
It's all good, Twitter isn't real life, but hey, we're in real life now, and it'll be fun,
Yeah. You know what also isn't real life? UFC 4, asshole. Like, I love playing video games, man. I love it. But I wouldn't actually get into a ring and be like, hey, man, I'm pretty badass at Mortal Kombat. I'm about to throw you a fatality, motherfucker. Like, that's not how it works.
You ain't turning into a fucking dragon in this one, bro.
Just a kid, probably a dumb kid. Not gonna hurt him too bad, but a lesson has to be taught here about trolling. Education is painful sometimes.
He hasn't watched film on me. I have striking, I have power, I have the size.
This is a classic case.
He hasn't done his research on me. My camp's been looking into this asshole.
God. And by the way, do you see how different he talks once he's not in front of Nathan Levy?
Yeah.
Like
his balls grow pretty big when the other guy isn't standing right there.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I just messaged April about tissues. I'm starting to
You're leaking?
I'm decongesting a bit.
And draining.
One moment here. Johnny, take over for about 12 seconds.
All right. So the dude is very, very confident when his opponent isn't there. It also, I don't know, is it being a giant ginger Q-tip? Is that a plus or a minus? Shouldn't he have put his hair up? Well, I don't know. Can you grab hair? Most of the time when you see fighters, they have the hair like he's got that giant fucking cotton poof on his head. That is not helping him.
I don't know if you're allowed to pull hair or if it's like such a dishonorable thing that they just don't do it.
Just fuck around and find out.
Oh, here we go. Okay, first of all, look.
That is such a loose stance. He's got his legs way too far open. His guard is like hat.
Yeah.
Pick one, up or down.
And the elbows are flared out. Like this is bad news. Right.
And his opponent is tight, guards all the way up over his head. Ooh, you're done.
This is going to be bad. I've got the size on him. All right, let's see.
That's going to help.
I mean, let's
just
be honest.
More of you to hit, buddy.
This is a slight fella. I mean, he's a smaller guy, but it's not going to matter. That's one of those kicks you get in the first few seconds of sparring where you go, oh, fuck, how many more rounds of this do we have to do?
That's one you take where you're like, yeah, I could take that. And a couple seconds later, I think I could take that. Is he still hitting me? Why does it still hurt? He almost fell over.
Oh, there you go. Little barnstorming.
Oh, I want to see him come running at him with windmill punches.
Uh-oh, we're on the ground.
Come on, buddy. Don't worry,
where,
you got the size, buddy.
Yeah, this is where you get bullied. Oh, ah.
Go, Ben.
Yeah, Ben.
He's tapping.
Let him up.
Tapping.
I'm tapping. I'm tapping. What? I'm tapping. What? I'm tapping. Get him.
So, Johnny, I asked you if he tapped out, do you think he'd stop? The answer is no. He would not stop.
Because I felt I was kind of right where he held it in there, he cinched it in, and then he kind of stopped and he got back up. So we're saying we're not done yet.
No, we're not done.
Make him squeal. Make him squeal. No. Oh.
I'll give him props. When he took a knee to the gut, he immediately reciprocated.
Yeah, I can hear the crowd, all my teammates rooting for me.
See, now this was the point in the video where I went, okay, look, I know he talks some shit on the internet, and I know that's, he's being kind of a creep and whatnot, but you're a 7-1 professional mixed martial artist, and this guy's clearly just a video game playing, tweeting nobody.
Mm-hmm.
Like, at some point it did seem like we're taking liberties.
Nah, I as a gamer and stuff, I gotta say no.
No, this is above board. This is kosher.
No, this is above board, and here's exactly why. Because, and this is something I don't like in general, because as a gamer, I have a level of professional decorum that you might consider like a UFC fighter, like you're saying he should have right now.
Yeah.
Most gamers, if not, I dare say almost all gamers, don't have that. So when I see a gamer go from, or a person like this, an internet troll gamer, go from the internet world to the real world, I'm like, no. Beat the piss out of him and break his ass and make him humble.
You're saying that you're saying that what should happen is I don't know.
I'm gonna fuck his ass with a back spear button.
Yeah, no, he bitched out so hard right in front of this guy that I'm like, oh no, you don't even have the principles behind what you typed online. So fuck you.
And I guess I guess this Nathan Levy, he could do a lot worse to this guy. Like he could
he could really go.
You saw his guard, that he could have punched him in the face at any time. So yeah, you're right. This isn't so bad. Take your fucking beating, Jew hater.
Heavy on the body, Nathan.
Do it again.
Oh.
Let's go, Ben. Come on, Ben. 40 seconds.
Yeah, see, he's going light there. That one, not as much.
Little bit. Come on, finish it.
I'm sorry. Keep going.
I'm sorry. Oh no, never, son, never do that. As you're laying there on the ground and he's pounding you, never go, oh, I'm sorry. Take your beating with some dignity, for Christ's sake.
I mean, and again, this is the other part. Understand where the two of them are coming from. He talks fast and loose from his hip because, I'm on the internet. There's nothing that's going to happen to me. He's insulting this guy's religion, heritage, and a pretty traumatic event that happened to his people. I mean, if nothing else, you have to be like, that guy's been taking a personal offense online from Nick Fuentes and people like him. You have stepped in to be the straw man for those people.
Right.
You got to know what's coming.
Yeah. And you don't, as you're taking your beating, like you're already getting your ass beat. Don't add humiliation on top of it with, oh man, I'm sorry. Because now he can just keep hitting you now you've said you're sorry and he can just keep hitting you. This is like a big brother, little brother situation.
See, if you're going to be down and you're going to take that beating, and there's only two things you can do. Take it silently like a man.
Yeah.
Or double down and just be like, dude, I'm just saying, wooden doors. All right. Like, I mean, all right. The 6 million, how many people would you have to get to that number?
Oh, I see. So we criticize you and you have to violently try to destroy us. I understand how it is, you people.
I'm sorry. Shut
You're
up.
really changing the culture of this fight.
Shut up. Get up. Get up. Oh, no.
Chris Curtis really hates internet trolls.
Yeah, apparently. That dude is chubbing. Is that his leg?
It might be. I don't know. No, I think his dick is right there.
I mean, you could argue either.
Oh, no. Come on, do that shit again, Rudy.
5 seconds, finish him.
All right.
One more round.
Don't say dumb shit. Oh, yeah, he's bleeding a little out of the corner of his mouth there. I guess that wasn't so bad. That wasn't like bullying or beating
He
up
didn't
the
give
guy.
him any really hard, like, unbelievable headshots. He took it pretty, I'll be honest, he punched him pretty hard in the gut.
He gave him some good body shots, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've never been hit with one of those downward thrusts. You can't do that in boxing. I've never been hit with like a downward thrust like that. I don't know if that would, you know, where they break the wrist and they hammer fist like that. I've never been hit with one of those. I wonder if those are as nasty as they look.
Oh, good. He's a real deal. I knew he was a real deal coming in. 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust.
Oh, there it is. There you go, Nicky boy. There's one of your proud. I mean, I'm not saying this really puts a dent in Nick's business at all, but like to have this on the internet and a guy going, Nick Fuentes fucking rules, he's awesome. Then he gets punched in the lip a few times. He goes, 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust, and you know, unleavened bread is better. It's pretty solid, actually, and you know, Jesus did try to start a rebellion. You know,
Christianity really is something that grew out of out of Zionism. So it's all over.
I don't believe in a 2-state solution.
Murdered
in the Holocaust.
Okay, that's good. Now, fuck Nick Fuentes.
Nick, I failed. I know you're not a striker or wrestler, but if you'd like to come, Nathan Levy
You got a big mouth, though.
it.
He came in, he was like, oh, I'm not a hateful person. I was just trolling online. Like, okay, so you're not a neo-Nazi, but you're still a troll. One lesson in life, this
I
one
need to
wasn't
be
that
more
painful.
well-researched, that's true.
This one wasn't that painful.
This one was not that painful.
The next one will be twice as painful.
Hey, did I at least catch you with a couple good shots?
No.
A few
Yeah, he's like, oh, you hit me with a few good shots, and the guy's like, no, I didn't. That's the worst, is when you're like, oh, man, you got me with some good ones. He's like, I didn't throw a single good one.
No, he was saying, I got you with some good ones. And he's like, you know, like, yeah, man, I got my ass kicked, but I got in a few good shots. And it's like,
no, you didn't.
That painful.
This one was not that painful.
The next one will be twice as painful.
Hey, did I at least catch you with a couple good shots?
No.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was him. And he's like, no, you didn't.
Few moments later.
There's a couple guys talking shit on Twitter about Jews. So we told them to come to spar, and they showed up, and let's have fun.
Oh, no, this fat fuck wanted to spar with a Jewish fighter who's wearing a Dana White's Contender Series shirt. Oh, fuck. Guys, what are you doing?
But he has a picture of, who is that? Jesus on his chest? What the?
I don't know. I'll say this. Nick Fuentes' fans are as stupid as Nick is gay. That is a fact.
I wanted to come down here, see what's up. Saw he gets his ass kicked, but that's fine.
Oh, no.
Everybody gotta learn.
Yeah.
I'm not defending Nick Fuentes, I'm defending my friend's honor.
Everybody's got to learn.
Let's go, CJ. Uh-oh.
Okay, so
this guy's got a little more skill than the other guy. He at least knows how to parry and jab and shit.
he's got a better form.
Yeah, but he's so out of shape.
Oh! What? Yeah.
Oh!
Keep working the body.
Oh, no, see now that's... No. You shouldn't be throwing like that. Even, like, that's where that trolling shit can fuck you up as the Jewish guy. Like, it can make you drop your professionalism. Because when you're sparring with a guy like that, I don't know, maybe it's just different. Maybe I'm just, I was taught differently. But, like, even if it's a guy who's personally a piece of shit, you still remember the differences you have in experience and realize that you can fucking hurt a guy. And you don't.
Well, he hasn't shot in him once on the ground. He lets him fall over.
That's true. Yeah, he didn't jump on top of him and start beating the fuck out of him. Oh, see now. All right, that well.
I got fucked up. I got my shit kicked out of me.
Yeah.
Pretty good though. Oh, I fucking didn't see it coming like the fucking fifth punch. But that was pretty fun. So, good experience.
Given this experience, do you think you got to maybe reevaluate your friendships with some people?
maybe. Online friendships are online friendships. I was enjoyed a lot.
Why? You took your ass beating already. Like, why would you reevaluate your friendships with people if you already got the living shit kicked out of you? I don't know. There's no, I don't know. Like, there's no victory in that for, like, I think the fighters, other than you got to beat the shit out of a guy.
Yeah, like, you don't. I have to believe that those fighters didn't even go in that thing. Like, there's no challenge here. I don't feel that I've, proved anything like as a better fighter because this person isn't a fighter. You can't view that. You can't view that as any sort of like physical, like, oh, I'm so much superior to this person. Like, I view the ass beating thing like this is just to beat your ass because somebody needs to. Kind of the viewpoint you're always saying with women or other people, like someone needs to set this person right because they keep talking loose, like you've never had a consequence. Well, these people volunteered for a consequence.
Right. That's true. That's accurate. And again, I think it's kind of honorable that they took their ass whooping, but at the same time, what do you get? Like, what do you gain? Like, now it's done. You got to beat the shit out of that guy. You feel good. Or do you? Like, do you feel good that, because I've thought about that. People have said, oh, what if you could box, one of these YouTube guys? And it's like, I wouldn't feel good. Like,
Well, yeah, because that's a slightly different thing. Like, what if you could box one of these YouTube guys? Like, you wouldn't feel good about it, but put it in a different scenario. What if you were saying you'd be willing to box anybody and one of these YouTube guys came to you begging to have a showdown? Like, then
I guess, but I guess the trouble I'm having with this is, as the UFC fighters that beat up these Nick Fuentes fans, I mean, that's exactly what you thought would happen. I mean, you knew you could do that at any second. So it's like the guy gets beat up, and these shitbags are going to go right back to what they were doing before because you're not going to go to their house and beat the shit out of them. They came to you to spar. These guys, people like this don't change. Both of those guys are going to go right back online and start talking shit.
So then why not beat them while you can?
I guess beat them up a little bit. John Lastman commenting today, Johnny. John Lastman says, did you hear about me moving up the ratings? Sorry, Gary wanted to hide my check in a tractor, and I had trouble finding it. Any clues would be appreciated. Well, you didn't really move up in the ratings. You're still just outside the top 10, losing to a Minneapolis sports talk station.
Yeah.
And that's also the whole station Monday through Sunday. So that the mornings could actually be worse than that.
Lower than that.
Yeah. Somebody says the only credit they get is they showed up. 98% would never show up. Oh, no, they deserve a lot of credit for showing up.
Yeah, just for getting in and taking the punches, a fuck ton of credit. But they're still going to be online pieces of shit. They're just going to do it with a swollen lip.
Buzzy Bob on Rumble says, I would have told that Jew that he hits like a bitch. Oh, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Hobo Chili.
Like I said, either just be silent about it or talk shit while he's hitting you. One or the other.
Hobo Chili Recipe says, okay, so how about we get an MMA fighter who believes in Nick Fuentes and put him in the octagon with Captain Save a Jew? Now that would be more of a fair fight than just some guy who plays a shitload of UFC 4.
I just don't think there's going to be a whole lot of like, I'm a UFC fighter and I believe in Nick Fuentes. I just don't.
Right. You're not going to put yourself out there like that. Like, hey, you know who I listen to in my spare time? Nick Fuentes. First of all, we're all going to think you're gay. And second of all, might have a little trouble finding fights after that. Well, I tell you what, man, I am still, and I think you can probably hear it, I am a wee bit still congested today. And, the more you talk and do things and, the more you exert any kind of speech or energy, the more all the juices start running again. So I apologize in advance here if I got to stop to empty the old nose every once in a while. Scarface with $10 says, scuffed Sideshow Bob is going to be pissing blood tomorrow. He took a few smacks to the belly, but...
Yeah, dude, he took a couple good liver shots. I imagine he's... he's probably peeing blood for a couple of days.
Jake Hudson becoming a member. Thank you very much, Jake. Appreciate that. 145 away from today's goal. Real small one today. You haven't heard us mention it much. It's because the Friday morning crowd and the members-only crowd really knocked that down to a crazy number today. So thank you.
Fucking crushed it.
What did I say? As long as we're at 100 by 9 o'clock, I think we're going to be fine. Also, we're inside a striking distance already. So if you guys want to chip in, feel free. But we're 145 away from today's goal and overtime. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, memberships, it's all there. Thank you very, very much for your contributions. Northside CA says, these guys literally train with Sean Strickland. He isn't a Nick Fuentes guy, but close enough. There's Republican, and then there's being a Nick Fuentes guy. I don't know. I'm just waiting for that guy to admit he's gay. Not Sean Strickland. Absolutely not. And if he was, that would be totally fine. Hobo Chili Recipe says, those were sparring taps. He could have inflicted some major pain to that dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Especially when he was sitting on him. Could have done a lot.
Oh, he could have done whatever. He really could have done whatever he wanted to the guy.
And then in the second one, that guy could have gone on top of him and kind of repeated. He let the guy stand up and he punched him in the face.
Cracked him with a few shots. Johnny, why don't you talk about Just Kidding LLC, and I will I'll remove some of the problems from my head here.
All right, so I'll be going live at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble with Just Kidding LLC. We'll have the Game Over podcast. We'll have a bunch of sound drops and stuff on Twitch for people to have fun with. It's always a weird way to interact with the show. We have videos and things, stories that we'll be covering. I don't have my prep sheet up because I had to reboot my computer. I didn't have this ready.
You know what it is? The ear popping is the worst part.
I thought you were going to say the zit popping.
Oh, that's the worst. That's the fun part. Union
gross.
Jack nails it. Aaron's head full of fluids today, for sure. Wasabista, Aaron's got more fluid in his head than he did behind the dumpster after the anniversary party. Hey, wait a minute. Just Kidding LLC on Twitch, YouTube, and Rumble. Go ahead and follow it, subscribe, all that good stuff. Somebody saying in the chat, American Freedom of Speech says Al Sharpton is Tawana Brawley's father over on Rumble. It's funny that you bring up Al Sharpton because our next story.
He was in the picture.
Yeah, our next story is an Al Sharpton story. Oh, by the way, over 700 of you checking out the show right now. Very cool. Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody hit subscribe. Thank you very much for another solid start to the week here on Steel Toe. Al Sharpton accused Donald Trump of racism over the weekend. Now, that's not the surprising part. That really shouldn't surprise anyone. It's the reason Al Sharpton accused Donald Trump of racism. You know how there's those videos out there of Al Sharpton not being able to read?
Yeah.
Like he can't pronounce certain words. Well, he also apparently doesn't understand that if you say a word and it rhymes with another word, you're not saying the word it rhymes with. So, for example, Al Sharpton is of the belief that if you say fish, you're also saying dish and wish and any word that might rhyme with fish. That was at least his mode of thinking on Donald Trump when Donald Trump said that there were riggers in the last election. This is something we would joke about. We'd be like, oh, Al Sharpton would probably say that's a racist term. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've once again crossed the nope, can't use this as a joke anymore Rubicon because Al Sharpton just went ahead and did it. Let's check out this clip.
It rhymes with the N-word. Donald Trump himself, their leader, using the term riggers, which clearly rhymes with the N-word.
These people are broken. They're mentally broken. Like some of them.
It's also a term for someone who might have rigged an election. Right. Oh my God, man.
Oh, you know what else is racist then? Those things that people have been pulling sideways in the streets of Chicago. Those would be pretty racist then too, I suppose. But I mean, there's a difference between someone who's like a propagandist and they just lie for money. And then there's people who are broken. And I think Al Sharpton is more on the broken end of it because he's not smart enough to put together like a good paid for propaganda piece. Weird Al Sharpton just kind of flies off the cuff. And he's one of those guys, you know those guys who are like, oh, I just do it off the top of my head. And you always come back with them with, yeah, maybe you should write a few things down. You know, we all know those people. You're like, I know you're just going to go up there and wing it. But history has proven that that's not going to work out the way you wanted it to. Have a few things jotted down. Al Sharpton's that guy where he goes, I'm just going to go up there and wing it. And you're like, bad idea. You always say stupid shit, and you can't talk him out of it.
Rhymes with the N-word. Donald Trump himself, their leader, using the term riggers, which clearly rhymes with the N-word.
So clearly everyone who dies and becomes rigid is being racist towards black people. There is no supervillain named Mortis. So what is this rigor mortis I keep hearing about?
I mean, this is not 10 years ago or 30 years ago when we marched against him on the Central Park 5. I'm talking about within the last 24 hours, used the term riggers. Is this the kind of party the Republicans want to show the country that they...
He's really going for... And listen to the guilty white people like Mika Brzezinski on the other end going, oh, yeah, yep, absolutely.
Yeah, totally.
It really is just a buffet of hatred for Trump over at MSNBC that as long as you slop it on the plate, they're never going to turn it down. Like, they're like, oh, no, I'm full, thank you. Riggers meaning the N-word is too much for me. I can't. They're like, nope, slop that shit on my plate. I'll guzzle it down.
I'm trying to enjoy all of this, but I'm still laughing at rigor mortis.
You like rigor mortis?
That one was really, really fun. I've never heard of mortis. What is...
rhymes with the N-word. I mean, this is not 10 years.
Exactly. Oh, yes, Reverend Al. Yes. Totally being racist, saying riggers, meaning one who rigs.
Come on.
He should have said, well, look, a lot of people promised me a lot of things, and then they went back on those promises. They're a bunch of renegers, and I don't want to deal with them. And then we get to watch Al Sharpton's head explode on live television before anyone can say, no, Al, that doesn't mean what you think it does. Look, I was expecting a lot of $1,000 donations, but I got a lot of $50 donations. A lot of people out there being very niggardly. And then Al going, how can we let this Ku Klux Klan member be a part of our political discourse? Oh, man, I was skating yesterday, Mr. Sharpton, and I did a figure 8. You did a what now? How dare you?
Years ago when we marched against him on the Central Park 5, I'm talking about...
Who is your favorite Winnie the Pooh character? I fucking dare you. I fucking dare you. What's your favorite monster truck? Grave what now, motherfucker? What? What's your favorite Chris Rock comedy special? What, Blacker and Uncut? You racist piece of shit. Oh no, it's just Bigger and Blacker. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's
Bigger, Longer, Uncut is South Park. I fucked that up.
Way to go.
Oh man. I'm sorry, I was just so triggered. The fuck you just say to me? What if Al Sharpton is so busy looking for things that sound like the N-word that you could sneak the N-word past him?
Just because he's not looking for it. He's looking for something to resemble it.
He's looking for you to trick him on your racism. So you just go, hey, Al, how you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm doing fine. I'll talk to you later.
I'm not triggered. What are you talking about?
Oh, hey, Al, nice to see you. I did not rig the election. What? Oh, he has a weird mental illness where everything is a rhyme instead of a... Oh, shit.
Okay.
We should have all saw this coming in the speech he gave in Mr. Deeds. All that rhyming finally fucked him up. He's soaring with the eagles high, up in the clear blue sky. I love that Mr. Deeds was like, oh, this guy could have made a fortune writing greeting cards. Friendo says, Aaron Sharpton sounds an awful lot like Foghorn Leghorn. Well, I say that Donald Trump said the N-word. Sharpton makes his point rigorously, says Dead Fool. No, there's no Dead Fool. It is not. There's nothing about the rigor of which he makes his point. How dare you? Gary Crouch says, I'm rigger rich and apparently also Asian. Oh, see, now I don't understand that joke in the least. Friendo says, only riggers can say the word rigger. Yeah, if you're not a rigger, you can't say rigger. And by the way, Donald Trump didn't even say rigger. He said rigga. It's totally different.
Remember, my riggers, only you can prevent forest fires.
Carlos Cameo, the second best Richard Pryor album, Bicentennial Rigger. Those ain't real, dude says, I saw a rigger in a digger that was bigger. You're going to fuck me up and I'm going to accidentally say it now. I have a feeling that's your whole goal. Packer Backer says, someone knows the Badgers are going to mop up Minnesota this year. Oh, man. The Gophers have a quarterback this year that's going to fuck everybody up. I just have to learn his name.
Name is Kirk Cousins.
No, the quarterback for the Gophers' name is, oh, God, it's such a fucked up name. I know his last name. Okay, this is how bad his name is. I remember the last name, and it's Kaliakmanis, I believe. Gophers quarterback. Ethan Kaliakmanis is our quarterback's name. Oh, yeah, there you go. You lint roll the cat hair off that microphone, you piece of shit.
Well, you're talking about, Gopher football. So I was like, I got a moment.
So you had a boner, is what you're trying to say.
No.
All right, boys and girls, we are 145 away from today's goal, and we have something really fun coming up for you next. Curtis Versus says he did really well when Tanner was injured last year. Yeah, Ethan Kaliakmanis he's the real shit. I'm telling you that. Coming up next, we have Liver King eating balls in a bowl of milk.
See, if we could lose the bowl of milk part. Liver King eating balls.
Liver King eating a bunch of balls. Balls are a weird thing because people eat them. And usually it means you should marry them. But
I always say, hey, honey, no teeth. All right? Those are sensitive.
By the way, Lemmy letting us know, she's been grinding outside all day with her riggers, and she ain't going to die unless she's with her riggers. My rigger.
For the sip.
Yeah. Yes, my rigger we eat, my rigger get a plate.
That was close.
I thought I said it the first time on Lemmy's thing. I was like, I actually went back, and I saw you take a sip, and I went, oh, fuck, did I say it?
Nope.
Shit.
We're good.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I fucked my first bitch, passed her to my rigger. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm just enjoying the chats now.
They are pretty good. Rumble or YouTube. Take your pick.
I got them both.
Gray Duckling says, irrigorlessly. My rigga, trucker 18-wheelers. Eagle of America, the chiggers are bad this year. Don't say that. You're saying that you got little black people inside of your skin? No. Not saying that at all, Mr. Sharpton. Why would you say something like that? All right. About 750 of you here. Hit like, hit subscribe. We appreciate it. Let me talk about our friends at Stoney's for just a moment. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Great place to go for a Bloody Mary on Sundays. Amazing place to go for a couple of drinks, a great time, an awesome party. And while the weather's still nice, go to Stoney's Garage, the patio with the indoor-outdoor kind of like retractable bar, if you will. It's a lot of fun. Live music on the weekends, bike night on Thursdays with Wild Willie's Sandwich Shack. Visit our pals at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's, and say hi to Cheetos. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. That's All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. They've got trucks and wreckers for any size vehicle or equipment. They can pick you up. All Care Towing. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Okay, Liver King, eating balls. I thought it was Christmas this weekend when I was scrolling through Twitter and I find this. So somebody said in the chat, I thought Liver King went away. No. You're mistaking him for someone with dignity. The Liver King does not believe in such things. Liver King made a video. Now, you all probably know him from being the guy who said, oh, yeah, holy shit, I just eat liver all the time. I'm just a liver-eating son of a bitch. And, you know, you can get this jacked and fucking pecs and abs and everything and giant veiny muscles from just eating liver all the time. And anyone with half a brain and half a ball went, you're clearly on steroids. And he went, nuh-uh. And then I guess somebody found, I don't know how they find this shit out. Like, just don't lie to the internet because they're obnoxious and they'll get you. And they found out that he spent like thousands of dollars a month on steroid treatments. And it was one of those deals where the evidence was so overwhelming against you that you would look like an absolute idiot if you denied it. So he went, yeah, you know, sometimes I did steroids. And he came up with some lame-ass excuse, and that was kind of
medically supervised personnel or whatever.
That's what it was, yeah. Medically supervised steroid treatments, and then the whole kind of Liver King train derailed. But I will give credit to Liver King. He did not go away. Much like Steel Toe, when he hit his darkest moment, he went, all right, I'll just still run my campaign from jail, and I'll see who is still buying. Well, we have Liver King, an update on him and how he is doing these days. Johnny?
He's got balls.
Liver King decided to load a bunch of testicles into a bowl, a measuring bowl, with some milk. And he decided with a straight face to tell us how great this was. Now, first of all, who is he? Fucking Granny? Get out of the fucking sun, old man. Jesus Christ. He looks like a burnt turd.
He does kind of look like Hulk form Granny. Like if you made Granny mad, he turns into the Liver King.
Hey, man, you wouldn't like me when I'm angry. You're right. I really hate you when you're angry. If Granny turned into this, I'd hate this way more than I would Granny. Oh, shit. So Liver King finds himself, because as most people do, he just has balls laying around, animal balls, which should be reason enough for a search warrant, in my opinion. But he's got a bunch of balls, and he's going to load them up.
We like to have our bowl of cereal, don't we? This is a primal version of your bowl of cereal.
So he's going to tell you that in order to be a healthy big boy, you put a bunch of testicles in a mixing bowl full of milk. Now, this does not, if you look at this gentleman, he looks like he's been taking his exile a little rough, or at least most of it in the sun.
He's definitely doubled down on the steroids.
Yes, but then what could make it more disgusting than looking at that bowl of milk with animal balls in it? What could make this more disgusting?
Chocolate syrup? I mean,
no, not an ingredient. How could you eat this dish that would
with
make
a
you
spoon?
That would make you disgusted if he ate the balls with a spoon.
Because you have to like ladle them up.
Once I hit play for you, you're gonna wish somebody gave this motherfucker a spoon. Here we go.
I got my testicles in farm fresh milk from Liver King Ranch. The most feared warriors, the Maasai. What they get down on is milk, meat, and blood. And they're expressing a higher, more dominant form. If you still want...
He's reaching into the milk with his dirty ass, sunburned, flaking, skin-shedding, dirty steroid fuck hands and digging in and grabbing the balls and eating them. This man has went from being on every podcast, hawking his, eat liver and buy my shit, to now doing Fear Factor from his ranch.
I don't know what's worse, the fact that you're eating testicles in a bowl of milk, or the fact that somehow I'm like, but you've sullied these testicles and this milk with your dirty hands.
That's just it. I was going to, if you think I'm just going to pop on this show and show you a guy eating a bunch of testicles in some milk? No, you can find that anywhere every day. What you can't find is a dirty.
No, you can't.
What you can't find is a dirty, sunburned, filthy, skin flaking fuck reaching his giant steroid hands into the milk, rinsing off all the dirt and hair and skin that's on his hand, into his food and then eating the testicles. And then fucking convincing you that you'll be some Maasai warrior if you eat this way. I'm pretty sure Honey Nut Cheerios will do.
Well, I mean, honestly, I feel like the part he keeps forgetting is that all of his food is sprinkled with just a soupçon of steroids. And I feel like those steroids could probably be put in, like I said, Fruit Loops or anything else, and you'd probably still be good.
You could probably, Liver King, it's not the balls that are making you this way. It's the injection. You're skipping the big part.
Ooh.
Don't worry, he's going to tell you how to fancy up your breakfast.
Your primal cereal to taste like Cocoa Pebbles at the end. Put a little bit of whole feast in with your testicles.
And then reach your dirty fucking
Make sure
hands.
you peel back the membrane on the testicle. You can use a spoon if you want, but God gave you the hands for a reason.
Yes, to dirty up your milk and make it muddy and mucky and gross like a child's bathwater when you're all done. I mean, the things a guy'll do, huh? You okay over there?
Yeah, just eat a dick. I don't know what fucking why are you going this far?
The Maasai, the greatest warriors in the history of the world, ate these testicles and milk. The Spartans fucked little boys. They were pretty good warriors too. What's next, Liver King?
Whoa. Why is that the first one you ask for? Hold on.
I'm just saying he's eating the testicles. Don't put me in this position, you son of a bitch. You know what I fucking
the one
meant.
who got it.
He's eating the testicles, and his excuse is, the greatest warriors alive did this. Yeah, the Spartans fucked kids. I mean, where do you draw the line, Liver King? All I'm saying is, if eating the balls in milk with my dirty fucking hands is going to give me an 8-pack, I'll take 7 and have some Fruit Loops. That's all.
I mean, the part that I'm finding the most entertaining to me on this is that, again, I'm not approving of it because it is gross and dirty. But, I mean, the guy's eating testicles and milk, and he's using his bare hands. I mean, would the spoon really make it better?
Yes.
You'd have to have like a soup ladle.
A fork would make it better if he ate the testicles with a fork. Because now he's going to drink that milk when he's all done, and it's all just dirty hand milk.
Yes, as opposed to the perfectly clean cocoa ball milk it would have without his hands.
You're saying
I don't want anyone to ruin my coconut ball milk.
Well, and also, like, people have talked about Rocky Mountain oysters and, you can eat testicles and this and that. But watching him do this, doesn't the texture of it just look remarkably unappetizing, even if it wasn't
Those
balls?
ain't Rocky Mountain oysters, man. Those are big. Rocky Mountain oysters are not that big. All right? They look like meatballs.
He's eating, like, scrotum, testicles, and all. He's eating the sack and the balls and the whole thing.
There's a castrated cow somewhere going, you're a dick, man.
This guy's what Liver King is trying to say here, and this is what we should do when we see the artist work, is we should try to interpret the meaning behind the work of the artist. And in this case, I think what the artist is trying to say is Rocky was a fucking pussy. You drink your eggs, you fairy boy. I'm going to eat some balls. Yeah, Johnny's right. Like, when you eat these balls, where's the dick? Like, where did the dick go?
Looks like the dick is hanging out in his hand.
See, I didn't know if that was like satchel or...
I have no idea because I've never seen that. That is a weird cylindrical testicle. He bit into that like a sausage and it was just gross.
He's practicing for what he's going to have to do when they foreclose that ranch and the Liver King thing dies. He's like, you know what? I might as well get used to genitals now. Let's have breakfast.
This is all natural milk. Dude, where'd you get it from? I got it from the cow out back. We don't have a cow.
We don't have a cow. We have a bull. I'm gonna go brush my teeth.
I'm going to go wash my hands.
Oh yeah, he's dipping his hands in bull cum while digging balls out of there and just feasted. Bon appetit. Oh.
I had to add this to make it chocolate flavored. I thought if it was a black cow, it would work, but apparently.
In the modern world, we like to have our bowl of cereal, don't we? This is a primal version of your bowl of cereal. I got my testicles in farm fresh.
Oh, wait, they're his testicles.
I might need that as a sound drop. I've got my testicles.
I've got my
farm
testicles.
fresh milk.
Testicles
Wait,
and
hold on.
of your bowl of cereal. I got my testicles.
There you go. There's your drop. One more time so Victor can get a clean copy. Here we go.
Of your bowl of cereal. I got my testicles in.
That's also what he's going to say at his bankruptcy hearing when they ask him, what assets do you have, Mr. King?
I got my testicles.
That's it. Well, then we hereby grant you bankruptcy protection because you can't pay bills with your testicles. Oh, yeah? Watch me. So you're not convinced?
No.
You're not going to be.
I don't think the way to a better, healthier life. Let me put it this way. If he was sitting in front of me going, you'd be walking again across this room if you just start every day with a bowl of milk and testicles. Get me a wheelchair. All right, let's just fucking.
Tim the Toolman Taylor on Rumble says, I believe Petey Green had audio on how to eat testicles. When all you got to do is pick it up like this here, pick it up. That's what Liver King could do to get a viral video going again. Like Petey Green's how to eat a watermelon, he could do how to eat testicles, and he could use the same lines.
How to suck a dick.
How to suck it. You know, no offense to the Liver King, but I'd find better sources on that one. It's just, again, just me. Just me. All right, guys.
Lighter.
What are we, 145 away today? Yeah, 145 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, please do. We started at 175 today, so we haven't really been talking about it much. But there you go. Let's go on a little rally. I think we said under 100 by 9 o'clock. We're looking good.
Yeah.
And, of course, when these goals are low, the show goes by so much quicker, I think. We're already past the halfway mark. If you want to throw something in, take a little second here to not only hit thumbs up, take a minute to hit subscribe, but take a minute to throw $5-10 towards the steel toe. Whether it's Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble, or YouTube, it is a listener-supported show. It is how we stay on the air. So if you're enjoying what you're hearing, consider becoming a member or just clicking one of those links in the chat or pinned to the top of the page and throwing a couple of bucks in. 145 away, and as a gift to the audience for supporting the show, if you're new here, if we get that number down to 0, we add 30 minutes onto the end of the show and do a little overtime for you. Thank you, boys and girls. Let's all take a little break, go on a rally, and knock out as much of that 145 as we can. Raz of Chaz says, you want to be a real man? Lick my balls. It is a mixed message about being a man and then shove these balls in your mouth. April says, if they're raw and he slurps them, it would be more gross. No, see, I know, Johnny, you raised a good point about like, oh, it's a weird line you draw at digging your hands in. But there is something gross about reaching your bare hands into milk that you're going to drink.
Well, what if he washed his hands beforehand?
But we teach kids not to do that.
Right. We also teach kids not to take steroids.
That's true. We also teach them, not to eat balls. But not everybody follows the rules. Lemmy says this dude is going to die. I mean, that skin is not in good shape.
No, he looks like a weathered old purse, and I don't know if he's like doubled down on the roids or what, but his muscles are looking tighter and his veins are looking huge. So I think he's been hitting the juice a little bit more.
Well, it liberated him. Once he admitted it, he could just go ahead and lean in and do it at that point. Union Jack pointing out this was a Fear Factor challenge. Totally. Joe Rogan should have been there. Katie Kidney says you dredge them in a milk-egg mix, then flour and seasonings, then you fry them. You don't eat them raw in a bowl of milk. I mean, if you're the Liver King, you do. Toonsis says that's unpasteurized milk. Yuck. Balls Deep says the Maasai kill lions with spears. Yeah, but they only do that, Balls Deep, because they got those balls in them. You ever seen a Maasai try to kill a lion without balls in him? Oh, he doesn't even know how to throw that spear anymore.
Balls Deep, you should be behind this 110%. Those balls are so deep, they're in his stomach.
Those Ain't Real Dude says, how does eating milky testes cover the steroid use?
Well, they say you are what you eat, so as his shrivel, he's putting more in.
I do a shitload of steroids, and what you guys should do every morning if you really want to get healthy is drop a bunch of balls in a bowl of milk and then eat the testicles. This has been my TED Talk. I'm the Liver King. Thanks, buddy. Yeti Flyer, becoming a member for his 15th month, says roids do some weird shit to people, including making you have a small pee-pee. Maybe that's why he wants to hold the unit in the milk, because it makes him feel better.
There you
go. Geese Artel says, yeah, I'll have a honey nut. Hold the honey. Oh. April says, okay, audio only will suffice for now. Oh, but we learned so much. We learned so much. Union Jack trying to explain it to us. He goes, guys, he wants to be a great warrior. Oh.
For what? For what?
Well, see, I didn't know that. That makes sense. Well, go hunt a lion with a spear, you ball-chugging so-and-so. You sunburnt, old leather couch-looking motherfucker. Go out there. I love how this guy's like the Maasai. They eat balls, and they hunt lions with spears. Guess which one I'll be showing you today. Spoiler alert, I ain't no lions here. Fauci's pangolin becoming a member for his 15th month says, is he a prophet of doom? I mean, he's definitely a sign. Devil Pup becoming a member for the 3rd month says, thanks for the breakfast chat. Hey, no problem. Just wanted to let people know that there's people out there less fortunate than you. While you're having a banana nut muffin, he's just having nuts. That's it. Grank Nutterbutter says, living on a real job would be way easier than building a fan base this way. I'm starting to think this psycho is a true believer. He has to be, right?
He can't be. You can't be a true believer in this is how you live a primal life. It's like, yeah, but you realize there's a big part of this there's a big part of your steroids aren't in this bowl of balls, and
he's probably convinced himself. He's talked himself into it in some kind of way that it's okay what he's doing. Like he can do the testicle. Like the testicle thing is okay, but he can do the steroids on the side. It's just, an extra bit of rocket fuel. That's all.
This always weirded me out, man. Like if you mess around with like animal feces and stuff, like fuck around and find out, you're going to get toxoplasmosis. What if you just go straight to the balls?
I mean, look. Huffing cat piss is a bridge too far, but I'll shove their balls in my mouth. Sydney Shaw says, love how he's eating testicles, but the membrane is a bridge too far. Yeah. Oh, make sure you peel back that membrane. You don't want it to be disgusting. When you eat these balls, you don't want it to taste like shit. So get that.
Why didn't we demembrane the balls before we put them in the milk?
Well, then how could he show you how to do it?
I don't know. I've never been prom queen or liver king, so I don't know how to eat balls.
Okay, I was gonna say both of them eat balls, so God bless. Bearded Trucker says, there's Aaron if April leaves. Oh, I wish I were that jacked when April. I mean, I don't want to be that jacked. Mr. Approachable says, this guy looks like Granny and Cheese had a baby and fed it only steroids. Well, and clearly balls. Gino Bisconti's airborne herpes bump says he already swallowed the dicks off camera. Oh, it's too disgusting. I couldn't show you guys that. I call it my I call it my routine, if you will. Michael B says he's like Dahmer. The dicks are in the freezer. Oh boy. The dick doesn't get removed with the balls unless it's dead.
Yeah.
Oh, so the dick was in there. So
the dick doesn't get removed with the balls unless it's dead. So if they're just castrating, then it's just nuts all day.
Okay, well, he had honey bunches of oats and nuts. Dirty Knicker says, holy shit, Aaron lost his cock when they cut his ball. No, I did not lose. How did this turn into me losing my cock? I promise you that's not the case. Taint Butter says, Liver King eating testicles is nothing new. He's been doing this for years, well before he admitted to roids. Yeah, it's just seeing it on camera, digging it. It's not the, I've made this very clear. It's not the eating balls thing that gets me. It's the digging the dirty, sunburnt, hairy garbage hands into the giant bowl of milk and just grabbing that dick with enthusiasm and shoving the balls into your mouth. That's the part that got me, but to each their own. Don't defend the Liver King. He's a fucking buffoon. I don't want someone coming in here and going, no, Aaron, what you have to. Aaron, I know it looks weird that he's pouring like oat bran in a bowl of milk with a shitload of animal balls of a discernible breed, and then reaching in with his sunburnt, bare, awful hands and then chewing on the ball sack. Aaron, he's been doing it for a long time. Yeah, not a defense. Not a defense. You know, Aaron.
Look, man, he's just having a little Nesquik with his nuts in the morning.
He's been doing it for a long time. Aaron, don't get so hard on that guy jacking off in the middle of the town square. He's been doing it for years. Oh, well, then in that case, I'm moving. Somebody
Why
said,
is he doing it next to that pile of pigeon feces? That isn't pigeon feces. Oh, dear Lord.
Little Lemmy with $5 over on Super Chat says, rally. That's the spirit. How about a big rally? 140 away for today. Not much left to go. Let's get it under 100 by 9 just for fun. He really didn't look that healthy, says Mark Atkinson. No, he doesn't.
Mentally or physically?
No, he doesn't look. Yeah, he doesn't look like he's taking care of himself. I'm sure if you pointed out the sunburn, he'd tell you how some warrior class in fucking Zaire behaves that way and that it's totally fine to be that sun. That's the thing. Like, he kind of like makes everything he is the definition of being a real strong man. So, like,
right.
Hey, Liver King, we caught you with bows and ribbons in your hair. Yes, the Akalaki Tutu, the greatest, most fiercest warriors in West Africa, wear pearls and jewelry and women's underwear all of the time and suck their best friend's dick. This has been commonly known for centuries, and that's why you need to be the meaning of all that is a man and wear some pearls and some jewelry, some stilettos, some underpants, and suck a dick every once in a while, and then you'll know what a real man is. Everything.
I'm just saying, for a guy who eats a bowl of milk-soaked balls every morning, he seems a little nuts. I just feel like, dude, come on, man.
You are what you eat. Hey, Liver King, you seem a little nutty. Well, you know what they say, you are what you... oh, come see my breakfast.
Meet him in real life. Like, oh, you got to listen to me, man. I'll give you the secrets to an alpha life. I'm like, yeah, but you eat balls every morning, so I don't know if it's worth it.
That's just it. He'd be like, hey, man, you seem a little down in the dumps. I can help you out a little bit and teach you how to be a real man. And they look up at him like, oh, hold on. He blinks a couple of times. Aren't you the guy who eats balls in a bowl of milk? Like, oh, it's really going to follow me around forever, isn't it? Son of a bitch. God, the Liver King is all horse's ass. He really is just a dumb piece of shit. Oh, I know how I'll get over these steroids accusations. Hey, everyone come watch me chew the cum out of bull balls. They'll forget all about the steroids. Then they go, oh, gross, you ate those testicles? Yeah, I sure did. Oh, see, they forgot about the steroids. Oh, that's got to taste way worse than the steroids do. Son of a bitch. Now I'm the ball and steroids guy. Yeah, Lemmy's right. He should have kept that stuff for OnlyFans.
You've been eating testicles? Yeah. With your bare hands? Gross.
Yep. I'm a guy who eats balls and my bare hands in a bowl of milk. That's all I do. That's my thing. Yeah, but don't you also do steroids? Motherfucker. All right, guys, I'm going to drink a gallon of bull cum. It's like, why? You're going to forget. Oh, latest video from Liver King. All right, guys, you see the Ozark mountain farmers do this every morning to relieve tension, and this is how you become a real man. Camera zooms out, and he's fucking a goat. You gotta fuck a goat to become a man. And you're like, oh my God, that fucking a goat is the grossest thing I've ever seen you do. Oh, there we go. I mean, it's almost as bad as you doing steroids. Shit. Now I'm the goat fucking ball eating steroids guy. All right, I think I can do one more, and I can make this happen. Oh, guys, I bought a...
I might seem a little unorthodox, but the ancient Wachutu would do this before battle. He just starts blowing a donkey. Like, Jesus, man.
Oh, man.
You're blowing a donkey. This is prepare for battle. That's got to be way, way worse than just, getting a hot steroid injection. Son of a bitch. Now I'm the steroid injection donkey blower.
He's had it. He takes an empty syringe full of air, shoots it into his neck, and just before the embolism bursts and he dies, somebody goes, "Oh, man, you should have put some steroids in there. You might have been used to it." Oh, shit. Couldn't even die in peace. Somebody says your Liver King sounding too much like the Hulkster. It really does.
Yeah, it's starting to get there.
Well, you know something, dude. Every morning that Hulkamania gets up and starts running wild, brother, I load up a bunch of horse balls into my soup, man. And then I pour a bunch of milk in there. But I use a fork, because I'm not a crazy bastard like that steroid-doing Liver King dude. What you gonna do when the 24-inch pythons and the giant horse balls run wild on your breakfast, brother? It's Hulkamania's breakfast balls. Get them in your grocer's freezer, brother.
Thank you, Grace.
As opposed to his shirt, he's just tearing through the membrane.
Hey.
Oh, this is the membrane, brother. Ugh.
Fucking A. I can't do this when I'm sick.
I know. You laugh too much and you start to cough. I have the same problem because I've been medicating with marijuana, so it's been incredibly effective. But also,
I'm at that point where I feel better, but I sound worse, and also, not to be too disgusting, everything's draining out. So,
well, I have a suggestion. I can pop over to your house after the show, and I can have you do something that'll have you feel way, way better for a little bit, and you'll drain everything right out.
And that is?
My friend, the doctor. I'll bring my doctor over to see you.
Oh, and your doctor friend comes over. He goes, "All right, I got a bowl of milk." You don't have any balls here, do you, that we can just throw in there?
You got a little dog. Those will be tiny, but we can make them work.
You're going to have to eat them.
Got a huge cock on them, though.
You're going to have to eat them with an olive fork. Gray Duckling gifting 5 memberships. JJ Muscatel, Crimson Ghost, John Gottwald, our newest VIPs, Sage Retard, PhD KF, and MN Sasquatch all getting memberships. And Balls Deep gifting a membership to Mick KM. Very cool. 130 away from knocking her out today. Thank you guys very much. Keep that rally going. I think we're going to get under 100 in a half hour. I appreciate that. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants. $5 from Eagles of America over on Rumble. He says, I believe he should be using Bud Light. Oh, get it? Because he's a homo. They found a Labglass says, can we get Liver King versus a Jewish fighter? I don't know. He might go for the low blow. Might try to tenderize those balls. Just tenderizing my breakfast. Jesus. Oh, hold on 1 second here. All right.
Well, you know something, brother. Every morning you get up and you feel a little sluggish, man. Well, me and my new tag team partner, the Liver King, brother, he and I have a brand new breakfast for you. You can pop them open and put them right in the toaster, dude. It's called Hulkamania Liver Balls, brother. What you do is, you take our 100% horse balls, now in beef as well, dude, and you pop these little buggers in the toaster. You put them on 4 minutes, dude, and you got some nice crisp balls for breakfast. Or you can do it like my tag team partner, the Liver King, brother, and you just pour it in milk and eat them with your hands like a homeless psychopath with a sunburn, dude. What you gonna do when Hulkamania's breakfast brother balls run wild on you, brother?
I just thought that maybe
the weirdest part is you can put the testicles in the toaster. That's the part that I'm surprised the most about.
Look, Hulk Hogan's not signing on to the product unless it's user-friendly. Oh, I forgot the best line of the commercial, which is, find it now in your grocer's freezer, brother. Something about finding balls in the grocer's freezer that's going to turn some people off, I think.
But what you gotta do, brother, is you gotta work in the balls with your pasta mania, man. Because once you get the balls in the pasta, you'll say goodbye to meatballs forever, brother. You'll have meatballs. That's Hulkamania and Liver King. Hulkamania brother balls, dude. Find them in your grocer's freezer, dude.
You did the whole thing just to bring Grocer's Freezer into
Just
it.
to bring, well, and someone wanted me. They said, "How are you going to mix Pasta Mania into this?" And I fucking did.
That's a foregone conclusion. Pasta Mania, you already got balls. These are literally meatballs.
Balls, Pasta Mania. How do we not do this? By the way, if you become a member, you can use that Hulk Hogan emote that the people are using in the chat right now. That comes with your membership, and you get into our $100 drawing every month. You lucky bastards. All right, a whopping 125 away from nailing today's goal. Let's go ahead and keep chipping in and knocking that out. Also, hit subscribe, hit like, up into the mid-700s today for our peak. We appreciate that. Tickling the balls of 800 for our peak viewing. Let's all hit like and subscribe. We appreciate it. All right, Johnny, let's watch the most unnecessary vow renewal I've ever seen. We're going to get into some news stories now. After we got into some, I guess, more personality-driven stuff. Johnny, one more time, talk to him about Just Kidding LLC. Well, after all my Hulk Hogan impressions, I have to drain myself now.
All right. Well, provided we don't get into any of the stories that I'm about to talk about today, we have a story about a town in, I believe it's in Scotland, that has an insane amount of twins. So that's one of the weird stories we'll be talking about.
I don't have that one.
All right. And then I've got another one about a tourist who vowed never to not to disappear in Alaska and then vanished.
I didn't do that one.
All right. So
you're good to go. Let's do this story, though. This one, this is just, I think these 73-year-olds are bilking people for gifts.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Because this seems remarkably unnecessary.
So wait a minute. So death do you part is like Tuesday for them.
That's exactly. That's like, okay, it's like taking your mortgage that has a year left on it and, you know, maybe like $8,000 left on the mortgage. And you decide to refinance into a 30-year loan at $700 or at $7,000 and spread it out and drop your payment a little bit. I don't know, man. Renewing your vows at 73. Oh, I'll take no other but you. What, were there a lot of people shopping?
You got options?
Yeah, you got options?
How the fuck is he? How's this guy, you know, turning down pussy? What the fuck am I doing wrong with my life?
Till death do us part. Well, that's not very hard. Like, both of them should have looked at the priest and went, do I even have to say yes to that one? I mean, what am I going to do? Go dick cruising all of a sudden? I mean, if I ain't fucked your friends now, I ain't fucking them. They're always...
Till death do us part. Great. Can't wait for that freedom in about 5 minutes, and I'll be dead right behind you.
Till death do you part? I think I can pencil you in. Yeah, oh, whoops, I got it muted. My bad. There we go.
After 73 years together, a bride and groom are taking a...
Oh, that's even worse. They're not 73 years old. They've been together for 73. So they're in their 90s renewing their vows. Like, when you're in your 90s and you're still married, I think the vows are still valid. I don't think anyone's at risk of breaking them.
You're at risk of breaking a hip the way they're hustling there. I hope, you know what? Fuck it. They want to do this. They better go whole hog, though. Those two better have boned in a fucking broom closet or something the minute the vows were over. Like, I can't wait to say I do, because after that, I'm going to do you. Like, because that's just...
I wish there was a way to become 90 for a little bit and then go back to the age I am now, just so I could find out how the fucking works at 90 years old.
I can put it in one word. Ow! That's pretty much how.
Well, no, I believe it's. I believe the fucking at 90 years old starts with. Just squeezing a shitload of lube into your hand till it piles up, like the opening credits of Goof Troop, where Max puts a fucking spray cheese mountain on his hand and then eats it. That's the fucking lube you've got to use when you're 90 years old.
Cheese Whiz?
Max Goofy's Cheese Whiz mountain on his hand.
Oh. Actually, no, the fucking starts with, the bottle says I take the pill and I wait 60 minutes.
Hold on 1 second here. Here, I'll show you exactly how much lube you use when you're 90 years old and you're going to fuck. Hold on a second. Just wait.
Yeah.
Wait, did I imagine this?
I'm imagining that there might be a scene where that happened. Did it happen maybe in the movie? I don't know where.
Where's the Cheese Whiz thing? Uh-oh. I better not be so autistic I remembered a single scene from this show.
Now give me a beat.
All right, so pizzas.
Pizzas. He's got spray cheese. He puts it in his hand and he eats it. Where the shit is the... Son of a bitch. How autistic am I?
I have no idea.
Uh-oh. That's the same... Wait, is this a different intro? Nope, that's the same one.
Drunk engineers like me. That might be the movie you're thinking of.
Fuck.
Someone else saying that was the Goofy movie.
And that was in the trailer?
I have no idea.
I need to show you how old people fuck. I need to show you the amount of lube that you need to use in order to...
You've latched onto this so hard.
Lube it up at 90. I can't abandon it. I'm in too deep.
Somewhere, Pop? Sure are. It's a vacation with me and my best buddy, Donald Duck. No, silly. With you.
I'm skipping around.
Time together. I think I'm going to be sick.
Walt Disney Pictures presents...
Shit.
Come on. This is going to be fun.
The
I don't see it yet.
Father who couldn't be closer.
Oh, wait, here we go.
In the most hilarious...
Get ready. All right. This is old people lubing up before sex.
It's the Leaning Tower of Pisa.
And hip...
It was exactly how I said. I knew it existed, but it was Pauly Shore. It wasn't Max Goofy. I'm sorry.
Oh, Egg, don't leave.
But here, the amount of lube you have to use at 90, you just pile it up like that. And then you just shove it in your twat. And you say, honey, I'm ready. Just one time. I want to know what that's like. And then I want to go back to my age. That's all. Chili Dog.
What if you could trade all of those fucks from here to now?
For the chance, just one chance, to say they can take our moistness, but they'll never take our fucking. Thank you very much to Chili Dog for becoming a member. Appreciate that. You guys are only 120 away from today's goal. Get it under $100 in the next 20 minutes. I think we can do it. Grank Nutterbutter saying, yeah, this is how autistic you are.
I mean, somebody had to say it, dude. It's kind of crazy.
Crimson Ghost with $5 over on Rumble says, wake and bake, let's go. All right, that's going to put us at 115 for today. It does seem like we've got a little bit of a rally going here. Thank you guys very, very much. I just got to make sure I get this up there for everyone, make sure it's all up to date. Perfect. Steven Taylor says, just go hang out at a retirement home. No, I can't be a 36-year-old fucking a 90-year-old. First of all, you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure April wouldn't approve.
Yeah, and second of all, I need to know, again, for...
He wants to experience it from their point of view.
From their point of view, exactly.
From their point of thrust, if you will.
I want to use them as research dummies, basically. Oh, yeah. This is Mr. Approachable or King Kong Dong. I always forget. No, this is King Kong Dong. $5 over on PayPal says, oh, yeah, Balls in the Milk. Balls in the Milk is my new single, by the way. Go check it out at your local Sam Goody. There's a fucking reference for you. They're all gone, right?
Yeah, those have been gone for a very, very long time.
Thank you, Chili Dog, for the $5 as well over on YouTube. But yes, we found that. Now you guys know that was the Goofy movie where that was. As one of my professors at Brown used to say, dazzle your friends with that one at your next cocktail party. So now back to the 90-year-olds who are renewing their vows and, you know, like Johnny said, fucking in the broom closet. Here we go.
Another walk down the aisle. That's Mary and Richard Tarczynski. They're 93 years old.
Cut the cake, Jesus. You bitch. See, like that guy looks like he could still get pussy. Her, oof. She looks like
Well,
John
I mean, at
Madden
the
in a
old
wig.
folks' home, there's probably a lot looking for some dick if he's willing to throw it.
Yeah, like he looks like he could still throw some pipe. She looks like her best dick taking days have evaded her, if I may be so blunt.
And headed
The
back
kids
down
blew it out years ago.
back down the aisle in front of their family. The two met in high school. Richard says he saw Mary and said,
Yeah.
That's the girl for me.
She just starts giving him a hand job under the table at their fucking vow renewal. You can't say anything. They're in their 90s.
Oh, they met back in high school, and he said, "That's the girl for me." And she said, "Well, I already did a black feller, so I guess we'll see how this goes."
Oh, and after I cried rape, they took him away, so my parents never knew. You know, back in the day, it was so much easier to find a good man because if they were a bad man, you'd just say that it was a colored fella who looked at you funny, and you got to reset the clock. It wasn't that funny of a joke.
The couple, and you know what? The couple had 9 children. So
holy
what's their
shit!
secret?
Yeah, the kids did blow out the veg.
Just 7 kids, Jesus. The last one came out with a life jacket like a water slide.
Early on in marriage.
Whoever wants to leave the marriage has to take the kids. And none of them want to take 9 kids.
I thought they said 7.
She said none of them want to take 9 kids.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, I don't.
Hold on a minute. Maybe she was impregnated by a black guy. Maybe we weren't lying.
Leave the marriage has to take the kids. And none of them want to take 9 kids.
You know what it is? She's 90 fucking years old. She can't remember how many kids she has.
It's entirely possible.
It's exactly what it is. Because the news said
He just
7,
assumes
right?
everyone there is a grandchild.
Yeah.
Like, it's so good to see you, grandchild. And I'm the cameraman. I'm just here to film the news, but I haven't seen you since Christmas. We've never fucking met, actually.
Who are you?
Are you kidding me? That's too funny.
Uh-oh, and then look at this one in the middle. Maybe we were... Hold on. Oh, wait, no, that would be way too young.
It's a recessive
and those
gene.
kids couldn't be more proud. One daughter said they still sit in their love seats holding hands. Isn't that sweet?
Yeah, sometimes, but they don't come over to the house very often because he's like, every once in a while when we get frisky, I start finger popping your great-grandmother. It's like, Dad, you can't say that to the kids. Sorry.
I don't mean to be a little bit too open, but let's just say for a long time we've realized that Pat Sajak and the lightning round of Wheel of Fortune really do it for the old girl.
You know, one thing, I need to ask you kids about something. You know, I've been reading a lot on the computer that you hooked up for me here. Is it worth it at my age to really dive into eating ass, or should I maybe just let that go for perhaps a future life? Not positive. Just thought
All
you
right,
kids.
now I'm just curious. Now, let's say I wanted to avoid a trip to the ER. How could someone perhaps maybe treat a prolapsed rectum at home?
That vaginal mesh stuff, does it work? Because your grandmother's vulva hangs loose like a tired dog. Jesus, Grandpa, you don't need to be talking about it so much.
One of those intrauteral devices, do they actually explode, or is that just on the CNN? Because I've been firing loads into your grandma so much that I'm pretty sure a battalion will come out sometime soon.
You know, we lost your grandmother's IUD a long time ago, and I'm afraid some Muslim is going to trigger it with a cell phone and blow her uterus all over the wall. I'm sorry, the grandkids tell me that I'm mixing terms. My fault. All right, let's open up these 7 o'clock hour stories. In the meantime, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota. Of course, midlandarmory.com. Our pals at Midland Armory do an incredible job finding you the right firearm, tactical gear, knives, optics, whatever it is you're looking for. Talk to Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Again, our friends at Midland Armory, you can also buy online at midlandarmory.com. And at Midland Armory, use the promo code SteelToe and get yourself huge savings. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or online, simple and easy. Get it delivered right to your door, or if it's a firearm, have it delivered to an FFL dealer near you and pick it up. MidlandArmory.com, promo code SteelToe. Now, let's say you end up defending yourself and your family in a home defense situation, or maybe you work in bail bonds or repo or security, and you end up having to defend yourself with deadly force. Well, our friends at Fairline Defense can make sure that you can make that decision confidently with peace of mind, knowing you're covered legally. No expensive lawyer bills, just $19.99 a month for a subscription-based legal defense service with professionals who are trained to handle these self-defense cases. So whether you're an armed professional or just a citizen looking to defend you and your family, have that peace of mind that if something happens and you have to defend yourself on the decision you made, someone is there to get your back. They have a 24/7 crisis response team, $1.5 million in civil case allowance, and if you lose, you don't pay anything back. $19.99 a month, Fairline Defense. FairlineDefense.com. It is the way to go. That's FairlineDefense.com. Also, guys, if you're looking for your steel toe coffee, pick it up right here at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. If one of the mods wants to throw that in the chat, please do. Crescent Mount Coffee with Steel Toe Select, only available through the month of August for our anniversary, our 9th anniversary. Order it today in 12-ounce bags of ground coffee or whole bean coffee from Crescent Mountain Coffee Roasters. It's a smooth South American coffee aged in a whiskey barrel for 30 days. It's Steel Toe Select limited anniversary coffee. And then, of course, the artwork you're looking at right now is the actual bags that it arrives in. April's Magic Bean, a smooth blend of coffee from South America. It's the coffee you guys have been asking for. It's available in ground or whole bean. And, of course, the original Steel Toe whole bean coffee or ground coffee, the medium and dark roast, a single origin from Indonesia, and our friends at Crescent Mount Coffee. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. All of those prices include shipping. That's CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Check it out. All right, continuing on here. Oh, have you seen the pilot loses shit at the Denver airport? Oh, I muted you. I'm so sorry.
What are you, Crowder?
I had the Johnny shut the fuck up button on. My bad.
That's what I thought this was.
You haven't seen this guy?
No, I have not seen the dude lose his shit.
It's always disconcerting when a pilot just finds an axe. That's never good.
Okay, now I really want to see this.
Anytime you're in a public setting and a guy just has an axe.
Oh, shit. I was hoping we were on the plane.
Yeah, no, even more troubling. A United Airlines pilot is facing criminal mischief charges after something like, to me, pilots, teachers, cops, whatever, you can be hanging on by a thread for years. I mean, you see, to the outside world, you seem fine. But then there's just one thing. Someone asks you if you want a cup of coffee, and it's just the wrong time, and you lose your shit. Let's go check
some
out
balls for breakfast.
Look, you don't go ape shit at your job if you have a bowl of milk, some oat flakes, and some giant dick and balls for breakfast. That's how you stay healthy. This is a United Airlines pilot at Denver Airport. On surveillance, he has an axe and just starts fucking hammering. Oh, that's not good.
Oh, I thought this was like something happened and he got involved. No, he just decided that people can't come in.
Well, first of all, how fucking embarrassing that you have an axe and you're like, I'm so fucking mad. And then you take these little sissy swings at the gate.
Didn't really work out, did it, buddy?
You just go, oh, I'm so mad. Boing. Oh, shit. All right. Maybe this is like a hammer type of a thing where it'll break even. There is nothing worse than having volatile hostility and anger inside you, and you go to express it physically, and the thing you're mad at doesn't break.
It just laughs at you.
Right. Like if you have something wooden and you break it over your knee and you just go, oh, fuck, shit, God, now you're mad at that too. And he's going for it, man.
Is he even making a dent?
No, that thing's not budging.
He's tired out now?
Yeah, now he's tuckered out and he's trying to figure out
what else he can attack.
It's not working out.
Well, I could swing at the concrete pillar, so that won't work. I could attack somebody's car, but Some asshole doesn't deserve.
How about this poor fuck in the truck who has to just sit there until this temper tantrum is over?
Yeah, but do you really want to, like, I mean, I get that it'd be annoying because this guy is clearly holding you up, but do you want to risk interjecting in that situation? Like, hey, can you just let me through quick and then go back to beating the shit out of everything?
I don't know. After seeing how that guy swings an axe, I wouldn't mind tempting him. You might get a scratch. Yeah, I mean, he's trying. Well, he'll never get cast in the new Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs movie, that's for sure.
Oh, dude, this one's...
And then the arm opens. Like the arm just goes, all right, dude, fucking enough. I'm not going to break. They just put it up. Oh, this poor guy. He's just full of rage and vitriol and then nothing. Just can't get anything out of it. Oh, nope, he did get it.
Oh.
Okay, the arm went up and then it fell down. So he was able to fuck it up enough where it came down. And now the security guard's walking him. Uh-oh. Oh, he got the axe from him. That's a ballsy guy. Like, dude, give me the oh, he's drunk too. Oh, he's hammered. Yeah, he's not in good shape.
Mitt Romney looks like shit.
Yeah. Well, they got the axe from him. Jones ran behind a building and stayed in a field until he was contacted by police officers. According to a policeman, he just went and stood in a field until the cops got there. Oh, this guy was having a hell of a day.
Oh, man.
According
Jones said he parked.
Jones said he parked.
I'm sorry. I have it.
Jones said he parked and grabbed the axe he had in his vehicle after he came upon multiple vehicles waiting behind the gates. See, that's what I'm saying. When you're a pilot, it can just build and build and build and build. And then just one day it can be nothing. It can just be, 3 cars in line at the airport when you get to work and then blow up. And then take little hammer chops.
Well, he seemed drunk. So he showed up to work that way? Or was he that mad? He was so mad he lost his sobriety.
Well, he had the axe in the vehicle.
Yeah.
So I don't know if he was
too.
I don't know if he was planning something or what. I'm not really sure. Either way, you're not going to be able to keep your job as a pilot after something like that. Cuz now no matter how well you do, no matter, how great your flight times are or anything else, you're the axe guy now.
Yep. Hey, everybody, it's the Axe Man.
Hey, it's Axe-Man. Hey, Axe-Man is here.
Something?
And then you're just going to start the next breakdown that he has. I'm not the fucking Axe-Man. And then there's a gun. No, I'm the gun guy. How's that, motherfucker? You just got to cut him loose and let him move on. 110 away from this morning's goal. Thank you, everybody. A couple of bucks here and there. We're going to knock that thing out. We do have 5 minutes until 9 o'clock. We did set a little mini goal of ours to be under 100 by 9 o'clock. So we got 5 minutes to do that. One more rally will handle that. You guys have got it. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Venmo, Rumble. It's all there. There's all the links in both of the chats, whether you're on Rumble or YouTube. Either way. Uh-oh. Boy, I tell you what. If you're someone watching this show right now who really gives a shit about things that don't matter and aren't important at all, you're going to be really mad at this next one. Johnny?
What?
Kid Rock was hanging out at a bar. He was in Nashville at some kind of show, and he was having himself a beer.
As he's wont to do.
As he's wont to do. But that beer, as you see in this photo, was a Bud Light. Yummy dicks, yummy dicks. How dare you, sir? How dare you abandon? Just a few months ago, Kid Rock was showing us that as a multimillionaire with a palatial estate, he was on our side. He was one of the little guys fighting against the tyranny of Bud Light for some shit that nobody can remember anymore. And now he's drinking one. I have a fun test for society. If you gave a fuck when Kid Rock was shooting the beer cans of Bud Light, you're retarded. If you now give a shit that Kid Rock drank a Bud Light over the weekend, congratulations, you're also retarded. If you cared about both of those things, you are I Am Sam.
If you're Kid Rock and you drank a Bud Light because it's so damn cheap right now, you're sorry, my mic cut out there.
4 months after switching a few cases of Bud Light into oblivion, cursing Bud Light and Anheuser-Busch and being a major impetus behind the incredibly successful boycotts of said brands, photographers snapped pics of Kid Rock drinking a Bud Light at a concert in Nashville. Oh, no. What is he? I can't believe it. That multi-millionaire musician was supposed to be on our side. I'll be honest with you. I never really gave a shit about the Bud Light thing. I always found it funny that they stepped in shit and then they got punished for it. I did kind of think that was fun.
Yeah.
But I never gave a shit about like whether or not people drank Bud Light. You know, I was never on the, oh, man, what are you, gay? You drinking the gay beer? I didn't really care. I did enjoy, like, as a spectator, I did enjoy watching them thinking putting Dylan Mulvaney in a commercial would be good for business. And then
I think that part was funny. I think them paying a penance for kind of, pandering was funny. But I also viewed, as much as I viewed the whole Dylan Mulvaney thing as a big pander anyway, Kid Rock was pandering with his whole, fuck Bud Light, I'm going to empty a clip into a bunch of cans.
Yeah.
One, that's horribly, horribly wrong, bad for the environment. You polluted the ground and the water there. And then
you killed
if there
fish.
were fish, they could have suffered a stray bullet, Oh, speaking of which, that's another story I have. Fishermen pulling up eaten fish. Yeah. It's a new disturbing trend out of Connecticut, I think. The fishermen are pulling up fish and sharks are eating them.
No. BS says, I'm sure some people lost sleep over this. Unfortunately, I'm sure there were people, and I'm sure this is more of a Facebook thing than anything else, but I'm sure there were people who were getting on the internet going, yeah, I can't believe fucking Kid Rock drank Bud Light, and he's a traitor to the. It's like, you cannot. I know there's a lot of people who don't have a lot going on, but you cannot have this little going on that you're mad at Kid Rock. You have to allow yourself space from these people to breathe. You cannot see Kid Rock with any kind of beer and start getting upset. Don't do it.
Well, you can have fun with it, though. Picture them just sitting in a shower crying. Just some fat dude covered in tats. And in the background, you got Kid Rock stuff playing, and he's just, my name is Kid. You betrayed us.
Oh, no, he'd definitely be listening to Only God Knows Why. It'd be a somber mood in that house.
That might push you over the edge. I like the upbeat idea.
Someone says, who is it? Soren Ringholm, there we go, says, hey, I found a check in a tractor. Hey, Johnny, congratulations. They found it. Also, I want to say thank you to Greasy N-Word with $5. Says, I prefer Axe Guy and Gunman. Okay, fair enough. We can name the pilot whatever we want after the crimes are committed. And also thank you to Raymond for the $5 over on PayPal. That puts us at $100 for the day. Thank you, guys. And it's 9:00.
Right on the dot.
Right
Beautiful.
on the dot. You guys made it to 100 right at 9. So now that means we have the rest of the hour to knock out the rest of the goal for today and do that half hour of overtime, which we have a ton of stuff ready for you. Most of it is currently packed into my nasal cavity right now. That's where most of the stuff is that we have for you.
That blows.
Oh, boy. So, yes, I'm sorry. I don't know how many of you come here for the latest in culture war. I don't know how many of you come here for the latest in what you're supposed to be offended by, but I cannot in good conscience recommend that you get offended by Kid Rock drinking a Bud Light. I'm sorry. I can't. I
just kind of feel like it doesn't really matter anymore. Damage done. You know what happens? The whole thing turns. Oh, dude, I bet Bud Light was like, thank God, finally. Kid Rock drank. Like some dude sitting there. He's got it in his mouth. We'll pretend you know what this is. He's got it in his mouth. He's like, I just don't want to do it anymore, man. I can't take it. Sir, wait. What's that? Kid Rock drank a Bud Light.
There's light at the end of the tunnel. We can make this work.
Ned's Rusty Taint says fake pic Photoshop. See, that's just it. It shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter if it's real or it's not real. Doesn't matter. That's like whenever I hear people like, oh, the American people deserve better than this president or this leadership. Sometimes I look and I go, are you sure? Are you sure we're not exactly where we're supposed to be? Because I'm thinking about two people on Facebook right now arguing with each other about the Kid Rock Bud Light thing. It's happening, and more than two people, by the way. So do we really deserve better when we look at some of the shit we fight about?
I mean, no, but it hurts when you point it out.
Sorry, it wasn't intentional. Death Beholden says, I came here for April, but I stayed because you're slightly funny. Well, thank you for the very kind compliment. That's wonderful. Slightly funny. It's one of those where, like, I'll take it. I don't need to see what's behind door number 3 because Hack could be behind that one. So I'll take slightly funny, and I'll say, thank you, sir. Oh, Johnny, this is terrible news. What an awful time. You know, April and I haven't been feeling well, and some other people who went to the show contracted a bit of an illness. But wouldn't you know that the emergency chief in Maui is now having health problems that are causing him to resign his job? What a coincidence. What a terrible time to get sick.
Yeah.
I mean,
right after this whole thing happened, and there's a lot of people who argue about perhaps some institutional or structural failures. This is the worst time if you're someone who wants to be held accountable. The worst time to have to bow out before anyone can look into who effed up, how, and why.
Right. This is the Fauci defense. As long as you just quit, nobody will look into you anymore. Look, just because the Republicans got elected into the House and now have investigative powers doesn't mean that had anything to do with Dr. Fauci leaving his post. He just was really tired after all that telling us what to do and lying to us. But as far as the Maui emergency chief goes, so there's all of these. I heard some really dipshit. April was telling me the reasons they were giving for the alarms not going off. You know, the sirens, the emergency sirens?
Yeah. They could warn people so they didn't have to run from a blazing fire and jump in the ocean.
Literally jump into the ocean. Well, I'm sorry, guys. It's all coming out. I am sorry for being disgusting.
And she spent so much time putting it in.
So it's not only did the sirens not go off, but then the reasons they gave, sometimes no comment is the way to go on shit, because they said, well, most of the people during the wildfire were inside and the sirens are outside. So we didn't know if that would really help. No, but Johnny, you see, the sirens are outside.
Who the fuck gave this excuse?
Probably the guy who's sick now. Probably the guy who's like, I don't feel good. I'm retiring. And then
I wouldn't feel good after saying that either. It's a pretty dumb thing to say.
If April's in the chat, there was one other excuse they gave, which, by the way, shows you that both excuses are bullshit when you just start throwing them against the wall. Like, do you buy this one? How about this one? But the first one was, well, the sirens are outside. The people were inside. They might not have heard them. Yeah, so why even give it a shot, right? And I was hoping April was still listening and she could tell me what reason number 2 was that they gave for the sirens not going off. Ah, shit. Oh, yeah, that's it. Somebody said that those are usually for tsunamis. So if they sent the emergency signal out, then people might think it was a tsunami. Who gives a fuck? At least they would know there was some crazy shit a coming. Maybe you interrupt the local news. Anything. But just, guys, well, first of all, we thought that the sirens were for tsunamis, so we didn't want to do that. And then the other one was they're outside and the people are inside. So we decided that a way better idea would be to do nothing. See, what?
Did you not notice what just happened?
What? What?
The stream froze. My thing froze. It closed and it opened. It was not a short pause, and now it's back online. But you seem to have continued your talking almost as in the same point. It's like time stopped for you, but not for me. What the is going on here?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm gonna have to go back and watch this for a minute ago. I literally, the fucking Zoom froze, and I was like, "Oh shit!" Because your little imhole bars at the bottom had turned red.
Yeah,
and I was like, "Oh no!" And then your thing froze, and then I watched it freeze. I looked over online, and both of the streams were frozen, and then the Zoom thing closed, reopened, and you picked up right where you left off, like without missing a beat. And
so
that was not.
Was the whole thing frozen or just you?
It was the whole thing. I thought it was on your end because the streams were frozen. Your thing was frozen, but I was able to like talk and everything, and I was watching the.
I think you might have just had a hiccup on your end. And because I think everyone here is fine.
Yeah.
It was just.
Oh, wait, no, Death Beholden saying you lost connection for a second.
Okay. All right. Yeah, Jim's Jazz. A lot of people are saying it's just your end. They're saying you're nuts. You've lost your
I am nuts,
mind.
but I just fucking weird.
Thank you to Frederick for $5 on Venmo. Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo. He says, just for shits and giggles. $95 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much for chopping it down there. Death Beholden says, no, you lost connection or something. Your stream switched to Aaron's stream. Aaron was not frozen. Yeah, it was just you. You had a fucking hiccup or something.
All right.
And then you lost your shit. Anyway,
I came back. It was right where you left off.
Back to this. So you feel like you went through some kind of a time warp.
Yeah.
Like we were doing. So is this that multiverse theory? Like we were somewhere, there's a me doing a show just like this. And it's just a couple seconds behind or ahead. But the same thing is going on.
Yeah. And somehow I just caught right back into the next one. And
you may have.
While sitting in my chair.
You may have actually time jumped. You may have jumped the stream of the vibrating strings. Holy shit. All right. So anyway, back to this, not the tsunami, the wildfire.
Wildfire.
That they didn't want to sound the sirens because then people would think tsunami. Well, at least they think something bad was about to happen instead of, the clear blue, beautiful Hawaiian paradisial sky being wide open and fine, and then all of a sudden fire engulfing your house. Whoever made these decisions does need to go, but not due to illness. They need to go based on like public humiliation, public firing, not like, I don't feel good. I need to step down. What do you think you're sick with? Mostly shame.
Guilt.
Herman Andaya, one of the men who chose not to sound the emergency alarm. Not one of, he's the guy. If you're the emergency management director, you're the guy who sounds the sirens. You make the call. Herman Andaya, one of the men who chose not to sound the emergency alarm in Maui, is resigning. Not because he failed at his job, but because of health reasons. I'll tell you what that health reason is, Johnny. The government said, you can take this fucking check and not tell anyone what happened here. Or you can come down with a real bad case of the deadsies. Your call. I'm sorry. I hate to throw on my conspiracy hat, but I know the winds were really bad and that spread the fires, but I think these were set. Because
I don't know about the set or whatever, but this situation was definitely allowed to happen.
Right.
And that's why people are like, oh, what's his medical condition? His medical condition is called getting paid off for doing a good job. That's what his medical condition is.
That's just it. People are like, oh man, all these people, they resign and after they did a terrible job. And I'm like, what are you talking about? They did a great job. They just didn't do a good job for you. They did the job they were told to do.
They did the job they planned to.
Right. So because then after the wildfires, here come people with climate change and all that other stuff. And I guess Project Veritas a while ago had one of their trap videos where a CNN producer was telling them, look, people are tired of COVID. They don't want to hear about COVID anymore. So we don't talk about that. But in the next few months here, we're going to really ramp up on climate change. We're going to make everything climate change. And we're going to cover and fearmonger on climate change for a long time. And boy, wouldn't you know, spot on, because whether it's a tropical storm in California or it's a wildfire in Maui, the first thing everyone does now is goes, oh, so climate, how about that climate change? That's pretty wild, right? It's just right on, and it's always right on time. That's why it's hard not to be skeptical. Because you're like, I know this sounds crazy. I know it sounds insane to say that a bunch of people are plotting these events and taking advantage of them. But at the same time, not 5 minutes after they're over, they're immediately trying to angle to get their shit done because of this.
You think it sounds crazy? Like, that's a weird way. I'm more black pill than you. I don't think it sounds crazy at all. I think it makes a whole lot of sense that these assholes are pulling this shit off. Because honestly, we live at the height of technology and information, but we are the stupidest we've ever been.
Really are.
And they're getting away with it. The whole point that they're like, let's just start doing it brazenly out in the open. What'll they do? Revolt against this? Nah. They got a show to watch at 7:30. We're gonna.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, check out tonight's.
It used to be that if you were a conspiracy theorist, you had to shed the Occam's razor approach to stuff, and you had to connect dots and jump through hoops. You're right. Now the conspiracy theory is becoming Occam's razor.
Yeah,
like,
that's what they're doing.
But the most reasonable thing here would be that they set this fire on purpose, and so they could push climate change initiatives. There. No, it could be that they didn't handle brush management and wildlife management, and they didn't clear enough brush, and they left dry kindling out when it was really, really hot out in the summertime in Hawaii, and then some hurricane force winds came by, and then the fire randomly started, and then it blew into town, and then everybody in charge of warning people that a fire was coming their way decided to be totally quiet and not say anything about the fire, and then that's the easiest approach to believe. It's like, no, you got to jump through a lot of fuckery to get to that result. But somebody said it and they're using it to attain their own goals. Yeah, that one sounds believable to me.
Look, I don't think anyone said it. I think this was a complete random happenstance. At least I did. All the way up until the part where they said, and Joe Biden's going to give everyone $700. Oh, it was rigged.
Rigged. You might as well give me a 20 and kick me in the dick. I lose my home.
Welcome to Minnesota. I got kicked in the dick last week. How about you?
No, I haven't been kicked in the dick yet.
I got my $260 kick in the dick.
I have not gotten any kick in the dick from Minnesota, and I don't think I made over the limit because there's no. Well, I mean, it was 2 years ago.
You make too much money.
There's no way I make too much money to get the Minnesota.
I don't mean to flaunt it, man, but guess who got $200?
So you did get yours.
I got $260 in the bank account. I was
I was
going to pay some of my bills, and I went and I checked, and I was balancing my checkbook, and I'm like, dude, I'm sitting really, really fat. Why am I this high up? And I looked and I saw a number 260 at the top, and for a minute I freaked out because I just renewed my medicinal license with the state of Minnesota, and I'm like, I thought they stopped charging for that when the state system medicinal system thing all happened. So I'm like, wait. And then I went, wait a minute. Nope, that's not a negative. That's a positive. That number's green.
Real quick, Ryobi, call back in 2 minutes. I'm going to hook you up to the system. I forgot to hook the thing up, and Ryobi was calling. Yeah, no, I didn't get anything yet. And I know they're still sending them out. They'll be sending them out for a while, but.
They gave them to your kids.
Right. Oh, I turned Bluetooth off on my phone? Well, that would explain a lot. Why would I do something that goddamn stupid? All right, Ryobi's going to call with a stellar point, I'd imagine, in just a little bit here. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says fire hydrants were dry too, no water. And another $9.99 from Red Fox Mad says they claim power lines started the fire. Okay. Well, how are you going to get climate change out of that, though? Got to be able to get your climate change gimmicks in.
Well, the climate change gimmicks is the conditions that spread the fire, and we don't need to talk at all about the fact that, rich people and particularly non-native people going to Hawaii and just, changing the landscape because this looks cool in a magazine had nothing to do with it.
Mark Atkinson says $700 for them. and $700 billion for Ukraine. Isn't that a bitch?
Yeah.
$700 for your house from the government. Yeah, you know what? I'll just talk to my homeowner's insurance. Hobo Chili says, hey, everybody from the ROTC community. Larry from Maryland passed away. Rest in peace. I'm not familiar with Larry, but yeah, a lot of people in the ROTC community really like the guy, so sad to see him go. $85, by the way, $85 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very much. No, never mind. It's 80. Greasy N-word over on Rumble says, all right, Johnny, whatever you're smoking, you need to tell us what it is and how to get some. I haven't had weed that good since 1996.
Dude, really? 1996? That is not a good year.
You're they're saying your trip that you had earlier.
Dude, no, I'd seriously, I would consider myself as having a real problem. But I watched this screen that I'm watching you on in front of me. I watched that freeze, close, and minimize, and I watched the both because while it froze, I was over here clicking to check out what's going on over there, and then I came right back and everything opened up again. And like I said, the weird part was that you didn't seem to realize that something had happened to me at all. Like it just like whether or not it was frozen or anything. I came back and you're just like, yeah, and I'm like.
No, you were up there.
I'm fucking Jodie Foster in Contact, guys. It was, yes, the footage was static, but there was fucking 12 hours of static footage. Is what I'm saying.
I saw you the whole time. I mean, you were on the screen. You were there. I mean,
fucking weird.
It's what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I have no idea.
Boys and girls, go ahead and hit like. We love the like button, especially on Rumble, because it actually does help with the algorithm, unlike YouTube. Well,
Don't
YouTube,
worry, they're going to hit the like button. I saw it.
YouTube, it helps the algorithm as well, but just not as much as it does with Rumble. So hit like on both of them, absolutely. Into the high 600s at the moment. Peaked out in the 750s today. Thank you guys very much for that. Always chasing that 800. And then always chasing that, that 11:30 on Rumble Fridays. See, that's the cool thing about Rumble. You go on Rumble on Friday, and we bring all of our 800 at a time with us, and you hit like, and then you grab more people on Rumble. It actually does send you more people. It actually presses you in the algorithm, which I love. The Fired Ginger with $5 says he did drop out for a second when you were looking down. The screen was full of errands. Oh, so I must have missed it for just a second.
Yeah, and like I said, the fact that it's not that like, oh, I came back and it's like you didn't even realize I was gone and everything. You were like, it literally seemed like you were picking up the conversation right where it froze for me. So I was just like, this is really fucking trippy.
Jeez. Well, you know what? I'm sorry. 75.
Yeah, it was on. You need to watch that weed you're smoking. No, I just had a really weird thing happen. It came in, it was on.
Tell me I'm not crazy is basically what you're saying. Just tell me I'm not crazy. $75 away from today's goal. You guys have been awesome today. Thank you very much. We haven't had to mention that thing hardly at all. We got 30 minutes until we rattle the offering plate, but honestly, at $75, you guys might have it knocked out by then. This is wild. This does not surprise me today. This might have surprised me 5-10 years ago, but now it just kind of seems like I don't know. We've gone so far past reason on shit like this. I want to find the news story on this. I don't want to do the New York Post version of it. I want to do the WSB TV. There was a guy who had squatters on his property.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Do you know about this guy? He had squatters on his property and he wanted to get rid of them. And when he went to get the squatters out of his home, he ended up getting charged. And I believe getting charged with trespassing, of all things. Let me see if I can...
so this isn't the one that I'm thinking of then. I'm thinking one about the guy who got the squatters out by... but he ended up just... he out-squatted the squatters.
Oh, no, here, this is the story. I did find... what I wanted. This one is from NBC News 2. Here we go.
Still there. Backlogs with the courts and the marshal's office have left him legally unable to enter his own place. As Channel 2 consumer investigator Justin Gray reports, there's finally an eviction order, but the homeowner is still waiting.
Tim Arcos says just days after his tenant moved out of his Eastlake rental home, he showed up to find someone had broken in. He says as soon as he pulled into the driveway, a gun was pointed at him.
I just jumped the...
Okay, here's what I don't get. How can it be a squatter situation if they broke into the house? Doesn't the breaking and entering supersede whatever squatters' rights there are? And why, first of all, why do we have squatters' rights in general?
That is a really, really weird question. That why do they exist? But most of the time people are squatting in a place that they lived in before, so maybe it's about protecting people from being wrongfully evicted.
Well, then don't call it squatters' rights. Call it tenants' rights or something like that. Calling it squatters' rights is almost like calling it trespassers' rights. It's just a very odd way to put it.
The fence and ran. I didn't know what else to do.
That was all the way back in February. 6 months later, the alleged squatters are still living in Arcos DeKalb County home.
I didn't walk in on a family eating dinner. I walked in on weapons, a prostitute, a bunch of dogs in the back, my fence broken down.
Anybody want to guess what kind of dogs?
Corgis?
They're not Yorkies, I assure you.
But it was Arco. Police took into custody that day back in February after he called 911.
And they told police that
you've got hookers, dogs, guys with guns in your rental property. You call the police. Imagine the shock, because you call the police and you're like, oh, in mere minutes this nightmare is over. And the cops get there and they're like, all right, let's go. And you're like, yeah, you heard him. Let's go. No, you asshole. Like, what? Yeah, on the fucking ground.
They pulled a gun on me. Yeah, but you tried to get them out of here.
How dare you try to get those people out of here? But they're not paying rent. They don't have to. This is 2023 America. We're trying to start a communist revolution, and it starts with us making things so ugly that nobody will ever... Oh, shit. I'm not supposed to tell you that. I'm sorry. What I meant to say was, thin blue line. We're the police. We're totally on your side. We're not the fascist foot soldiers for the people trying to destroy your country. Continue on, sir.
It was a home invader and that it was their home. And so I ended up being arrested and detained.
Since then, Arco has been fighting to evict the squatters in court. After months of court delays, the eviction order is finally signed, but now he's waiting on the marshals. John Ernst is Arco's attorney.
No one likes, being in the court system, but it becomes even worse when it seems broken down.
Yeah, the only person that this court system is good for, sir, is you.
Yeah.
You get to get all those billing dollars.
Back in May, we were there as a squatter at another DeKalb County home was evicted and arrested. And that case after a Channel 2 Action News story, the DeKalb sheriff bypassed the courts and served an intruder affidavit after Army Lieutenant Colonel Dahlia DeRay's home was taken over by squatters.
I felt violated.
How is that a lie?
That's a lie.
Are you not a squatter? You're the tenant? Do you have a lease?
Yes, I do. That's a lie.
Can you show me the lease?
I don't have to show you that.
One of the alleged...
This motherfucker, you know what? I got to give this news guy credit. He's a ballsy dude. You're walking up to a house that has like pit bulls and guns and hookers and shit. And you're like, excuse me, do you have the proper paperwork to be here? Yeah, I don't think so. So it's just kind of being...
Well, all right. Let's let. I get right now there's a whole lot of we have white guilt and everything else. But if they just gun down a very uptight white man power strutting towards the property there, I'm pretty sure law enforcement will respond. I feel like even then they're like, all right, we get it, you're squatting. Shooting down nasal man here, a bridge too far.
But he's a home invader. We've established this. They were defending their property. By the way, is that a BMW in the driveway? Attaboy. So we're squatting, we've got hookers, we've got dogs.
Well, you can afford your payments when you're not paying rent.
That's a good point, yeah.
Squatters at Arco's home yelled at us while we were in front of the home shooting video that he is no squatter.
You didn't break into this home?
Oh, no, sir.
Did somebody break into this house?
No, nobody broke into this house.
I feel like it's very heavily weighted towards these were trespassers and criminals, not people that got duped. That was Justin Gray reporting. Arco was never charged with a crime once he showed police that it was his property, but it's now been 6 months waiting on the courts, and Arco has been told by marshals that he should be able to evict in the beginning of September.
All right. Well, that's good, but like, it's just, Look at how many hoops you have to jump through just to like rent out your own shit, like the property you own.
Yeah, and the person living on that property right now illegally, they have all of that time, and if they're well aware of the loops and hoops that you have to jump through to do it all, they have time to scope out and figure out their next move to their next place. Like, again, the fact that these people aren't arrested and like, hey, you need somewhere to stay, I got 3 hots and a cot for you, buddy. Like,
I mean, some of the rules, there's a documentary on Netflix. It's called like The Neighbor from Hell or The Worst Neighbor, Roommate, whatever it is, or Worst Roommate Ever or something like that. And it's about these squatters' rights. And no shit, man, there's some of these states where all you need is just to have a bill sent to your house or have a bill sent to the property and boom, you're in. They can't evict you. And
in most cases, having a bill sent to the property is easy as picking up a cell phone or something else and be like, oh, this is my billing address. And so you do that. A couple days later, the thing shows up, and then you just like, and now this is my address.
Exactly.
I live here.
Vag Scab says, is it true that the city of St. Cloud passed an ordinance allowing homeless to camp in public parks? No, that's not exactly how it went down. So we have a homeless encampment now on the east side of St. Cloud. And I've said before, if you don't pull these things out root and stem, they'll never go away. And your city, congratulations, is now Bum City. Well, the problem comes from, I guess, a 2019 federal ruling that says these people, they can use public space to camp if they don't have anywhere else to go. And you cannot evict them unless you have a place to put them, which just seems so backwards to me on so many levels. On the first level, why is this not a local issue? This shouldn't be a federal issue.
Yeah.
It should
and
be.
They have nowhere to go. That's why they're camping on the street. So we have to just have a place for an endless amount of homeless people?
Right. It's not our place to have to go find somewhere for these people to be. It's like being a bartender at closing time. You don't have to go home. You just can't stay here. You know, and they should be allowed to just roust them out, get them out of there, and we forget it ever happened. But now the mayor has even said, like, the mayor wanted to get rid of them here in St. Cloud, and the city attorney told the mayor, like, look, here's the federal ruling from 2019. If you don't have a place to put them. And then people go, oh, well, what about shelters? Don't you guys have shelters? We do, but you have to be clean, and these people aren't. So if you see a homeless person in the tent encampment, there's plenty of room in the homeless shelters. The problem is they say no drugs, no alcohol. So if you see someone camping out on the street, you can rest assured they're on drugs or drinking. And so to me, that gives even more reason to kick them the fuck out. Because now we've got dangerous people out on the streets with nothing to lose and a tent posted up in the middle of where we're trying to attract business. I mean, that's a part of town, by the way, where, I mean, all the businesses have moved out, and they're trying to move the businesses back in. And having a bunch of bums camped out, drinking and doing drugs is not exactly
That'll help.
help.
You've got a clientele base right there. These people aren't paying rent, Aaron, as we saw from the last story. They've got money to burn. These guys are driving BMWs.
They spent all their money on tents. Everyone invest in Coleman. Fired Ginger with $5 says that encampment was gone this morning when I drove by. Ooh, really? Okay, well, that, you know what? If that's true, that, my friends, is an encouraging development. That's good to hear.
If it isn't gone, though,
I'm going to be
just
so
a
mad.
thought. Gander Mountain. Let's open up a camping store.
When I go pick up the kids today, I'm going to be driving by there. So I better not fucking see it. I'm telling you right now, don't you go getting my hopes up. By the way, $70 away from this morning's goal if you'd like to help us knock it out. We're just about there. We got 20 minutes until we rattle the offering plate. I feel pretty good that you guys are going to knock that thing out. There's all the Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, gifted memberships, all that stuff counts. We knock it out. We do an extra 30 minutes of overtime. Thanks for the great start to the week, everyone. Just 70 left to go. Let's finish her off. I'm seeing in the chat, people are telling me, yep, it's all gone. It's all gone. Don't get too excited. They just moved them back to the Lincoln Center. What's the Lincoln Center? Is that the... Why do I not know what the Lincoln Center is? Hold on. Lincoln Center, St. Cloud, Minnesota. Oh, that's the homeless shelter. Well, good. That's where they fucking belong. I don't mind if they're at the homeless shelter. Get them off the goddamn street. Those tents, Johnny, those tents are just an eyesore.
Yeah. I have a theory, not theory. I have a suggestion for this, not that we'll do it. How about for the ones that can't go to the homeless shelter and not do the drugs and alcohol? How about we put them in a place where they're not allowed to leave to go? And because apparently they can't willfully abstain from drugs and alcohol. So they need help. Remember, we need to help these people. So how about we help them? Easiest way to help them, keep them somewhere we can get at them quick, because they're going to need a lot of help to stay off of that booze and those drugs. So how about we keep them in little confined, like almost dormitory-like rooms in a very clean atmosphere with a lot of people in well-dressed white clothing to just kind of keep an eye on these people for a bit until they get their shit together.
Thanks, Ronald Reagan. The legacy of Ronald Reagan lives. But we don't have a place for these dwelling tent. There's going to be gorilla shit all over down there. These tent-dwelling vermin. Wonderful. But, I got to give credit to the city because apparently it's moving heaven and earth to get these people out of these tent cities. So I give credit to the city of St. Cloud for, tearing it down, getting it out of there. Let's go in. We got a couple more stories to go here in this hour, and then knock out that $70 and do we got a bunch of overtime. Friday we watched Wrestling Otaku eat a Big Bacon King large meal.
Yeah, I watched you guys watch that, and I felt my soul die.
Well, tonight on the evening show, we've got one. Otaku decided to eat a McDouble, a McChicken, a large fry, and a soda.
All at the same time?
Do a review. He just shoved the whole thing in there.
He just unhinged his jaw and just
poured it on down. It was easy. Union Jack says he destroyed that meal. He did. He destroyed. But you destroy yourself when you destroy that meal. Stevie J says the Mr. Spurgers guy has been doing fast food streams too. Oh, have you ever seen Spurg King, I think his name is?
No.
Oh, Spurg King.
Is that who Mr. Spurgers is?
Mr. Spurgers or Spurg King or Spurg Man, whatever it is. Mr. Spurgers, that is his name. Okay. Yeah, he's been doing a lot of cool shit.
Mr. Spurgers ate a bowl of balls with nothing but milk.
He's got one here. Makeup meltdown video, random brigading accounts. Mr. Burger's Rubios. Mr. Burger's advertisement. Random Mr. Spurgers spotted in McDonald's. And these are all in the last 24 hours, by the way. Mr. Burger's Nation's fish sandwich. Denny's. Oh, he did one on Denny's Slam Burger. This guy he did a video called Proving I'm Not Manic. So he's just got.
You have to prove that.
Well, he's got really bad Asperger's or autism or whatever, and he's just a mile a minute in these burger things, and he quotes you nutritional facts off the top of his head. It's just he's a pretty interesting case.
Is he the one who ate a burger with his dad? I think I saw you watch that video too.
Yeah, he's the guy who ate the burger with his dad.
Yeah, then I know who we're talking about.
Yeah, Mr. Spurgers is worth checking out. But before we do any of that, there was. I didn't think preseason was this important. Apparently it is. There was a massive brawl in the stands of the 49ers-Broncos game over the weekend. Again, preseason. The starters aren't even in there. And this doesn't even look like Broncos fans against 49ers fans. It just looks like shithead assholes in the stands starting to throw punches at each other. And by the way, thanks, dickheads. This is how beer sales keep getting moved further and further back in the game. You watch, eventually, if enough of these fights happen, they're going to be moving beer sales back to halftime.
They're just going to take beer sales out of it altogether.
Yeah. That's why you got to if you don't sit in the club seating sections, it's almost not worth it because you stand in line forever to get a beer. And then you get a beer, and I think after the third quarter, they stop selling them. The thing is, with the club levels, they keep the bar open a half hour after the game's over. So you can grab a couple of drinks after the game, sit and chill for a little bit. It's kind of nice. But when you have people acting like this, I can't see the beer allowances getting any better than they are right now. Look at that. Just climbing over the railing to fucking club a guy for no reason. That's what I don't get about.
You don't know who you're hitting or why.
You just saw that a bunch of people were hitting each other, so you have to sneak in and you got to punch somebody in the face. By the way, all the fans very excited to see the fight because none of them know who the fuck is on the field because it's the
and
third
none of them
stringers.
care because they all know that nobody's really like, oh, did you catch that preseason game? Yeah, like who gives a shit?
It's like the line from Major League in the spring training, like, wow, Willie's really got some power. Yeah, if a guy who will be bagging groceries in a couple of weeks. Hey, you're watching. Hey, do I want to watch this fourth-string quarterback who will be in the XFL next year? Nah, I think I'll watch these retards punch each other. Ooh. They are, oh, shit. Oh, they are going for it. Yeah, guys, don't hurt yourself rushing over there to break it up. Don't pull a muscle or anything. Just be really ginger and slow and, take care of you.
Was that the first bald guy that jumped in before where we were like, what the fuck is he getting in on this?
No, I think
now this is someone let their bitch run a roll. Oh, no.
See, that Asian woman knows that she can't get hit because you do, and then it's all of a sudden you got to stop Asian hate thing at the stadium. You got to have people come talk before the games. You're just gonna drag the pregame show out 15 minutes if you punch that chick in the face.
And if you punch her in the face, she'll stab you.
She's not Dominican.
No. But those kinds always have knives. I mean, brunettes. Brunettes.
Oh, yeah, you got to make your hand signs.
Coming in.
Is this it? Are we done punching each other now? Even the players on the field, they're standing there like, oh, we're going to watch this. Come on, guys, we got to get to the game. It's preseason, and none of us are making the team. Don't worry about it. We're practice squad guys, and we know it. So they get this whole thing broken up. What? See, like, I don't get this. Like, you're at a football game. You're there to have, oh, wow, this guy got fucked up.
That's what I'm saying. That's the guy that we thought jumped in on this all willy-nilly or whatever. He got rolled back into the stands and got fucked up.
Oh, he is woozy. That's what I don't understand. Like, you spend a shitload of money on football tickets. You go to a game, you're having a good time. You're there to watch football. Like, how are you not doing everything you can to avoid getting in a fight?
You're drunk because you showed up to the game with a little pocket buddy and you said, I'll down this on the way in, and then I'll throw it in the garbage receptacle. Then I will sit down and let the alcohol soak in while I have a beer or two, and I feel really good.
Christ's sake, man, learn how to drink. Ivana Tinkle says, I work Browns games and sell beer. No joke, halftime, end of beer is in the works. See, I'm telling you. You're gonna see enough of these fucking idiots that you're gonna end up with halftime beer sales. There's somebody who sells beers at the games. And they're already talking about cutting off beer at halftime. Because like you said, these guys come into the game shit-faced already.
Yeah, they tailgate, whatever.
It's cheaper too. Like going to a bar and drinking before the game, or like you said, tailgating and just bringing your own. It's a hell of a lot cheaper than going and buying $9, $10, $11, $12 beers. But then you're already fucked up when you walk in. So yeah, I don't really know if cutting off. I don't know if cutting off beer at halftime is really going to stop the fucked up people, because I think the people that are this big of a problem are already drunk when they walk through the doors.
And more importantly, if anything about them getting fucked up was done at the venue, they will find a way to do it before or whatever. They're not going to give up the drinking. They'll just find a way to do it.
Right. They'll just find a different mode of getting intoxicated. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, here's a food review couple. All right, we'll check that out in just a second here. $65 away from knocking it out today. Real nice and smooth. We've got about 10 minutes until we rattle the offering plate and see if we can knock out the last of that 65. Or everybody just band together and do it now. We're pretty close. Thank you guys very
I
much
thought you were
for
gonna say, or fuck it, we'll just call it early.
no, I mean, thank you guys. It's been a real smooth start to the week. We appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that happy, fun shit. Let's see what Red Fox Mad sent us.
What are we going to eat today? I'm hungry. Hey, we don't know what we're going to have yet.
Oh, God, I'm going to love these two. So
I'm horrified by the curtains behind them. I feel like that's something that there's a body in that house, but other than that,
I'll tell you what this is. This is the kids are grown up and they're gone, and we don't have to do shit anymore if we don't want to. We don't have to update anything. We don't have to bring anything new in here. It's just we did our job. We raised the kids. They're off on their own. We're fucking off. Sweats until dinner time. So they decided to go to Antonio's Italian restaurant. All right, let me just, these two are not going to be better than Ed and Michelle.
Fine, maybe I can get a German specialty pizza. We'll see. I'll ask.
Yeah, it's right there.
That's what I got.
all right, camera.
Oh, this place looks like shit. The cheap, awful booths, nothing on the walls, the little tiny TV in the corner.
I want to know where the fuck this is.
Antonio's Italian restaurant. Someone look that up.
Size German pizza. I like that.
You went to an Italian restaurant to get a German pizza.
German pizza.
All right, checks out.
Hungry. Bring salad. Bring something. Are you here? Didn't see you.
Do a food review.
Italia.
Oh, see, it's an Italian restaurant, Johnny. They have a picture of Italy on the wall.
Yeah, that makes it all happen. This feels like one of those movies I can't stand where it's like, oh, it's a live camera. They were having fun at a party and then an alien attack. It's like, all right, I get it. But once we get into the action, can we move to someone who's got, a steady hand?
Can you two please edit this a bit? That's all.
You hungry?
I'm hungry. Ready for my salad.
Fish and chips from a pizza place.
Are you in an Italian restaurant or a VFW?
Right. He's like, oh, yeah, I can't wait for my fish and chips. It's an Italian restaurant, you dick.
That's a British thing. And,
yes.
Oh,
Das Vidania. We're here in an Italian restaurant to get our fish and chips.
Ice cream. They got ice cream here, too, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, you get ice cream. Well, why can't you get ice cream? They got TVs. They got fish and chips. They're an Italian restaurant. They have German pizza. Why not have ice cream?
they got chairs from an old school cafeteria.
Yeah, why not General Tso's chicken while you're at it?
It's called pizza and ice cream.
Is it? That's crazy.
Let's check out the salads.
What's this? Buns?
Mm-hmm. Feel nice and warm.
Oh, yeah.
Stop molesting her buns.
Johnny, you worked as a chef. Does it get more generic of a salad than this?
No, it doesn't. That's literally...
That's a VFW salad right there.
That's just lettuce, tomatoes. Like, okay, so the olives are in a container. You don't got to do dick for them. You can literally fire the onions through a tomato slicer to just fire out those little rings. And so you got that's just handfuls of shit.
I guess I have to eat this because I'm hungry.
In styrofoam cups.
See the onions? Onions?
Yeah, because, only in Italy do they cut onions.
Yeah, I got to fast forward to the food. I don't want to do like a full thing on this.
Yeah, these people don't have a lot of charisma.
No.
Fish and chips.
Fish and chips.
Motherfucker, that is just 3 pieces of cod and fries, you piece of shit.
At Antonio's Italian restaurant. At all the nice fancy Italian restaurant, they bring you the plastic squeeze bottle of ketchup.
It's Cisco fucking battered fucking Alaska.
Pizza place. You like it?
Nice.
Look what I got.
That fryer oil needs to be changed too. Oh, as he gets a fucking banana pepper pizza.
Is this your German pizza?
This is his German pizza.
German pizza. They got steak, hot peppers, onions. Forget what else.
Sauerkraut?
Crispy.
How are hot peppers a German pizza? There's no sauerkraut on your German pizza. Oh, my God. What?
Just gonna say, are you sure? I don't know. What would you know? Well, with your heritage and whatnot, I'm sure you have no idea what would make a good German pizza.
Fucking awful. You would put like schnitzel on the pizza. You would put sauerkraut on the pizza, and that's where you would start. Probably beer cheese on the pizza.
That's not bad.
And then you don't put hot peppers. I've never had anything German where like, don't forget the hot peppers. What?
Never had schnitzel. Good.
Yeah, you eat that Italian fish and chips.
All right, let me get into this here.
Oh, you can hear the cardboardiness of it. You can just hear it's like he's moving garage sale signs around.
Paper plates.
Oh, this place sucks.
Our favorite pizzas, huh?
This is your favorite?
Just the right size.
Well, hope you enjoy it.
I'm not going to put you guys through the rest of this, but there's 9.5 minutes left.
God, that sucked.
Of that food review. I need to find Antonio's Italian restaurant. Elkhart. There's one in, okay, there's a bunch of them. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I don't think we're going to narrow it down with that.
That's too bad. Oh, God, how awful.
You know what?
Jose Pantalone
Antonio's,
says, this is worse than watching them have sex. God. That might be the only redeeming quality is at least they're not fucking.
It's another video where she does most of the eating and he just makes a lot of noise.
A lot of grunts. Just like when he's eating the German pizza. Ivana Tinkle on Rumble says, German pizza, that's just chopped up Jews. But you have to specify, do you want them ground or chopped?
And it's obviously appropriately fired in the oven.
And burnt to a crisp. I mean, every time. That's why I never order it. But that's just me. Oh, we also make the crust out of the bones of the undesirables. It's what it comes from. All right, guys, we got a couple of minutes before we rattle the offering plate and try to knock out this final, what are we at, 65 left in today's goal. Thank you guys very much. Curly Adams says, Aaron goes to a gas station for his idea of good pizza, so you can trust his opinion. Hey. A slice of Casey's pizza, I don't sit down like it's a fancy pants Italian restaurant and go, oh, yeah, here's my Casey's breakfast pizza. Now allow me to put my napkin on my lap, my fork over here, my knife over here, and No. I go get
Don't besmirch Casey's breakfast pizza, you son of a bitch. That's some goddamn good shit.
I grab my Diet Mountain Dew, I take my pizza, I drive with my knee, and I eat like the white trash that I am. I don't pretend it's something else. Thank you very much. All right, we got to open up these 8 o'clock hour stories, and then that's what we've got for overtime today. We've got Donald Trump skipping the debate and doing Tucker Carlson instead. That could be very exciting. We've also got a football game that could get out of hand badly, and also Canada, the best laid plans of mice and men up in that country going awry with their safe injection sites. We've got a lot of stuff still coming up. Remember to get your tickets to see Chrissy Mayer and Lila Hart right here in Sartell, Saturday, October 21st. I'm going to put those links in the chat right now. I will be there. Johnny will be there. It will be a steel toe promoted event with Chrissy and Lila headlining. The link is in the chat to get to that show Saturday, October 21st at Partners Pub in Sartell. If you had a good time at the anniversary party, I would definitely get tickets to this. It's going to be a great time. And I also was told by Frank Pellegrino, Nick Rekieta will be there as well. Nick Rekieta is going to come down to Sartell for the night, hang out a little bit. We'll get his ass up on stage, I promise. Doors open at 7:30, show at 8:30. I will be there, Johnny, April, Chrissy Mayer, Lila Hart, Nick Rekieta. It's turning into a real star-studded event in Sartell, Saturday, October 21st. Get your tickets at eventbrite.com. Links are in the chat. There you go, Rumble. The links are there as well. I hope you guys come to that. Hobo Chili Recipe says, hey, Nick Rekieta got his channel back. I thought he got his channel back a while ago.
Yeah.
Gino Bisconti's airborne herpes bump says, so I guess you already went over the bonfire watching your show. Yes, we did. That was very cool to hear. And again, I thank you to Citizen M for sending me. Yeah, for sending me that. All right, Johnny, let's rattle this offering plate and take care of this last $65 we got just hanging around this morning. Shouldn't be too difficult. Gino Bisconti's airborne herpes bumps goes, that's the joke, Aaron. Oh, yeah, because we've got 8 minutes left in the. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. You're right. I am wrong. All right, let's grab the offering plate. Let's fire up the music. We got a few minutes here to knock out this last $65. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, memberships, whichever way you'd like to financially support this listener-financed program. Please do. If we knock out that $65, we're going to add 30 minutes onto the end of the show here. If not, we'll wrap up in about 5. Fire up the gospel, and let's do this thing. Oh, my God. All right, offering plate out. If my nose leaks during this, it's only leaking with the energy of the Holy Spirit of Steel Toe. That's it. That's all it is. It's just spirit. So raise your holy hands to the sky and let the change fall out of your pockets. Here you are. The offering plate is right there. $65 away from filling it up. Optic Nerve says, praise the Steel Toe riggers. Absolutely. Holy hands to the sky. Need Trump with $20 says, here's to overtime.
Thank you, Need Trump.
Oh, boy. $50 away from knocking out today's goal. So you know you're at least getting the 30 minutes as we're inside of $50. But we can knock out the rest of it here in just the next couple of minutes. I almost said music because I'm so moved by the spirit. Delco Lou says, ever going back to the hype train music, it was a catchy jingle. I don't know, when you got like an offering plate, I feel like it's got to be religious music. Little Lemmy with 666 says, a touch of blasphemy, is it ever? Oh my God, the mark of the beast, and we have to take it. That's what we call subversion. That's what our Yiddish friends call just a little bit of the old touch of subversion. $45 away from knocking it out already. The run has begun, and we're just a couple more away from nailing this thing. Streamlabs, PayPal. Oh, David Chandler with $50. And Balls Deep with 5 gifted memberships. That's it. We're knocked out. We're done. Kill the music. Kill the music. Oh, thank you very much. David Chandler making his first appearance this week here on Steel Toe. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate it. And Balls Deep getting a membership to Ryan the Garbage Man, Mo Green, Amanda Hugginkiss, Farva, and Not the Father BG. All getting memberships. You know, somebody was asking me yesterday. It was during the members only show, and they said, oh, and I think somebody tweeted it to me too. They said, oh, David Chandler gave a bunch of money to Chad Zumach. Doesn't that make you mad? And I'm like, no, I don't give a shit what David Chandler does with his money. And I hope that Chad can afford to feed himself. David Chandler's doing the Lord's work. You can't have a guy like David Chandler being remarkably generous and as giving as he is and then go, no, it can only be for me. And if he does it to anyone else, then I'm going to be mad. Be a fucking grown-up, for God's sake. Do people on YouTube do that? Do people... I want to ask Mr. Chandler, do people get mad at you? I hope they don't. I so badly want the answer to be no, but I'm worried it's yes.
It's not.
I know. Do people actually get mad at you for giving money to other channels? Because that's got to be the lowest, gayest thing in the world. Lemmy says it. It's odd when grown men count other grown men's money. Yeah.
See, I don't ever count anyone's money. It's always viewers. Like, I watch other people's channels. Like, I want those people to watch me. And in fact, I'm not even. Here's how much of a self-indulgent piece of shit I am. I don't even want those people to watch me. I just want my watchers to be at that number. I don't care if it's the same people. I could give a shit what they do. I just want to have that number.
You want yours to count as that many?
Yeah. I go live every time in the afternoon, and I always see the fucking quartering up, and it's like, and he's got 10,000 people live right now, and I'm like, oh, fuck you, Jeremy. Like, and it's not like, oh, I don't want you to succeed. I don't want you to have a good show. No, I hope your show is great. I hope your viewers are very entertained. I'm pissed that you've got 10,000 and apparently I suck because I can't get to 100. Like that's where it kicks me in the dick.
Well, have them put the link to Just Kidding LLC in the chat again. There you go.
I need to do more work on it is what it is.
Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, on Rumble, on Twitch. Go to all of them. Fire Ginger says Patrick did get mad at Chandler. No, we solved this earlier with Fatty Onion Tits. We showed the picture. He's mad at himself for letting him go to the point he's gone and look the way he looks. I mean, that is all just projected discomfort and angst at his body. I mean, that's all any of this is. It is so see-through. It is so transparent. So I don't think he's mad at Chandler. D. Gulag says Kevin Brennan gets pissed. Stop, guys. Be grateful for what you have. Don't count other people's money. There's no reason to do that because them making more is not going to make you make less. And
you making more won't take away from them.
Right. And you making more isn't taking away from them. So just look, you know, everyone in that like boomer blood sports world wants to talk about who's winning. Guys, look at us. We're all taking strangers' money on the internet. I assure you, none of us are winning.
Well, I mean, technically, in the fight to not get a real job, all of us
right.
are winning.
In the fight to not get a real job, we're all winning. In the fight to have dignity in what you do, we're all losers. You just have to come to grips with that and stop swimming upstream so hard. Do your show. At least we rattle a literal offering plate. You know, we don't go, hey, if you don't give me at least this much money, I won't read your comment. No, we we don't try to alpha our audience over the fact that we need their money. We are poor, filthy dirt beggars, and we admit it. And we go, look, guys, offering plate, music. Isn't it funny that we're filthy e-beggars? Rather than, no, I'm not an e-beggar. I just don't read shit from people unless they give me money. I'm sorry, but you and I do the same thing. You've just tried to falsely hold on to your dignity, which is a mistake. So yes, don't count other people's money. David Chandler can give money to whoever he wants to. As a matter of fact, David Chandler should only give money to the people who are grateful. And if that's Chad, then it's fucking Chad, man. And David Chandler knows when he gives him that money, it's desperately needed, so he feels good. It's a good deed that he's doing. Leave the guy alone.
David Chandler makes his money off of potatoes. Chad drinks, which ironically, a lot of times is made from potatoes. It's a self-cleaning oven.
You know, as Gino Bisconti, the great scholar, once said, without God, there is no gratitude. And without gratitude, there is no Gratcast. Gratcast on Saturday afternoons. Whenever that fucker decides to get a consistent schedule. Frendo says, I'm looking to stud my dog. English Cream Golden Retriever, AKC. See, he's a member, so we'll read the... I agree with the optic nerve. Chandler is the man. Yeah, and Chandler also says potato vodka, thumbs up. BS just subscribed to your channel, Johnny. There you go.
Thank you, BS.
How many YouTube subs do you have right now?
Right now, let's go check this out.
Let's make that number, whatever it is, let's make that number higher today.
Let's make that number higher.
It's Just Kidding LLC. I mean, the name could be different. You're at 250. What do you mean you're not at 100 yet?
No, I meant viewers when I'm live.
Oh, I see. All right.
Yeah.
There's Johnny. Here, hit the subscribe on Johnny's channel. Hit the subscribe on this one. If you subscribe to his before you subscribe to this one, I'm upset. But hit subscribe to Johnny's YouTube channel. And we'll get you up to maybe 275 by the end of today's show. Rumble, here you go. Kotod says Chandler keeps Zumock alive, so he's there for us to laugh at. Yeah, he's doing the Lord's work. more than anything else. So youtube.com/@JustKiddingLLC is how you get there.
Thank you very much.
Fire Ginger says $5. No, like Florida Patrick that did the show. I'm Not Right Patrick gets mad at David Chandler. How does I'm Not Right Patrick even know who that is?
Well, does he? Because again, David Chandler moves through some of the same groups with like Lemmy and them. Has he somehow gotten over there? Plus, again, why would you get mad at whoever if he chooses to support? This is the way I look at it in my. It's literally flustering me. He gives so much to my channel that I'm like, I don't have a right to tell him what to do because I feel like you're like, you know what? As your boss, you're fired. Like I just fucking like so I'm just like, how about Chandler does as he will?
Lemmy says I'm Not Right freaked out on David Chandler. Why? If anyone can find me that clip, I'd love to see it.
I'd like to know why.
That's insane. And people keep telling me, like, they go, Patrick from I'm Not Right doesn't like Steel Toe anymore. And then I mentioned that on the show, and someone said, no, he doesn't have a problem with you.
Yeah, I don't know why he would have an issue with us.
We always liked Patrick. It's just that when we got banned on Twitch, we couldn't do a show together. Like, he used to do Thursdays on our Twitch channel. We can't have him do Thursdays on our Twitch channel anymore because
there's no
we don't
Twitch.
Have Twitch. Yeah. He deleted the entire stream, says Lemmy. Okay. Gino Bisconti's airborne herpes bump says, Aaron, have you seen that Dave 25 is talking shit again? Dave 25 has maybe 2 people watching him. I mean, that's like saying, hey, have you heard that guy is in his bedroom yelling about you? It's fine. It's okay. Dave is, Dave has been an interesting sort for years now. So Lemmy, what is the deal? What's the deal with, what's his name? Patrick from I'm Not Right. I never had a problem with that guy. Yule Gibbons says because he was in his chat sometimes, but never gave him money or subbed, but he gives everyone else money, basically. He got mad at him for that. We've gone weeks with nothing from David Chandler. And you know what we do? We make do anyway. And then when he shows up again, we go, holy shit, thank you. That's fucking incredible. Thanks, buddy. You don't imagine watching someone show up in your chat and then you see them in your chat and you get mad that they don't give you money. I get mad at people who give me excuses as to why they don't give money. I'm like, no, just don't give. Just hit thumbs up, like the show, whatever. Yeah, I mean, that is just that counting other people's money thing. I don't get it, man. That is just That's a bridge too far. Because that's a step closer to not enjoying doing this. And I don't want to be in that spot. I want to just like what we're doing. When we, on those rare days, every couple of weeks, every couple of months where we miss a goal one day, we had fun the 4 hours we were on. We rattled the can at people. If it didn't make it, it didn't make it. Now we're done. But seeing someone in your chat like, why won't you do this? David, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't ever worry about if someone's in my chat and they're not contributing to the show and they contribute, and I know they contribute a lot to other people's shows. I wouldn't get mad at them. I'd start being like, well, what am I not doing?
Right.
Well, because apparently, no offense, I'm not trying to be mean about this here, but me, you, Chad, those three are not complete polar opposites, but they operate in very, very different spheres. The Sven diagram of that looks completely fucked up. And it's just, if he's hitting on all those areas, how are you not filling one of those voids where it's like, well, here's a few bucks.
Yeah. Atomic Ray is upset that we're talking about this for overtime today, so on and so forth. Atomic Ray, it's okay. We'll be off it in a second. We're only 5 minutes into overtime. We got a bunch of stuff. Don't worry, buddy.
Calm your tits.
I'm just catching up with the Rumble chat because we got 2 chat. Because fucking Restream, Rumble doesn't work for Restream, so you got to physically bounce between the 2 chats. I'm Not Right is a spaz, says Chevrolet JB. Well, I hope that didn't happen, but oh well. King of All Yeti says pocket watching is faggotry on the highest level. Can't disagree. Cannot disagree. There were a couple of others that I wanted to get to here that I didn't. David Chandler says, yeah, I was in his chat to explain why I didn't sub. Then he muted me when I started to respond. People are weird. Lemmy says it was really rough to see Patrick like that. Honestly, he's going through something. I like Pat. I hope people watch. He's not on at the same time you are, is he?
No.
Okay,
he's on. Him and Corey kind of operate in the same kind of time frame.
Okay,
That's why when I set up my show, I went where I did. I didn't have to compete with you, Corey, or Pat, or anybody.
I want everyone to go watch I'm Not Right, and go watch Corey, and go watch Johnny, and all that other stuff. We'll get Corey back on the show again someday soon here. That was fun having him back on.
Yeah, that was a good show.
Need Trump says, I think Patrick has gone downhill. I don't know what's going on with his show, but it was pretty boring. I haven't watched since, and that's been months. Well, Nicholas first name, last name Gurr, becoming a member for 1 month, says, Shuli is highly upset about he's a Jew comment. Well, is he not a Jew? I mean, I think I defended him last week, and because Kevin's yelling and screaming about him, and it's like, yeah, he does some Jewy things. I mean, it's not a bad thing.
Jewish.
He's Jewish. If he were a Catholic and he were doing Jewy things, he'd be like, hey, what the fuck is going on here? But he's a Jew. I mean, because I said he can't help it. Oh, come on. You can't be so sensitive. All the shit. I've got 9 shows.
Aaron, he can't help it. He's Jewish.
Oh, shit. No, I think, to me, yeah, that whole thing, I got 9 shows at a time that are like, we're going to kill his show. We're going to end his marriage. We're going to do this. And we keep petering along and keep doing our thing. And I think that upsets a lot of people. And then if we say something, and then one of those shows that's on that tip of oh, fuck Steel Toe, we're going to get him. If they go, oh yeah, he's Jewish. There's nothing wrong with him doing that. He's a Jewish guy. It's kind of a stereotypical thing. And now what? He's screaming anti-Semitism at the slightest criticism. You're not helping your case here. I'm trying to give you an out. It's, again, you just start playing this game too much and you start believing it's real, and you just, again, you gotta go and you gotta go do shit, and you gotta leave your show at the door and be done. Otherwise, you get all worked up and you start screaming anti-Semitism and all this shit. Carlos,
a Jew, it's anti-Semitic. Can you stop Jewing it up? It's
you're being very Jewish right now, and not in a negative way. Grank Nutterbutter says nobody is attacking them. We're just saying an apology would be nice. Carlos Cameo says, how did Shuli last on Howard Stern so long being that sensitive? Well, if you go back and listen to when Artie just called him a hack packer, he had a bitch fit about that for an hour. So, I mean, just because you're on Stern doesn't mean you're not sensitive. I mean, Shuli and John were both on Stern, and they tend to be sensitive guys, which, again, is fine. We're hosting a show. Shut the fuck up and do your show. Stop being such a girl. I won't say Jew, because I think that's more of a cunty thing than a Jewish thing. Jericho says, Patrick has a very good show on I'm Not Right. There's a destination. It's not complete randomness. And it's not, hey, you guys get to hang out with me. It's an actual show. Well, there you go.
Nobody said it wasn't.
Perfect. Let's go on to some of this stuff before, wait, did we lose Atomic Ray? Nope, I think Atomic Ray's still hanging in. Trucker 18-Wheeler says, hey, I'm a mod on Corey's YouTube. Well, there you go. That's a W if I've ever heard one. Trump is skipping the Republican debate on Wednesday. And, it's so funny to watch which people, need him, need Trump to be a part of this shit because they want to shit on him and they want to, hammer him and this and that. So, the liberal news networks now, I was watching NBC yesterday morning when I woke up. And they were like, Trump isn't going to debate. Is he afraid of the other people on the stage? Is he not going to do it because he's scared and this and that? And then immediately after that, they show a poll where he has 60% in the Republican field.
He's real scared of losing his monumental dick-swinging lead.
Right. I mean, it's politics 101. If you're ahead, don't debate. If you're behind, ask for debates as much as possible. And with Trump, he's got 60%. There's nothing in that debate. He's going to sit there on stage and let 8 people all just shit on him for the whole 2-3 hours? No. He's going to let them all fight it out. And now with Trump not there, it doesn't look legit. It looks like,
the prize pig ain't here. Why are we?
Right. It's the B team kind of debate. So as far as
it's the preseason.
It's like watching a preseason game. Like, that's not going to be your quarterback. Why do you give a shit how he's doing? So Trump is instead, not only is he going to not do the debate, but he's going to sit for an interview with Tucker Carlson while the debates are on.
Oh, that's beautiful.
What is everyone going to be watching?
Tucker on Twitter.
Do you want to watch Johnny's boy Ramaswamy? Really?
No, even I don't want to watch Ramaswamy if I've got Tucker on Twitter with Donald
Trump. Do you want to watch Ramaswamy tangle with Chris Christie? Or do you want to watch Trump and Tucker? Multiple outlets are reporting that Trump has made his decision on participating in the first Republican presidential debate. While most of his opponents will be appearing at the Fox News debate, Trump is going to skip it in favor of a one-on-one interview with former Fox News host Tucker Carlson. Oh, no, it's like having your exes fuck.
And knowing that everyone else would rather watch that than you.
Yeah. So now you have Tucker Carlson, who was Fox's number one guy. They had to let him go because of that lawsuit, in my opinion. And Fox News is like, we're going to have a huge ratings night. It's the Republican debates. Trump will be there. And Trump's like, no, I'm going to go fuck your ex. And Fox has to watch. In the past 24 hours, Mr. Trump has told people close to him that he has made up his mind and will skip the debate in Milwaukee, according to two of the people briefed on the matter. Mr. Trump is notoriously mercurial and left himself something of an out to change his mind with an ambiguous post on his website, Truth Social, on Thursday. He wrote that he's polling well ahead of his rivals and added, Reagan didn't do it, and neither did others. People know my record. One of the best ever, so why would I debate? You can't argue with his logic.
Well, his record isn't the best ever, but the rest of it's spot on.
Right, no, he has the huge lead.
Yep.
Everyone already knows what he thinks. Everyone knows what his positions are. He doesn't need to clarify anything. So
yeah, what's he going to tell you? Something you already know?
Right. Why would he be involved in the least with this debate? Again, all it can do is bring his numbers down a little bit. And if you're at 60, put it this way, being at 60, you're a lot closer to 45 than you are 65. Do you know what I mean? Like
That's the way you look at it, huh?
I do. I look at it as if you're at 60% in the polls, it's going to be a hard slog to get up to 65. You've already got your support, but it ain't that hard to drop down to 45.
Oh, no, that's pretty easy. I mean, all it could take to have a massive loss of support is if some news came out about your drug-addled son and his laptop. I mean, that could be bad.
Oh, no. All you do then is you get the FBI to lie to people and tell them that it isn't true. And then when it does come out, you're already president, so you're above the law. It's totally fine. And then you just have your son plead guilty to a tax and firearm charge.
And when the plea deal gets washed out, you conveniently have some rule that's washing that law off the books now. So now it's not really a crime.
Yeah, are they dropping the charges?
I don't know if they're dropping the charges or not, but I know the 1970 law or whatever is apparently being repealed.
It's fucking beautiful. Joe Biden is so corrupt that he's got liberal Democrats repealing gun control laws. BYB Podcast says watch party. Oh, we'll promote that. If you guys do a watch party, we'll share it and shit like that and advertise it on our program.
Hell yeah.
If you guys, wait a minute, will that be during our Wednesday evening show? Well, looks like it's a VIP drawing on the Wednesday evening show. Actually, I think we might go VIP drawing for every evening show this week. We might just draw for VIPs all week. We said that because the audience was so generous in supporting us while we were sick, we're going to do VIP instead of just, hey, $250 goal or $200 goal in the evening show. We're just going to do VIP gives on Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night. So your money goes towards something and you have a chance. I think Trump not doing the debate is remarkably reasonable. I think it's the only move to make. It's really smart. If he were at like 20% and the second place guy was at like 17, you'd have to do it. But yeah, I don't know,
but
man.
He doesn't have to do it. He's at 60%.
Yeah, if Republican polls, if I look right now at 538.com, I don't give a shit about Joe Biden. Get that shit out of here. Republican primary. Here it is. Who's ahead in the national polls? You've got Trump averaging right now 54.3%.
Okay.
And you've got DeSantis. Why can't I see DeSantis? It's only letting me see Trump. Oh, here we go. Trump's average is at 54.4. Ron DeSantis is at 14.9.
And is DeSantis the one that's closest to Trump?
He's in second place at 39.
So in other words,
points.
Your Republican nominee for the 2024 election, Donald J. Trump.
Yeah, he's got almost 4 times. Yeah, that's almost 4 times the support.
I'm sorry, Ron. I was I love Ron DeSantis and stuff, but I was a big proponent of sit this one out.
Yeah,
just don't get bloodied by it.
I was worried that this one was like, if he didn't do it now, he wouldn't be hot in 4 years. Like, people wouldn't care as much, and it gives you 4 years for someone else to come along. But then also, yeah, if you run into the Trump monster, you're going to get swallowed up. But now, what if Trump gets found guilty on one of those charges that he's up on? Then all of a sudden, Ron DeSantis is the guy. Or we have a civil war in the streets of the United States of America.
Look, I hate to say it, but I feel sadly more confident in the second one on that. Just because, like, I mean, we'll eat a lot of dick, but I don't feel like the Republican support will go, well, you know what? F the 60%er. Let's go down to 14. Yay.
Yeah. When your second choice is 14% of you rather than the majority. I don't know. Cocktiff says mail-in voting has never been discussed. Biden already won the 2024 election. Yeah, I really hope they're done with that mail-in voting shit, because you can call it misinformation, you can call it whatever you want, but the fact that people could mail in their votes in 2020 that quickly and in that that short of a time span they put that together, and you're telling me there were no problems? You're telling me that was totally legit and streamlined and legal and checked out? I don't believe it.
Well, mail-in voting's been a thing for a long, long time, but it's mostly been something used predominantly with the armed services, especially
absentee
overseas
ballots.
servers.
Yeah, or people who weren't going to be in the country.
Yeah.
When voting happened, but
it was very weirdly ramped up.
It was very oddly ramped up, and then they stopped counting overnight. And then when they started counting again, it went from a Trump landslide to just Joe Biden cruising ahead. That's amazing. Isn't it incredible that they counted all those? They just, by dumb luck, nationwide, all the Trump votes were getting counted first in every state. Like, we don't have a national regulated vote count. It goes county by county, state by state. So just all over the entire country, all the Trump votes were being counted first. And then all the Biden votes were being counted last. That's amazing. That's really, I feel like Nick Pena, is it Nick Pena in the movie Shooter, where he goes, come on, we're the federal government. We're not that good at our jobs.
Yeah, that's Nick Pena.
I just have a hard time. And he played Special Agent Nick Memphis in Shooter. Do you know how I know that, Johnny?
Because you're autistic like fuck.
No, actually, the reason I know that is because...
Still got the shovel.
They dropped a building down on his ass. A so-called safe injected site in Toronto, Canada, has recently received negative complaints from the community. I can't imagine why a place that shoots people full of heroin for free would...
Oh, God, we safe injected site, and I was like, wait a minute. All right, nope, never mind. We're talking about something we can talk about. Great.
Safe for who, by the way? I mean, I know safe in terms of the cleanliness of the needle, but you're still shooting heroin into somebody's body.
Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but the people administering the drugs, probably not medical professionals.
Yeah. You know what the safe injection would be? Antibiotics. That might be a safe injection for a drug addict. Gino, check.
It's a safe injection site because if they OD, we can be there to help them, save them, administer Narcan.
Yeah, they're
helping.
Gino Bisconti says, I believe the political term you're looking for is coinky-dinky with the timing of the votes. Also, nice shirt. Did we get the stain out? No, I've still got the jizz stain or whatever the shit that is on my Clam Radio shirt. I forgot about that until just now. Thank you for reminding me. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they stopped the vote right in the middle and then all of a sudden everything went exactly how it needed to go for Biden to win, that's just the luckiest bastard I've ever seen. Anyway, back to the Canadian safe injection site. The complaints are not about all the drugged up zombies hunched over, napping and defecating around the neighborhood. I mean, look, it's Canada. It's a safe injection site. They're used to that by now. You get used to the heroin addicts shitting in the street. The complaints
just kept running out of drugs. God damn it.
The complaints actually came after the site put up posters offering people free chocolate in exchange for their dirty used needles. So we're going to shoot people full of heroin at this site. And if they bring us the clean needles, we'll give them some chocolate. And I guess the people complain that what? You're going to give them cavities? It's going to be bad. Hey, you can't give them all that sugar. You know what it'll do to them that early in the morning?
It'll rot their teeth.
Yeah. You'll rot their teeth. Now here's some meth. God.
Horrible for their health.
This is what I've been talking about, though. Everyone wants to pick a new president. Everybody wants to pick new leadership. You guys understand that we're still going to be fucked as long as we're the people. Like, everyone acts like we the people are so great. The founding fathers didn't trust your crazy asses. That's why they picked a Republican form of government rather than a straight up democracy. They wanted to get rich, intelligent people to go to Congress to vote in your place because they knew if they let all of you have a say, you'd fuck everything up.
Dumb.
Exactly. So, if you have the safe injection site and they're shooting people full of heroin and those people are then puking and shitting and, being zombies on your street, but they're carrying around a Hershey's bar, well, then, my God, you got to draw a line somewhere. There's families in this neighborhood. Who's complaining? You know what I'm doing? I'm finding dirty needles. I'd love some free chocolate. We were at the grocery store yesterday. You know what I saw for the first time that I've never had before? It was in the baking section. Yes, I ate a bar of baking chocolate. Fuck off. German sweet chocolate.
I have not seen German sweet chocolate.
It was lovely. It was
You
delightful.
ate a whole bar of baking chocolate?
No, I ate half the bar of baking chocolate. April ate the other half.
Really? Did she eat the other half or did she eat like the other fourth?
I probably had 2/3. But look, the point is, that's all. But hey, in fairness, that chocolate will rot those heroin addicts' teeth.
Yeah. That chocolate will really be bad for their health.
So if you live in
Give them diabetes.
So this is what the people were complaining about. If you live in Leslieville and you're concerned about your kids picking up needles that surround the drug consumption site, you don't have to worry. In fact, if your kids collect enough, they can trade them in for chocolate. Oh, that's what they're worried about, the kids rounding up needles and getting chocolate?
Hey, dude, if your kid is that fucking, ingenuitive, good on them.
Well, not only that, you know how I know that that's not a problem for my children is because my children won't pick up dirty needles because we would tell them not to pick up dirty needles, and they're not retarded. You know what you do? You know what's easier than rounding up a shitload of needles to get free chocolate? Going to your pushover parents and going, "Can I have some chocolate?" You're like, "Are you and your friends playing outside?" "Yeah." "Fucking great. Take some chocolate. Here you go." Go. Have some more. You kids aren't eating enough chocolate. That's the problem with you kids these days.
Are you going to give me enough time to fucking throw one into your mom? All right. Then fuck off.
Then here's all the chocolate. Just brush your teeth after. But use the hose and do it outside. We're going to do dry anal today. What? What did I say? What, is that inaccurate? I'm sorry. Jennifer says, rumor has it they are preparing for new lockdowns that are coming. Look, as someone who just spent a week with COVID, I will tell you right now, it did get into my head the idea of, oh shit, are they going to try and lock us down again? Are they going to try and shut shit down? I did see an article yesterday where they said something to the effect of, they're encouraging masks again in New York City. But I just don't. There's no way they can go back to lockdowns. I just don't believe they can. I mean, if they go back into lockdowns, then you know what they have to admit after telling us all the opposite was true?
What's that?
Their vaccine is useless horseshit. If you go back into lockdown, you have to say, oh, well, COVID is spreading out of control and we can't help it and we got to keep people safe. So we got to stay indoors and shut everything down. The first thing people who are against the lockdowns are going to say is, well, wait a minute, the vaccine is out and you just said that everyone needs to get vaccinated and boosted in order to stop this from ever happening again. So if you go into lockdown, you have to say, yeah, that experimentative medicine that we put into your body, yeah, it's not only did it swell some of your hearts, but it's also worth shit. And I don't think they're ready to admit that.
But hey, at least we paid for it up front.
The Mood says they can try, but it's not going to happen unless they lock me up. They're going to lock you up. We the people could not have gotten the COVID thing more wrong on some of this shit. Remember when people are like, oh, the cops will protect us. The thin blue line will protect us when there's lockdowns. And what did the cops do? They went, I got 20 years on the job. I'm heading towards my pension. I'm going to lock this shit down. I'm going to follow the orders. So I don't, whenever someone says, yeah, we're not locking down this time, I bet we will. If they do
That's what I say to the people that call to get like support on like we're with the Troopers Association or the Policemen's Association and we really need your help and support. And I'm just like, yeah, and back when all the COVID stuff happened, we the people really needed your help and support. But since you didn't back us up, I'm sorry. You go ahead and handle that.
Mr. Approachable says, bullshit. They're going to try to spin it that people haven't been getting their boosters after it wasn't mainstream news. That's a good point. Gino Bisconti's airborne herpes bump says Alex Jones said it's coming again. All of it, starting with masks on planes in September. Hope he's wrong. David Chandler says, let's get Johnny's YouTube and Twitch links again. Just Kidding LLC is a fun show with stickers and farts. All right, before we get out of here, let's get Johnny's link up there one more time. YouTube.com/@JustKiddingLLC. Where are we at? 258. So we went up by a dozen or so. Here we go. Yeah. There's the links in the chat. Subscribe to Johnny. There you go. Everybody subscribe to Johnny on YouTube or Twitch or Rumble or all three if you'd like to. And
if you don't want to watch, just turn off the notifications.
Turn on the notifications. Stop being so self-deprecating. Now is the time for greed and gluttony and self-aggrandizement. That's what plugging is all about. Let's get him up to 300 today. At Just Kidding LLC. There is the link in the Rumble chat as well. Well, boys and girls, we topped out today at about 750 or 760. That is fantastic. Carried through the 600s for most of the day. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the support. Hit like, hit subscribe, all that happy stuff. And thanks for starting off the week with success. Remember, no goals in the evening shows this week. Just VIP giveaways during the show. Johnny, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitch. 2 o'clock this afternoon. Go check it out. Good luck today, Johnny, and we will talk to you again tomorrow morning.
Indeed.
Bye,